Hey, this is Phil Vischer,
And Mike Naraki.
the co-writers and co-directors of the little film you're about to watch,
Or have already watched and are watching again with.
but not listening to very well because you have this commentary on.
That was a lovely little animated piece, animated by Tom Danon, and then I think that was concepted by our people in our print department, right? Design
actually.
department. Yeah.
Yes, the boys in 3D design. Thank you very much. Came up with some wonderful concepts on that, and that was the winner. They got a free steak dinner at Shakey's for their efforts. Big open. Now, Mike, where'd you get the idea for this open?
Well, there's a little film called The Land Before Time.
Is that so?
Yeah, that my
That's
daughter's a fan of the
That's a
scene.
classic.
It is, and the very first one actually had this nice little water intro with this little dinosaur-y like creature swimming around in the water. But I like the bubble treatment, and we decided to tie that into our night sky treatment, and I thought that worked out really well.
Yeah, and there was also a Perrier print ad that used Perrier bubbles as stars.
Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Did that inspire you?
No.
Okay.
But the Grey Poupon commercial with the car in it
Yeah.
inspired the car here, just
What?
because it was a car.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. And
So-
originally the porcupine was going to stop and ask, "Pardon me, do you have any Grey Poupon?" But then it really disturbed the flow of the story.
Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
that. So this is basically the North Woods of Wisconsin. Mike and I live in Chicago. We both have family in Minneapolis, so
Yep.
we make lots and lots of drives from Chicago to Minneapolis, past the Dells.
Exit
and
87.
Lots of pine trees.
If you're ever on Exit 87 on 9094.
Now, Bob is looking for Route 59, which is a road a few miles west of my house, which is not in Wisconsin, so he's never going to find it. That
Little does he
van,
know.
you probably recognize the van. It also appeared in Larry Boy and the Fib from Outer Space, where it was modeled after, identically, to the van of animation director Ron Smith.
Well, but they had to make some modifications on the exact model here
They did.
because we didn't want to get in any trouble with Volkswagen. So
Right.
this is an enough.
Even though I
enough
am myself,
different.
we are both drivers of Volkswagen Passats.
That's right.
So I don't think we should be getting in any trouble with Volkswagen.
Oh no, avid supporters of VW.
How about that song?
Oh, that's
What was the
one
idea
song.
there?
Well,
Eventually,
you
we're going to
remember-
bump into one of my ideas in the movie, and then I'll talk about that.
Originally, I had the kids singing a spoof Jonah song.
That's
Remember
right.
that Jonah in the fish all alone?
Yeah.
And there was some duodenum lines in there. and
Yeah,
stuff.
he used
But,
the word duodenum or duodenum. I don't
Yeah.
know how it's pronounced in
Yeah.
a children's song. And my problem with that song was that it gave away the end.
That's right. Yeah, we didn't want to give away the whole Jonah thing.
You basically
like
gave the
people
whole-
didn't know about the story
You don't
already.
but you don't want to do an outline of the film in the first 2 minutes, for kids.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So you made me write this song, which I'm glad you did because I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's a nice
catchy.
song. Although then we had to write all 12 verses for the sing-along
yeah,
CD, and
yeah.
boy, that'll drive you crazy.
Don't try to listen through that one fast.
Yeah, people who buy the CD before they see the movie are already sick of the song before they see the movie. How about that speedometer? That's got to be the world's largest speedometer?
And brightest too. Yeah, we had to motivate the light inside the van, so it would be bright enough when the lights went off. So we had to have pretty bright lights for when the for when the van lights were on, so that when upcoming here when Bob knocks off the lights, it's bright enough still to see the characters.
Wow.
So yeah.
That
so
sounds
anyway,
like a complex little situation.
it is. So the speedometer was quite big to motivate
Yes,
that.
the only obvious solution is a giant speedometer. There is no better way. And this is
Better way.
not the same porcupine as we saw earlier.
Oh no, it's that's
this
the
is a-
laundromat porcupine I've heard.
This is an area just awash with porcupinage.
Yep. So, but those porcupines are cute. I wanted to have a real aw moment here.
Yeah.
When Mama looked at her babies, and you just wanted everybody to say aw, so they'd be rooting for the
And
porcupines
where do
when they
girl
got there.
porcupines get their bows?
In
In the
I don't know.
wild.
In
I
the
mean,
wild.
If they live in the suburbs, I know they go to a mall. But if they live in
yeah.
the wild,
Eddie Bauer for kids.
really?
Yeah.
Catalog?
Yeah, I think so. Catalog. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, this
Yeah.
part wasn't in the original script. This was my idea. Whee! And I just wanted a bigger, fun thing.
Oh yeah, and there's
open the
nothing
film.
bigger and funner than underwear.
Than running into underwear with your friends. Memories are made of that.
Isn't that great looking water?
That is great looking water.
You know
was
what I
worried
did for the
about
water? I took my high 8 camera and went out to the Fox River last year.
Just past Route 59.
That's right, and videotaped water running through a river and brought it in and showed it to Henry Vera and Rob Ducey, who ended up doing the water.
And they made it.
And they did.
Wow, they brought your water to life.
Yep.
Oh, this is exciting.
Okay, now this line, how many times did we record this line coming up?
We kept rewriting this.
Originally was smells like baking soda, right?
It smells like baking powder. Because I was thinking, and I'm not sure if this is true, that they packed airbags in baking powder. So throw out baking powder, and then you'd say, doesn't smell like heaven, it smells like baking powder. And then we played that for people, and do you know what they did?
They didn't laugh.
Nothing.
That's right.
They did nothing. They just stared at us.
Yep.
So then we wrote about 10 different versions. Mike did. I don't think I wrote any of them.
Well, but when you came in, you just said Wisconsin off the cuff. And we
That
ended up
wasn't
using
me.
That one. That wasn't you?
I'm not Dad Asparagus.
Well, I know, but you were
Oh, it
in the
was both
booth as you were
mine.
recording Bob's line, because we also did the Am I in Heaven? We recorded that line at different times. Then you
right.
said Wisconsin, so I thought, hey, that's funny. Oh, here, let's talk about seafood.
Okay.
That's funny. Isn't that funny? Let's talk about it because it's funny. Originally, we were going to actually have Annie read seafood so the little kids would get it. But
Yeah, that was
we
my
thought,
idea.
Yeah, that was your idea, but I thought it would
At
be the
least
parents would.
then Mike said no.
No, let's just have it like that. It'd be funnier
So
for
the
parents.
kids don't get it.
Well, they'll go when they can read.
Yeah, they'll appreciate that joke when they're
Well,
older.
see, I don't think they would get the tofu seafood connection anyway.
Now,
If
this
they can't
restaurant.
read, they're not going to get that.
This was your
yeah.
idea. Where'd you get that idea?
This idea.
feel
Well,
like
the design
Dick
of the
Cavett.
restaurant. The design of the restaurant came from Joe Sapulich, but in concept, initially I was thinking this mysterious seafood restaurant should kind of be like this Twilight Zone kind of place,
Like
kind
a haunted Red Lobster.
like a haunted Red Lobster.
But
yeah,
Red Lobster that time forgot.
That's right. Right, sort of a, it exists only for the purpose of teaching wayward travelers the lesson of mercy. So,
But
isn't
can
that
it
deep?
teach?
Isn't that deep?
But it doesn't. Isn't it like Fantasy Island? It will teach them whatever lesson they want.
Oh, okay. Well,
You know?
yeah, we
and
can
the
bring
French
it back.
peas are like Mr.
Yeah.
Rourke and Tattoo.
Yeah, we could do that.
Not sure which is which.
Yeah.
They both look kind of tattooish to me.
This dialogue in here was really hard to edit because remember, initially in the script we had these lines all scripted out separately.
Right. They were going to say them one at a time, but then that made the movie an hour and a half long.
Well, I had always thought we'd say them separately, but it was just fun to try to edit it all together to get it to work.
And the Moby Blaster, if you can see closely, it's got a little game over screen on it with a little whale with angel wings.
That was great. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was our ode to Moby Dick. Because Jonah, the story of Jonah is preached in Moby Dick.
Wow.
And so, we just thought it would be nice to mention Moby Dick in our story of Jonah.
Wow.
Yep.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
And the fish? Anything about the fish?
Anything about the fish? Well, the fish were kind of difficult.
We're inspired by fish.
Well, see, from the beginning we thought, okay, these fish just are kind of background characters. They just need to be rigged and built really simply. But it made it really tough on the animators when they went to try to animate the fish and give them a little bit of personality.
Right.
So the animators had to spend a long time on those fish just to get them to make them look good because originally we were thinking they weren't going to do as much as they did.
Right.
So, but they did a great job.
Yay, animators.
Now this scene, the lighting in this restaurant scene right here is just gorgeous.
Yes,
I remember
it is.
Luke, our crack lighting artist Luke, spent a lot of time on the entrance, to the dining room area, and we actually ended up extending the establishing shot just because it looked so beautiful.
Bob's got a welt.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I meant to get rid of that. We wanted to get rid of that. We only wanted the welt there when the quill was there.
So that's an accidental welt?
It's an accidental welt. Yeah, it didn't disappear in time.
Yeah,
See, there it is.
Oh, ouch!
Yeah.
Boy, that hurts. Somebody already pointed out that he should have a Band-Aid.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we were just going to kind of lose the welt after the quilt went away, but the
We
texture
forgot
stayed
to lose
there.
the welt. And
until
Laura
later.
got a makeover.
Yep. Yeah.
She has new hair. She has a new dress.
Yep.
We always thought that her old hair from the back looked sort of like a posterior. and it disturbed us.
Yeah, that was bad. So now it looks really nice.
Yeah. So she's very happy.
Okay, now this dialogue with the pirates, this was edited down probably from 10 minutes of loose ad-libbing.
As was most of the film.
As was most of the film. Oh, so that was fun to try to get what we got out of that. Okay, now you remember Compassion?
And that is actually the favorite part of the movie for several of our staff.
Yeah.
The little ad-libbing behind the screen.
But we were going to bring Compassion on. Remember, we were going to
yes,
kind of dissolve it on. It was going to fade on mysteriously, but we decided just to have it there.
That was too creepy?
It was too creepy. Just, I didn't know why it was happening, so we just decided to have it there.
Because it was magic.
Or something like that.
Those are the pirates.
Yep, they don't do nothing. Zilch.
Except for this one time when they did this one thing.
Oh, now Junior's eyes, this is interesting too, because at the beginning of the film, when we had switched over from soft image to Maya, Junior's eyes...
Different animation software.
Junior's eyes were smaller in the Junior model, the Maya Junior model. And then, like King George and the Ducky and I think in Larry Boy, Junior's eyes were too small. And so... we wanted to get them back to their original big Junior size.
Right.
We had already done a lot of animating on Junior, and then we had to put on his big eyes after that. So that was kind of reverse big eye engineering.
That's interesting.
Yep.
And it was your idea to use the pirates in this.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, the pirates drove the whole
concept
for the story. I thought using them in this, in a sea adventure would be great, and then there's not many sea adventures in the Bible, but Jonah is one of them, so that started the whole thing.
And
with
Noah.
These pirates.
We also thought about doing Noah, but all those animals, all those darn animals, would have taken years to model.
Yep.
So we figured Jonah was just as fun and a lot cheaper.
That's right.
Maybe we'll do Jonah some other time.
Noah?
I'm sorry, Noah.
Yeah.
We did Jonah already.
We did that.
So we should not do it again.
Done that. Now that water, isn't that water pretty?
That's a nice fountain.
Yep. Brad Hebert worked on that, those effects.
Cool. As you can tell, Mike is more the hands-on day-to-day director. I have no idea what's going on here.
And look at the reflection on those root beer bottles. Isn't that nice?
Nice.
Yeah, Lorna did that in lighting.
Had to buy a lot of computers to make that work.
Oh yeah.
Get done on time. And Mr. Twisty's Twisted Cheese Curls. Why don't we introduce that concept? That was actually a late change to the script. It started out as just a sight gag in the hold of the ship that was originally Mr. Twisty's Twisted Leafies.
Right.
And that's what Khalil was eating because he's a caterpillar and he would eat leaves, right? So we had this snack food, Mr. Twisty's Twisted Leafies, and he was in the bag eating them all. Mm-hmm. And then we created the whole new end of the story climax, around the fish slapping and the cheese curls and the sweepstakes and all that, because, of course, the end of the story itself has no climax.
Right.
He just goes, he tells them, they say they're sorry, and then he sits, and that's it.
Right.
And we needed to create a little more excitement at the end of the film, while still, trying not to make up stuff that would be way too fake.
Yep.
Because, see, a kid will never go into Sunday school and say, oh, no, they eat cheese curls in Nineveh, and they slap them with fishes, and that's, how Jonah got in trouble. Because that's just, it's too plumb ridiculous.
Right.
So then once we had come up with that concept of the cheese curl sweepstakes and all that stuff, we had to wire it back into the rest of the film.
Right.
And so we had to go back and put those bags in there.
Yep.
Do you have anything to add to that?
Nope. I was going to talk about the Nineveh fish slapping and the flies on the fish.
Oh, yeah. Talk about that.
But that was nice.
Can we rewind?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, here, let's pick up with something different then. We'll do that.
They were nice flies.
Oh, yeah. Those were nice flies. I like the Are These Fish Fresh line from Jim Poole.
Oh, yes.
We were cracking up when we were recording that.
He cracked us up. He was doing this creepy guy character.
Yeah, that's what we came to know him as. Creepy guy.
He's the creepy guy.
Are these fish fresh?
And he could keep going in that character forever. And it was real creepy.
But funny.
This is a crowd scene. This is about, up to this point, the closest we've ever gotten to a genuine crowd. And then, of course, they're all supposed to dance.
That's right.
We've never done that with a crowd before.
Yep.
breaking new ground in the VeggieTales universe.
Now, Reginald, Jonah's camel, he's basically Jonah as a camel. We wanted to give him the same personality as Jonah. They're both, kind of upper crusty, and
he was designed by Dan Lopez.
Or the camel?
Initially.
Oh, I thought by Tom Bancroft. Didn't Tom do that?
No, because the initial camel designs were in '99.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think Tom Bancroft revised him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, both great designers, though, by the way.
Great designers all. This was a fun sequence to figure out whether it was offensive or not.
That's right. We didn't know if bagels were going to be offensive to Jewish people, but we asked several, and they said they loved it and it was hilarious. But then we
were
actually
still concerned. We've grown conservative and risk averse in our old age after getting a few too many letters over the years.
But we thought, bagels, Starbucks would be really funny. But then, due to our risk aversion, we decided not to use Starbucks, and then we just made it Java. But we've still been getting good laughs about that.
Well, we'd like to open our own Java.
That would be good.
Maybe in our new building.
We should trademark that before it's too late.
It's probably too late already. Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Look at all the veggies jumping around. Isn't that exciting?
Yep. Some of these scenes right here, like you should see the water, the sea in the background.
Yeah.
But we just decided to keep it out because it was easier that way. Yeah.
And those girls rolling back and forth, that was my idea.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Good idea. Well, you wrote this song. So.
I did. That's right.
Yeah.
Why, this whole song was my idea. I'm glad I thought of it.
Good thinking.
Now, we storyboarded this, and then it didn't really have, it needed to kick up to another level. And so that's when we came up with the whole little storyline of the mailman trying to deliver his mail.
Yep.
And then, of course, the Swiss Miss Instant Cocoa girls.
That's right.
Flying through.
Yep. Courtesy Tim Hodge, Luis Contreras. Who else animated this set? Todd Carter? Did he
boarded it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, not animated.
Yeah,
but boarded.
Todd Carter and Neil Sternicki worked on it a little bit, I think.
Yep.
All geniuses. And the camel walk, this was interesting because he was designed, but way before he was designed, when I wrote that scene, when he entered, I thought of that melody, the da 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 ba ba bum ba ba da. And so I figured out the tempo because I wanted the camel to walk on that tempo. So from the point the script was written in '99, I had that melody in mind so that when they finally built the camel, I told them the camel must walk on a 1 second cycle.
Right.
Or all is lost.
Or all is lost.
And so not having, the film wasn't scored, but they just animated the camel on a 1 second walk cycle so that when we went to score it, it fit perfectly.
Yeah, Mark Volcano really put a lot of work into getting that camel to move right. And also Chris Hickman, who did most of the camel animation shot by shot.
Wow.
Got that camel just right.
He sure did. That we need to have the camel come back.
Yeah.
In something else.
Oh, now this is fun.
This is fun.
This was our first work with an outside 2D studio.
We thought about trying to do it in-house at first, and then we realized we were really busy.
Yeah, and that there were people outside that could do this. But Calabash Animation, who actually, right after they bid on this for us, and actually while they were working on it, they received an Oscar nomination for Best Short Film for a film called Stubble Trouble, done in a similar vein as this. In fact, when we saw that, that's what made us want to work with them, because it's just a great little short film, just the style of it.
Yep, and that always gets a big laugh.
That was done before September 11th too, by the way. It had different implications after September 11th.
Right, we won't think about that.
Yep.
You notice Jonah has contemporary books, even though he read a scroll in the previous scene. Here, we thought about, do we give him stacks of scrolls? And I thought, just give him books.
Yeah, we wanted to.
Notice.
He's going to be the British explorer. At one point, he actually had golf clubs in his tent too, but we took those out.
Oh.
But he does have a little tea set on the thing in the back there. But I love the color in this tent. It's really lit well. Dan O'Brien and others worked on the inside of the tent.
And friends. Who did the map on the wall?
Joseph Pulich, I believe, painted that map.
Okay.
So Joe art directed the entire film and did a lot of paintings. Looks like Jonah's playing the piano right here. This is one of my... should put a little drink on the table and start singing a little Billy Joel song.
That's funny.
This was supposed to have the lantern in it originally, this shot, but just couldn't
Where'd
get
it
it to
go?
look good, so we nixed the lantern.
That's so sad.
Yep.
That really would have made the film.
It would have,
You know.
with that lantern there.
Oh, well.
And we did some paintings. We couldn't get that flap of the tent looking right, so that's actually a painted tent flap. That's not 3D. That's painted as well.
Oh.
So we had a lot of great integration of 2D and 3D in this film, more so than we've ever done before, for backgrounds and foreground stuff. So we switched to 3D tent flap there. You could tell the difference.
I sure can.
Yep.
Wow. This is kind of funky. This
Yep.
this wasn't in the script. Going into the limbo like this came out of the story department. Those guys proposed it. I was just going to have them stand around in this little tent and sing the whole song. They said, "Oh no,
That'll never work.
let's figure out a way to spend more money." So off we go.
But
to
if you're
limbo
gonna
then.
spend money, you might as well spend it in limbo.
Yes, spend it in limbo. It works much better that way.
That's right. Boy, you know, it was really hard to get that paper to bounce like that. That was really
Yeah,
tough.
I bet it was.
Yeah. Chris
I've
Hickman
tried
again.
to bounce
the
paper.
camel guy, Chris Hickman,
The
made
camel
that
guy.
thing bounce just right.
Wow.
Your messages are meant for...
Isn't that a pretty flame on
That's
that
a
lantern?
pretty flame. That's a real nice flame.
Yep.
Yep.
Pa agrees.
I think Pa makes a pretty good narrator.
Okay, look, Bob's welt is gone by now.
Yeah, he went to the bathroom and he buffed it out. He's made of corian.
Oh, welt buffer.
There's a welt buffer you put in a quarter in the bathroom.
Yeah,
It's
kind of like a shoe shine machine.
Yeah.
Right next to the Moby Blaster.
Yeah, I like the look the kids give him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is Tom Danon, master of the subtle look.
As I was saying, it sounded like God wanted to offer mercy to Jonah's
And it was,
tenant.
I mean, the idea for the contemporary historical integration was kind of inspired by Titanic and the way they had handled their story. And what I liked about what they did in Titanic is that you start out with a very skeptical modern audience
Right.
that isn't interested in the story.
Right.
And then you show how involving the story is. And when you go back to your contemporary audience,
Right.
you see them getting drawn into it.
Yep.
You know, so the first time they start the story and it's just Junior, and then we come back and there are a few more kids who are now wrapped up in the story, and then Bob jumps in, you know, and then when we come back the next time, now Bob's wrapped up in the story and has completely forgotten about his tow truck issue.
Yep.
I just liked that.
I like that too. I'm sorry, I was watching the movie. Good thinking. That and that song, just nice.
Now that tent design, I remember Joe Sapulich did that drawing way back in '99 when
Yeah.
we first started thinking about the film, and then it got put on hold for a year while we went around looking for the money
Right.
to make the film. But that was one of the original designs. And back then, the whale was a hideous sea monster that would have scared the popcorn out of any child in America.
Very nice design, though.
Very nice
but
design.
Scary design.
Yes.
I love this shot
These
here.
shots are
I just
really
love
cool.
that shot. But we redid this whack quite a few times to achieve maximum silliness. Probably went
Yeah.
about back and forth about 5 times on the look of that whack into the sign.
Boy, was Archibald upset about that.
He was.
Must I do another take? Where's the stunt asparagus?
Now, here we start to get into a lot of water issues because we're starting to see different types of water close up. We have this little boat slip right there next to
Yep.
next to
We
the
were
thing,
very
so-
fearful of water.
Oh,
but
yeah.
we knew that it would eventually bump into us.
That's
in
right,
the
on a
story
sea
of Jonah.
adventure. Yeah, we put it off as long as we could, but we just had some really talented guys give us the water. We used 3 different movies as our reference for water. Perfect Storm,
Yes.
which is sort of the creme de la creme
Full of water.
water.
Chock full of water.
Realistic water. There's a couple of scenes of water in Disney's Tarzan movie at the beginning, at the end of the film,
Yes.
that are just gorgeous water, but they're 3D and 2D integrated water. But
Yeah.
the water just looked really pretty. And then we looked a little bit at James and the Giant Peach, which was sort of early 3D water, and decided that we wanted to do much better than James and the Giant Peach.
Are you saying
for
that
water.
this is better than James and the Giant Peach?
Far be it from me to say that this is better than James and the Giant
Come
Peach,
on,
but
man.
I think our water looks better than James and
Get
the Giant
off
Peach.
your high horse.
My high seahorse.
What a pirate ship. How about that
Oh
pirate
yeah,
ship?
that's a beaut.
Holy mackerel.
That's a good-looking pirate ship.
This was fun. The little record scratch stopped, and then
Yep.
their explanation of the life of a pirate
Yep.
who doesn't do anything.
Yep.
At one point, that line was Regis.
Oh yeah, Regis
Remember
is
that?
on in a half an hour. Yeah, but
And
Alf just has a
it wasn't getting a laugh.
Yeah,
and so
yeah.
we went back to the well of TV nostalgia.
Yep.
Of course, then after we finish the film, we see Alf popping up in long distance commercials again. So
I think Alf was in the stars for coming back.
we are. What is it when you know things ahead of time?
Deja vu.
Pre something.
Yeah,
Precognitive.
Yeah.
Prescient.
Precog.
His boxing gloves behind him, and there is somewhere on the ship. There's a Larry Boy
That's a really
plunger.
pretty shot too.
Oh,
I love that shot.
What? Yes, when I wrote this part of the script, that was the shot that I had in mind as the most beautiful shot in the movie.
Yep.
I
Comes
could
pretty close.
I could see it in my head.
Could
That
be.
one's really nice too.
Yeah. This next scene right here was a ride-in scene after we realized that from our initial script that the movie wasn't long enough.
Yes.
which is never a problem we've had before with our VeggieTales. We've always had to cut stuff out.
But it's just that darn story of Jonah isn't very long. It doesn't have very many plot
Only 4
points.
chapters. No, but I like this. I like the way this one turned out because it kind of, it lets us get to know the pirates a little bit better.
Classic Mike absurdity. Tangential absurdity. 101 with Mike Naraki.
Originally, the song that I wrote for this was based off of Volare. Volare.
Oh, right,
And it was
right.
it was denare. It was talking about money.
Yeah.
And that wasn't very funny.
No.
It's,
and
a lot
we
of things are funnier on paper than they
I'm
are.
sure we would have
in
had to pay
action.
somebody too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's the domain thing.
Yeah. This is gorgeous. This is Joseph Pulich's design.
Joe is also a prison chaplain.
That's
And-
right.
Yeah, and so the bars here that are cast by the grid on top of the boat, by the sun, are reminiscent of prison bars. And Joe actually went into a prison and drew this set.
They
His
let him
pals
out
with
on
the guards.
Tuesdays so he can work with us. Question is, who is in there that was marking off the days on the side of the? Was someone locked in the hole?
I think it was Robinson Crusoe, actually.
Oh, really?
Yep,
Oh,
yep.
here's Mr. Twisty's Twisted Cheese Curls.
Yep. And we had to actually, at the last minute, we had to put a different texture on that because up until near the very end, it still said Twisted Leafies on it.
Oh, dear.
And it kind of gotten through the pipeline, and then we realized, wait a minute, that has to say
Right.
Twisted Cheese
That can be an
Curls.
issue. Now, who's this fella?
This is Khalil. We searched the world over for our little worm friend. Voice of Tim
And we
Hodge.
actually, at the very beginning, started out, because in the Bible, it's a worm that shows up at the end and changes the course of the story. And so we started drawing a worm to see if we could pull off a limbless worm character, and it was just gross.
Yeah.
And I remember looking at the designs and say, no child is going to want to hug that.
Right.
That's
right.
like a snake, with a face. It just wasn't. So,
Yeah.
and then I think Dan Lopez, again, the guy who did the original, this was also back in '99 before we put the film on hiatus, came up with the idea of, well, maybe he's more of a caterpillar than a worm. And then on the bottom of one of his pictures of this proposed caterpillar worm said, my mother was a caterpillar, my father was a worm, but I'm okay with that now. And just kind of threw that down to explain what he'd drawn. And that actually kind of created the whole character.
Yep.
Of this really friendly guy with a bit of a insecurity issue
Right.
about his upbringing.
And I think it was Todd Carter who introduced the whole concept of the motivational tapes
Yes.
in here too.
In the story.
Yeah, and we were actually thinking of having a little Tony Robbins corner set up for Khalil, where he'd have like a little, not actually Tony Robbins,
Right.
but a little poster of his motivational speaker friend.
Oh.
But we just left it on the tape instead.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
This is kind of a joke about ourselves.
Yeah.
We've
Who
been-
can you make fun of if you can't make fun of yourself?
We've been trying to turn veggies into plush for, 30 years now. Don't you want to hug a tomato?
I love this look coming up on Jonah when he realizes what Khalil is actually saying.
It's funny to use Khalil's enthusiasm for him to undermine his position. Sway the safe way. Oh, that's a good one. Oh boy, this was actually a hard scene to write because we typically don't do in VeggieTales characters just standing around.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
See that little Groucho Marx move?
Yeah.
It proves to me that proved that we're getting old. That because Amber, one of our animators, Mark Volcano and I had talked to her. Mark was director of animation. We talked to her about doing a Groucho Marx move with the caterpillar, and she didn't know who that was.
Oh.
Yeah, she didn't know who. And so we had to explain Groucho Marx.
Holy
and I felt
mackerel.
old.
I bet you did.
So anyway, back to your thoughts.
So, what was I talking about? It was hard to write because typically VeggieTales characters don't just stand around and make quippy dialogue for a long time.
Right.
You know, they're either singing a song or teaching something, and most of the humor in VeggieTales is very situational or just one line and then we're off to something else. And this was, like 4 or 5 minutes just to stand around and try to, move the plot along and try to be as funny as possible. Yep. And boy,
it worked.
I was really nervous until we saw it with a crowd.
Yeah.
And they laughed.
Yep.
Because, when you've been working on the movie for 2 years, nothing's funny
right, you
anymore.
Forgot what's supposed to be funny.
It's so far from being fresh that you can't read any of the jokes well. So sitting with an audience and having them laugh was...
that was nice.
Very nice. It's a very cute scene, though, and well lit.
Yep.
And pretty, and the running gag of, Khalil thinking they're off to save camels comes back up a couple of times.
Yep.
And now we go to our dream sequence.
Yeah, this is another, fairly inexpensive sequence.
If we could make a whole movie like this, boy, we'd be done in a week. But there's a really good dream sequence in the Coen brothers, the Hudsucker Proxy. Mm-hmm. That you use to turn. It's a major plot point, kind of hidden under a dream.
For kids.
So that's probably the closest thing to what we were trying to do here.
Yeah.
And Pa as God is kind of funny. You got to admit that's kind of funny, right?
Oh yeah, funnier than Val Kilmer.
Oh, I'm not going there. And so then the water becomes the transitional element from before the storm to the storm.
Yep.
The water drops on the pillow are really cool.
Oh yeah, yep, very cool.
I like. Who did those?
Robin Henry.
Oh.
Yeah, Robin Henry.
Nice.
Very nice.
Thanks, Robin Henry.
Yep.
Originally, the storyboard artist wanted a bunch of stuff floating around in there and Khalil in a cup floating on the water.
Oh yeah.
And that was going to be so complicated.
Yep.
That we rethought it and we put them on barrels that were heavy enough to stay stuck to the bottom so they weren't bobbing all over the place.
Right.
But light enough to slide around in the water.
Yep.
So that was a technical consideration.
Yeah, this scene went through several different iterations, I think. We finally landed on this one, obviously. But I think the very first one, Pa was actually going to hop up to Jonah, in like standing water. And that was really too hard to do.
That was going to kill us all.
Yep. So I think this is a good solution.
See, and then he gets back and doesn't have to go in the water.
That's right. Nobody touches the water. When you have to touch water, that makes things really difficult.
Touch water, very expensive.
Yep. And we didn't show the outside of him leaving because we didn't want to connect those two scenes together because that was another, technical consideration and a, budgetary consideration. So
right.
Make it feel like they were connected but not show it.
You have to be clever when your resources are limited.
That's right.
If there's anything we've learned from 10 years of doing VeggieTales.
That's right. The only regret I have about this scene, because I think the water effects are great, the rain looks great, but we didn't have the budget to have the rain hitting the ground and hitting the characters and having the characters get wet.
Right.
But I think it worked out really well. And I was watching Lady and the Tramp last week, the original Disney classic, and their rain scene their big rain scene that they have in that with the rat and the dog and everything.
Yeah.
The water just is over the face of the screen. Nobody gets wet. I think it was the same thing in Pinocchio too. So
yeah, it's hard to get people wet in cell.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
it's hard to get them wet in CGI too, but
yeah.
it's
that's
more
true.
just a matter of money.
Yep, they did a good job in Ice Age.
So if you all come see this movie a lot and buy lots of copies on video, we'll get people wet in the next one.
That's right.
You have my word.
We'll do a VeggieTales rendition of Waterworld.
This was kind of tricky, though, trying to make an action scene out of a game of cards between limbless characters. Because in the end, it all came down to the cutting and the score
Yep.
more than anything else. So,
Yep.
I mean, Kurt did a wonderful job on this piece of music because it has to turn this card game into an exciting, like a chase scene.
Right. Well, Muskellunge didn't hurt either.
Muskellunge, that helps.
Yeah, that helps.
That helps.
Yeah. Okay, we're coming up to the end here.
We are.
Yeah, we're coming up to the end where, Khalil is left with 2 whales, which I thought was nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It is amazing how those cards stay dry.
Yeah.
Such a fierce storm.
Yeah.
The tiki lights, those were your idea.
Well, Joseph Pulich originally
Oh,
thought about
Joe's
that, those
idea.
tiki lights, yeah. But I really liked it because it gave a motivation to having, some nice warm light on the deck of the ship.
Right.
And so Joe and I actually crusaded through the studio to get those tiki lights to stay because nobody else wanted to do them.
Right.
But I'm really glad that we kept them just because it just,
Yes.
especially as we look at the ship from long shots, we just see these little glowing tiki lights on board. So otherwise to have it look dark outside, it would have looked really muddy.
Right.
So
And after we do the storyboards, then we bring in the department heads, and we do a simplification pass. And so the tiki lights were very quickly identified as, if we need to simplify something, throw those out.
right.
Those are going to be a pain. And
Yep.
amazingly, they survived.
Yep. Yeah, they the guys in technical development were able to rig them to the boat and wind effects so that the animators actually didn't have to animate those individually. They were all connected to the boat, and they had random, movement cycles on them. So
That is
didn't
so
have
cool.
a whole lot of, intense animation involved.
We've done wonders for the tiki industry.
Yep. We had the production management Jonah rap party at my house, and I went out and bought tiki lights that looked just
Yeah.
like that. Wasn't that nice?
That was nice.
Yep.
I wish you all could have come. It was at Mike's house,
We had plenty of leftover shish kebabs. You
There-
would have
yeah.
all had something to eat.
and they were great.
Steak and shrimp shish kebabs, no less.
Yeah, it was a themed party. This is kind of ironic. Oh, see, camels. The camels. See, turn every gag into a running joke.
Yep.
Anything's funnier if it comes up again, except for dinner.
I was going to say lunch. Oh, Moose Lake.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we can't forget our Moose Lake friends.
Yeah.
Yep. It all started way back at the very silly sing-along 2. We got our
Tell them
petition-
the story.
Well, we got a petition letter from a radio station in Duluth about people being upset that Mr. Lunt had taken over Silly Songs with the Cheeseburger song, which came up in Madame Blueberry.
Yeah.
And so the radio station had a bunch of people a bunch of their listeners sign a petition, and one of the petitions was signed by a woman in Moose Lake, and Larry really liked that. Larry the
did, I
Cucumber. He
remember.
just thought that was really funny. So we've had a long-standing
Have
love
a-
affair with Moose Lake.
Now, this scene was kind of tricky because it wasn't working for a while. It just seemed like a tangent that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, our head of story
is.
story wanted to cut it out originally. Remember, we had to fight
Yes.
for this scene.
Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
wanted to cut it out.
Yeah, except for us.
Was it just,
It was us and the tiki lights. No one's gonna take away our motorboat and our tiki lights.
And the music change makes it work better. Going
Yeah.
from the orchestral score to this surf guitar thing. That makes it work better. But it actually is related to, a real plot point.
Yep, it's
In
a
the
reversal
story.
in the story itself. Yeah, when the sailors attempted to row back to shore and they couldn't do it because the storm was
And
too
that's
strong.
after Jonah had said, "You need to throw me in."
Right.
And they said, "No, we're not going to do that. I know, we'll row back to Joppa."
Right.
And they try to row, but they couldn't do it.
Yeah, and it makes the pirates out to be nice guys too, because at least they're
Yeah.
trying to help out.
They're trying.
Yep. But alas, God wants something different for
They're
Jonah.
not as competent in things mechanical
Yep.
as we would hope.
It has been delightful, but I must go now.
Now we bring in the men's choir. You always know you're getting dramatic when you bring in the men's choir.
Yep. This prayer that Paul says here is right out of Jonah, right out of the biblical account of Jonah. Everything except for keep my ducky safe.
Really?
Yep.
The rest is verbatim?
Verbatim, yep.
What version?
NIV, I believe.
NIV, we believe. For those of you following along at home. Page number?
Depends.
Okay. There's the ducky, and he's got his shower cap on. Is that cute or what?
There's a little foreshadowing with Khalil, because he's going to
Yes.
show up in that bowling ball later.
He seems to be close to a bowling ball. Huh. Oh, there's another money shot.
Yep. Nice
That
lightning.
took some, and this is another. I love that shot.
Yep, it's a Henry Vera special. Very nice.
Yay.
There's Jonah at the end. Now I love this. I love the water texture that we've got in this scene over here. With the most difficult thing that we had to deal with the water was just the foam on top of the water, because without the foam, water doesn't look like water.
Right.
It just looks like, goopy plastic stuff. So you kind of have to give it this semi-transparent feeling, and the only way to get that feel is to give it that foam, which is more opaque near the top than it is at the bottom.
Right.
So we just wrestled with that forever. And I went on a cruise, actually, during the production of the film, and I spent a long time looking out looking out the window at the water.
Well, I think it paid off. I
Yeah,
hope
being
you
from
wrote off
Chicago.
that.
No, it was all personal. But not being near an ocean like we are here in Chicago,
Yeah.
wasn't easy just to go out to the beach and
Right.
check it
Oh,
out.
that was a funny joke.
Mhm.
Was that ad lib? No, somebody wrote that.
Tom Owens did.
Tom
Yep,
Owens wrote
yep,
that.
You
That
should
was
talk.
funny.
Yep.
I can never tell where you're looking. You should
Yep.
talk.
Yep.
Wasn't in the script originally.
That's right.
Here come the bubbles.
Alka-Seltzer.
How does a
I
whale
explained
make
it
bubbles
to,
like that?
Oh,
I have no
nobody
idea.
knows. Didn't want to do the fin though, because it would have been.
Yeah,
know.
that would have been different. But
Would
we
have been
actually, to test this scene, we had edited it, and then we actually cut the music from Jaws, from John Williams' score,
Yep.
into our story reel,
Right.
and it worked amazingly well.
Oh yeah, it was unbelievable.
Like it had been scored.
right
for that film.
all the cuts lined up in the perfect spot and everything. It
Right.
was
So then
amazing.
when Kurt went to do the final, we just said, hey, just work off this.
Yep.
And make sure we don't get sued.
That's right.
That was about it.
It's an ode to Jaws, but not Jaws.
Oh.
This took forever, both in animating it and in doing the effects, to give the whale the scale that it needed to have.
Right.
But Mark Volcano did the animation, Henry Vera did the water effects, among others. There was a lot of effects people involved with
That
it.
doesn't look cheap.
But, we identified that sequence, at the very beginning of the film as, the money sequence, the money shot for the film, that we had to have that look good.
Right.
That needed to be our parting of the Red Sea.
Well, I think you did it. A nice light through the water. That's a nice touch. Now this, I was trying to go for like a double reversal here, so it just wasn't, no, they're being dragged. But it was, uh-oh, they're going to be dragged. Oh, no, they're okay. And just
they're being dragged.
trying to do that with Pa saying no words.
Right.
Just little guttural things to change his expressions. I love the stuff where the boat's being dragged through the water.
Yeah.
The
it's
effects on that stuff
really
came
cool.
out really well.
Yep. Here comes the little cannon. Now this is fun, because this was conceived just off the fact that what would they have on board but leisure gear.
Right.
So I thought it'd be funny for them to just fire off leisure gear.
It will, of course.
Oh yeah, look at that. There goes a tennis racket.
That's funny.
Flopping into the water.
And we had to do that cannon we needed a forward-mounted cannon, which typically you don't have on ships.
Right.
So rather than using a traditional pirate cannon going out the side, we had to make that little jobby that came up in the middle and then fell forward.
We had remember the original line on this was, before he went into the bowling ball, he said,
Yes.
was this part of the cruise package
part
or
of
something?
the cruise package?
That's right. But
that
again,
got cut.
that got cut. And that was Tom Owens again, who came up with, hello?
Brilliant.
Hello?
Brilliant. Actually, we just overheard
man
him
of few
answering the
words.
phone. And we thought it was his contribution to the film.
That's right.
If it works, Nice bowling ball.
Yeah, isn't that nice little flapping of his turban?
Whoa, that's big. Look at that shot. Oh, I love that
Do you
shot.
see Larry Boy's suction cup on the side of the ship
No,
there?
could you
Oh,
see it in
yeah.
that one?
Yep, there it
Okay,
was.
you guys rewind and take a look at it. We have to
There it
keep
is
talking.
again.
Oh, there it
There it
is. The Larry Boy.
That shot right
plunger.
there, after we had sent everything out for film, we
Yeah.
had right up to our deadline. Everything was already to film. We weren't happy with the splash that the whale made on the
Yeah.
horizon. We reanimated the effects on it and sent it out over the internet, just that shot to
Oh
the
my
film house,
gosh.
and they cut that into the negative.
Wow, what a world.
Isn't that amazing?
Email my film to you.
Exactly.
This was off a piece of concept art, that first shot that Joseph Pulich did. That was just so gorgeous that it looks almost exactly like that.
Yep. It's our ode to Pinocchio.
Ode to Pinocchio.
Yep.
Oh, look. A
So
bowling
then
ball.
Khalil would be our ode to
I could only
Jiminy
find
Cricket.
some
Yeah, I've always thought of him kind of as a Jiminy Cricket.
Uh-huh.
He kind of plays that same
Uh-huh.
role.
Sure, I'm all over that. Of course, how did we learn to wrap his turban?
Oh, that's a great story. Yeah, Michael Spooner's car salesman.
He's our head of concept and story.
Yep. But yeah, I think he was in buying a new VW Bug, and his car salesman actually had a nicely wrapped turban, and he, obviously he knew, because we were working on the film, he asked him if he could model him to draw the turban.
So he came over to Michael's house and showed him how you wrap a turban
Yep.
properly. And then I got to meet him because he came to the premiere in
Oh,
Chicago.
I never met him.
Yeah, he was
Oh,
there.
how did he like the movie?
I think he liked it.
Oh, good. Okay.
I hope he spoke English.
Oh, yeah?
I think he liked it.
Okay. Did you talk to him before or after the film?
Before.
Oh, okay.
I didn't
Yeah.
see him after.
Okay.
So I don't know if he liked it.
Okay, I'm sure he did.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure he appreciated the authenticity of the turban.
Exactly.
I think this is the low point of the film.
Yeah.
For
As
Jonah.
Yep.
At least that was
Yep.
the goal.
Yep.
Not sure if we succeeded.
No, I think it is.
But some of the design for the interior of the whale was inspired by Terry Gilliam's The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, where they
Right.
also have a Pinocchio-like scene.
Go ahead.
No, you.
I was just going to say, as is the end of the film, when they do the big Jonah as a prophet, that was a mix between Terry Gilliam and Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat stage play.
Little of this, little of that. And of course, now we're about to go to the Blues Brothers movie
That's right.
with the large gospel choir. But why not? I mean, he had to, he has his turning point here.
That's right.
And you need to motivate it with something. We thought, what more interesting device than messengers
Right.
with a message for the messenger?
And that was, for me, along with the pirates being an inspiration to kind of kickstart Jonah as a story for us to do, the whole gospel choir in the belly of the whale
Yep.
was another thing that just struck me as, something that could just be really cool. And then you did a great job with the music, you and David
Oh.
Mullen.
Stop.
No, I'm not going to stop.
Well, this was. I wrote the lyrics for this when I wrote this scene originally. I write songs. Tend to just write them when I get to them in a script, so I'm in context. When I write it. So I wrote all these lyrics, and it was a real generic, big band feel, like 100 big band song or gospel,
Right.
big gospel song. And then David Mullen is the producer that I co-wrote the Larry Boy theme song with.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew that he loved black gospel, urban gospel. So I said, okay, what can you do with this? And gave him the lyrics and made a tape of me singing it, which sounds like a boring white guy singing a black gospel song poorly.
Right. Uh-huh.
And then he just went crazy with it, and I had suggested, maybe we could get somebody like Anointed to sing. And so without even telling me, he contacted them, talked to their label, got them to come in and just lay it down as a demo. And then sent it back to me, and my jaw fell out of the car. I listened to the CD in my car. I was expecting a little demo, and it was almost exactly like this. It was virtually done.
Yep. Yeah, I remember hearing this song for the first time. I was blown away.
And that was in '99.
Yeah.
That was before we put the film on hiatus. We were moving ahead with the music.
Yep.
So we've been sitting on this song for 3 years, and we want to play it for you.
There you go.
And then all this was heavily influenced by the Blues Brothers film, where John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd show up in
Jake and
Jake
Elwood.
and Elwood, yeah.
Jake and Elwood. Yep.
show up in the church with James Brown leading the gospel choir, and people jumping off trampolines all
Yep.
over the place.
This one was a fun one too because we spent a lot of time in layout with this song because we needed to keep the camera moving and keep the song alive. So we went back, many times after it was actually laid out initially and played around with just really subtle camera motion to get the song to stay alive.
It was also an interesting edit because typically, we storyboard these things straight ahead, and then that's the shot order. We very seldom scramble stuff up in editing. But on this one, Luis Contreras had done storyboards for it, but didn't really have the feel for the song, quite down in the storyboards. So I took all his storyboards home and cut this, on my laptop with Final Cut Pro for you budding editors out there, and just completely disregarded the order of the drawings and cut it like a music video, which was actually a lot of fun. Except that little break in there.
That little break
That
in
was
there.
your idea.
That was my idea. I thought that'd be funny to do kind of a spoof on Madonna's Vogue videos.
Yeah, we've never mentioned that as a reference
Oh yeah.
for the
oh
film.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We always
yeah.
forget to mention that in our interviews. Madonna, that paradigm of moral instruction.
But it actually turned out to look nothing like the Vogue video because I had this picture of what it was in the back of my brain,
Yeah.
and I actually referenced it there online, like little version of the video, and it turned out not look like that at all.
Right.
But,
That one shot there, you see it with the orange. That one there looks like the MasterCard logo
Oh yeah.
with the orange and the red light.
Yep.
I'm always thinking about credit.
We spent a
When
lot
I
of
see
time
that.
getting these angels to look like they were jumping on trampolines too. So
Yes,
that
we
was
did.
kind of hard.
As opposed to being heaved across the room.
Now look how many angels
How
are
many
there.
angels are in that shot?
There's like 700 angels in that shot.
That's crazy.
That just near about broke all our computers doing that shot. It was it's gotten quiet here.
Oh, that was funny. Was that a story guy's idea? Because it wasn't my idea. Going
I
up to the
can't-
surface.
Yeah.
Because that's so stinking funny. But I didn't think of it.
I don't remember where that idea came from.
Somebody else thought of it.
Yeah.
They're funny too.
Yeah.
And now everybody's into it. Even Bob is
Even
into
Bob,
this story.
even grumpy old Bob.
Grumpy old Bob.
Even though he didn't like those people very much. So did he get another chance?
See, still at this point,
Yeah.
the whole addition of Khalil as the tow truck driver hadn't been conceived. We weren't even going to
That's
do
right.
anything with the tow truck driver.
That's right. We weren't.
until we rewrote the end. And originally, the angels were supposed to come back in.
The lead angels were going to come back in like they were Twippo's backup singers.
Right.
And they were waiting on the bus for them to come back out.
And it just didn't
It
work.
didn't
too well.
work.
Yep. So
We showed it to people, and they did nothing.
yep. So we came up with the Khalil coming back thing.
Yeah, and I think
people wanted to see Khalil again. So.
More is expressed here through a whale's eye than many films have in all of their acting.
I love that shot, that ICBM missile out of the water.
And that was the idea from the very beginning. In the script, it said he's launched like a missile out of a submarine.
Yep.
And they nailed it.
Yep.
Now this I thought was absolutely hilarious, but it's not getting the laughs I expected.
Oh, but it's very endearing. It's not laugh out loud, but
It is-
it's kind of
okay.
cute.
Do you
I want
guys
to talk
think it's
about the
funny?
Lawrence of Arabia scene.
You guys thought it was funny,
I
right?
thought it was funny.
The camel.
This shot, when they did the 70 millimeter re-release of Lawrence of Arabia
Yes.
in the late 80s,
Yes, tell me
it
all
was
about it.
one of the highlights of my movie viewing experience.
Of your life, really.
Of my
up to
life,
that
yeah,
point.
I just thought it was the most gorgeous shot. And actually, in the re-release, it was like a 5-minute shot. If you go out and get the DVD of Lawrence of Arabia, it's
Yeah.
cut short. But when they did the theatrical re-release in 70 millimeter, that shot was about 5 minutes long, and it was just amazing.
That's crazy long.
And so, I just really wanted to use it in this show. Although our shot is only 15 seconds.
Right,
so it's
but that's
for-
still for a kids' film. That's
That's pretty long.
in this age of MTV.
That's right.
That's like a whole episode from some shows.
Yep.
And you'll notice if you go back and look at that shot, we put a bush in the exact same place.
Yep.
And even painted a streak on the sand.
Yeah,
just like the art director did.
Yep.
On the Lawrence of Arabia.
On Lawrence of Arabia. Yep. Go back and look at it. There's a
Did-
streak painted in the sand
Did
by
you
the art director
notice
himself.
Jonah sweating there?
Yeah. Yep.
Man, when did we decide that we could make someone sweat? Because that blew me away when I saw it first.
Well, it was in the story for him to sweat when he was under the weed.
Yeah.
And then Brad Hebert, who had done the sweating, was in charge of the sweating technology.
Wow.
Went back and added sweat to the.
He spent
through the
several
desert
days in a sauna just doing research.
That's right.
That guy, the slapper guy, the turn back guy, that was also a rather late addition to the film to try to add a little more drama and suspense to this climax that we kind of reconfigured.
Yep.
So that was Ron Smith, who's one of our animators. We were just throwing people into the booth.
Quick here, you go in here.
We need somebody to yell. And he ended up also, because the city official who's coming up also was a late addition, he ended up doing that too. He did both of those guys.
Yep. We wanted to make these. We thought about making these two P's the French P's, Jean-Claude and Philippe, which would have been even more Holy Grail-like. But since they were back in Joppa as fish tenders, fish at the fish booth,
right,
we decided to come up with some Cockney peas here instead.
Right, and these two characters were actually Mike and I were in a band for one weekend up at my dad's house in Michigan with my stepbrother Brad Veggie. Who's in Nashville and is a songwriter, in case you need a songwriter.
Yep.
You can look him up. He's in the book. But anyway, we made a band called the Fuzzy Zealots, and it was a British band.
Yep.
And so Mike and I, Brad was what was he playing?
He played the guitar, right?
Yeah, he played the guitar. You were playing the
trombone. The trombone and the drums.
I was playing
right?
the drums.
Oh, you're playing the drums.
I was playing the drums.
Yeah, so we had guitar, trombone, and drums.
And the songs weren't all that great, but the dialogue that we were coming up with, in these characters as kind of extreme Cockney, singers, was actually pretty funny. And so that's what I thought of when we needed those two guys, was let's pull out those characters we did in the Fuzzy Zealots.
Yep.
115 years ago. Couscous, that always gets a laugh.
Oh yeah, yep. That was something else originally. That was.
But Khalil's eyes. There's something wrong with his eyes.
Oh yeah,
there.
yeah.
What's that about?
His eyes, if you notice, up when he gets spit out of the whale through the very end of the fish, the big slap of no return scene, his eyes are a little bit different. Originally, his eyes connected at a point, near his tear ducts.
Yeah, when I saw the first tests of the first scenes coming out with him in them, he wasn't as cute as he was supposed to be.
Right.
Something had happened between the concept art and the construction and engineering, and his eyes weren't being very cute.
They weren't being very cute. So we redid him. He was already built, but we redid him. But there are two different Khalil models, as there are two different Jonah models. There's a dirty Khalil and a clean Khalil, a dirty Jonah and a clean Jonah, based on, being in the whale, being spit out of the whale.
Right.
So, and then when we go above the hill on Nineveh, Jonah is still dirty because he hasn't learned anything. He hasn't repented, but Khalil is back at it.
He's come
clean. He's come clean. But the old Khalil model with the old Khalil eyes got left in and forgot about. And luckily we never see him, big. His eyes big in here, so it's really hard to notice.
But if
but
you
these
look
are
close,
his old eyes.
he's not as cute here as he is in the beginning of the film and the end of the film.
Yep.
It's a good thing that he came clean.
It
or
is.
He would be not cute on the hill.
Well, we would have
probably
noticed
would've
it.
noticed
Yeah,
that.
we would have noticed it.
You'd think we
yeah.
would have noticed that.
Yep. We would have noticed.
And you'll notice that his Jonah's hat that is now being worn by Mr. Lunt has seaweed tangled into it.
Yep.
And so his map has seaweed on it. Look at that. Oh, now we're in Nineveh. This is quite a model.
Yep.
And some of the concept art for Nineveh was just gorgeous.
Yep.
That Michael Spooner and Dan Lopez primarily did.
Yep. Yeah, the concept with the city itself was in what would happen if a meteor hit in the middle of the Grand Canyon.
I don't know. What would happen?
Nineveh.
Is that a joke?
Yeah.
I don't get it. There's Ron Smith again as the city official, who's wearing a very strange bow tie.
I remember you were a little upset because the Mr. Twisty's Twisted Cheese Curls logo didn't pop up
it's
on
only
top.
on one bag, and it's not even in
But
the middle.
if you notice, if you watch it through really quick, you'll see that we still have the Twisted Leafies logo on the bag itself.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Because that snuck its way through the production chain.
Oh, man.
Yep. So, but you see his face, so you kind of get
So if
the
we
idea.
put them on all the bags so people could read what they are for sure,
Right.
we would have noticed that it was a mistake.
We would have noticed it
and
was
we
a
would have
mistake.
fixed it.
And we would have fixed it. That's right.
Man.
Kind of like the wacky eyes on Khalil.
Like Dan Phillips says, you never finish, you just run out of time.
Yep.
And so we kind of ran out of time.
Yep.
This was fun. Initially, my concept here was that they were going to be burned at the stake.
Oh no! And my concept was that there was going to be a gigantic whale with a big slapping machine inside. Both of them were just wrong for different reasons.
So we met somewhere in the middle.
Yep.
They're still at the stake.
That's right. And they're being slapped, or the
Yes.
pressure of slapping.
Yeah.
So
Well, we were really trying to come up with a new ending very quickly. Like, oh, burning them at the stake, that's always fun. So then the city official was going to come out and say, their punishment, to be grilled until toasty. And everyone just kind of stared at me. What does
Yeah.
that have to do with anything? And
Yeah.
then Mike said, let's make a giant mechanical whale machine that'll slap them internally. And the modelers, all threw up on the floor. And the producer looked at me and said, talk to him. And so I went home and said, okay, different idea.
We got that little HGTV show, to come in, designing for the directors.
So we came up with about 30 different names for this contraption.
Yep.
The slap of no return, the ultimate slap, the
the infernal slap of doom or something.
Yeah,
something like that.
And we ended up having Ron record all of them because we still hadn't picked.
Right, and then we
which
just
one
used
we'd
which
use.
one was the funniest. Oh, now this is funny. I like this pumpkin.
Yeah,
gag.
and how is this pumpkin? Even one of my kids even pointed out.
Yeah.
Now, why is that pumpkin not alive?
Well, we've had non-animated veggies in our VeggieTales before, so
We have?
there's precedent. The coconuts in the
They
Larry's
had
Lagoon.
faces on them. Oh no! Well, the ones that sang.
The ones that sang, yeah, but the one that Dad Asparagus put in the catapult
Right,
launcher,
you're right.
yeah, those were just painted on.
We are so
coconuts.
inconsistent. What rules? We don't need no stinking rules.
Now this guy,
It's a wonder
King
anybody
Twistimer.
buys these things.
Yeah, we have no.
King Twistimer,
VeggieTale
boy,
rules
the
of
original
universe.
ending had Pa Grape playing the king.
Yeah, because in some of one of the commentaries
Yeah,
that
just
I read.
try to explain that again.
Well,
Nobody's
the
buying
story
that.
structure of Jonah, if you look at it, if you break down its literary structure,
literary.
it mirrors itself. The first
Right.
2 chapters mirror the last 2 chapters.
Yeah.
And so
Did
we
you hold
and
them
so
up in a
there's
mirror to test that?
yeah. So the sailors really played a similar role as the king did, the court of Nineveh did. So
Right.
so that with that in mind, we originally had Pa as the king of Nineveh, but it just didn't work.
And Lunt and Larry as his sidekicks. And so
didn't
we
work.
boarded it all
Nobody
that
laughed.
way, and we showed
Yeah.
it to people, and they just stared at us like we were crazy. Said, no, get it? I don't know what it is.
It's like the Dead Poet Society, where they rip out the book of
Yeah.
literary function and say, "That's not going to work. You got
Right.
to use something funny."
So then, and Mark Volcano had just directed the silly song Larry's High Silk Hat, which he wrote, and had created that character of that giant gourd that sat on Larry's chocolates and hat at the end, which was a pretty funny character
Yep.
in an old smelly t-shirt.
Yep.
And so I think he suggested first, hey,
Yeah.
you could use my gourd.
Yep.
Hey, how about my gourd?
How about my gourd?
But he didn't have a voice.
Yeah.
So
But
we-
Goliath had a voice.
We had to come up with a voice like real quick like.
Yep.
And Ron Smith was out of town or something. So I said, okay, I'll just try Goliath's voice, because that was the voice I did for Goliath in Dave and the Giant Pickle.
Yep.
So we did that, and it seemed to work out okay.
Some of
That's
these
a cool shot.
These shots in here, these courtyard shots, just look great. Dan O'Brien did the lighting for these, or for most of these,
Yeah.
among others, and it just looks
And the
really
models
cool.
are just
and there's so many characters in here.
Right.
Robert Ellis and a few other animators did the cycle animation for the crowds reacting, because we didn't want to have, we could have the crowds back there not moving at all, but we just thought when our fans watched it on DVD, they would notice that they were
Yeah.
stuck still. So we have a little bit of motion in the crowd in the background, which I think adds a nice touch.
Dead carrots tell no tales.
Yep.
I'm terribly sorry. I've been meaning to shower, but
We must hear the message. Is he wearing a bathrobe?
Yep. Yep.
Man, what a slovenly fellow.
He is. Come on.
Come on. See, but the cheese curl thing just brings it all back together.
Do you love that? I love that. There's
I
that
love it.
kind of the Spielberg kind of lighting. You know, you see the little swatch of light over the King Twistimer's eyes
Oh,
there.
yeah, a little eye light.
That was on accident.
It
I
was?
actually went to the lighting artist and complimented him on his Spielbergian lighting.
Yeah?
And he said, "Oh, that's just kind of how it's turned out because of the shape of the gourd."
Oh, wow.
So
You didn't have to tell him that.
what that?
that it was an accident.
That it was an accident?
We look less
Some
artistic.
of the best things are accidents.
But then we aren't as impressive as filmmakers.
That's okay, as long as we're funny.
Now, this song that is about to play in the score is an old 19th century hymn all about God's mercy, which is a really cool. When we started
There's a
working on the
wideness in
score,
God's mercy,
there is a
right?
wideness in God's mercy like the wideness of the sea, is the first line. And I sent Kurt out when we started working on the score to find an old hymn that had something to do with mercy, and he came back with this one, which works perfectly. And you never hear the lyrics, but if you know your church music, or if you go and do research, you'll be blown away with how well the lyrics fit the theme. And there's so much church music that no one in Hollywood ever uses in their films because they never went to church, so they don't know
right.
it.
That's right. It's a bumper crop.
We
of
want to
church
use
music.
it all.
Yep.
That's
Now
a lot
this-
of hoppin' veggies.
It
Man.
sure is. That's great. That was another really difficult scene for our computers.
I bet. Well, there's quite a few people in that one, too.
Now this scene, you'll find this interesting. I don't know if you heard this before, but this was the exact same lighting as the entrance to Nineveh scene, which was much darker and orangier, lit the same way, but just color corrected.
Oh, you're
Yep.
kidding.
Nope, no. And starting here, this is
Wow.
a different lighting scheme, but
Nice
all that stuff
background
was just
paintings
recolor
by
corrected.
Chuck Vollmer.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
Woo, Chuck.
Yeah, it's just gorgeous background paintings.
Yeah. Now this scene makes perfect sense if you read the book. You know, if you don't, it's a little bit wacky.
Mhm.
I imagine if it's hard to watch the film and pretend I don't know anything about the story of Jonah. But I imagine this scene would confuse me, and I would be not sure where we were going next.
Well, as
Do any of
Khalil
you
is.
feel that way?
Well, Khalil does. What are we
Yes,
doing?
look at him. And
Yep.
everybody, because I cut this, and I knew I wanted it silent and long when I did the rough cut, and everybody in the world,
Not me.
except Mike,
I've never been
Really?
one for cutting things short.
said, it's too long. You can't do that. We can't just sit there and do nothing. And even when we watched the whole film before it was scored, because there was no music anywhere, except for the whale thing.
Yep.
Just a couple little pieces of temp score. So there wasn't any score in it, and we got to that scene, and everybody was convinced it would never work. And then when we finally put all the rest of the music in, and then left that bare, now you have contrast.
Oh yeah.
And contrast
Yep.
is good.
Yes, contrast and affinity.
And and what's funny is to watch this in a theater, with kids, and the kids actually crack up.
Yep.
Just because
Yep.
you're sitting there doing nothing.
Right. Yep.
It's fun to make people laugh with nothing, because that's easy. Having to think of stuff to make people laugh is much
yeah,
harder,
that's much harder.
than doing nothing and having people laugh anyway.
That's
Woo!
right. Are we trying to make people laugh right now, or should we just do nothing and see if they laugh?
We could try nothing.
Okay.
Oh, isn't that what Tim
Oh,
Burton
look.
does on his commentaries?
Here's some sweat.
Yeah, that was good sweat. I think that was
Yep.
the first sweat I saw,
Yep.
and I was just shocked. Then I wondered why we couldn't make everyone sweaty in the storm scene.
Yeah. Actually, you know what we did here in color concept?
Yeah.
We wanted Jonah to look really, really hot,
Right.
but then Nineveh to look comparatively cool.
Ooh.
As if it looked comfortable down in Nineveh, but where Jonah was, it was really, really uncomfortable. So we spent a lot of time in color concepting to get that to play off.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
That's amazing.
Yep.
And you pulled it off.
Yeah, and here's Jonah under the weed looking nice and cool again. Nice, cool colors.
Right.
And then when it's munched, obviously it goes back to really warm colors and very
Right.
uncomfortable.
And just so you know, this is how the story really goes in the Bible. If you go read it there, God grew a weed, Jonah was happy, a worm ate the weed, Jonah wants to die.
Yep.
We're not making this stuff up.
We're not that creative.
Of course, Robert McKee said in his book, the worst possible reason for putting something in a film is that it really happened.
Really?
Yeah. And that's pretty much most of our films. No, it really happened.
If it's absurd enough, then I think it works.
A weed? Just a weed? It was my shade! It was my...
Robert McKee is one of the better known story consultants and script writing teachers in Hollywood, in case you don't know.
Not to be confused with J. Vernon McGee.
Who's that?
He's a old-time commentary writer.
Oh, that's
Yep,
different.
Yep.
That's very different. Biblical
Yep.
commentary and screenwriting
Very different.
are somewhat different.
Yep.
So this message right here in the real story comes directly from God to Jonah, but it's right after a worm chewed the weed, And there's another story in the Bible where God talked to someone through a donkey, Balaam's donkey.
Two great tastes that taste
So,
great together.
I thought, okay, there's biblical precedent for a talking animal.
Sure.
Why not have the message come from the worm?
That's right.
And that's what created the character of Khalil.
Yep.
And then what if he'd been with Jonah the whole time?
Yep. Like his little Jiminy Cricket.
You see?
See, look at that. Warm cliff, cool
Yeah.
Nineveh.
Yeah.
That's nice.
How do
Isn't
they
that
do
nice?
that? Is that like zone air conditioning?
I think it is.
Wow. They have separate thermostats?
They do. Dual climate control.
Oh, there you go. That's the nugget.
We had your voicing for this, Jonah's voicing for this.
Yeah.
And it just got lost.
For his little
Yeah,
papers.
it just got lost. So we thought, okay, well, it works without him
He
making
must have
little guttural
emailed
noises.
it to the wrong place.
I think so.
And this was tricky because in the storyboard drawing, they just drew Jonah with his behind sticking up in the air,
Yep,
which the Veggies really can't do.
they can't do that, no.
So the animators had to come up with a suitable facsimile.
That's right. I love how the worm walks in these scenes, how he wiggles.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, it's cute. Oh, this is the sweetest part of the score.
See, talking about cutting stuff short,
Yes.
I think we could have used this shot to be a little bit longer. After he says that's what I want to be. Oh, I'm sorry. I commented at the wrong spot.
Okay.
When he turns around after
Yes.
this. Yes, that's the shot that should have been.
Oh, okay. And there goes Reginald.
Oh, no. I was right. That's the shot I thought.
That
Never
was it?
mind. Yeah,
Okay.
disregard what I just said about that.
Okay, right. You guys
Oh,
can disregard
now
that.
let's talk about this scene.
Oh.
This is a painting. Originally, we were pulling out on the actual 3D geometry of this
Yeah.
scene, and it looked like a video game. I mean,
Yeah.
it was just, we couldn't get it to look right
Didn't
with lighting.
work.
And so Joseph Pulich went back in and painted this scene. I
Joe
think
painted that, or
yeah,
Chuck
overnight.
painted it?
Well,
Overnight?
Yeah, overnight because
That's crazy.
because it just didn't look good enough in 3D. And I don't think Chuck was available at that time. He was working on something else, or he was on vacation or something.
Wow.
So Joe and it may have not been overnight, but it was in a couple of days.
Oh no, I'm
painted
sticking
that.
to the first story. Overnight.
Overnight. So
And that when we come out of the historical story and slam the partition, that was also one of the key moments in the film. You know, for me from the very beginning.
Right.
You know, like the pirates and the pirate ship, and then the belly of the whale with the angels, and then ending the story with the plexiglass slamming in
Sliding
your
shut.
face. It's the
Right.
most ironic anti-ending for a family movie ever. I mean, family films tend to be so formulaic. You know,
Yeah.
they just, because kids haven't gotten used to the formulas yet. They don't see them coming.
Right.
So they still work.
Right.
You can use all the formulas on kids because they don't know any better. But no, we will not pander to our youthful audience with
Well-
tired formulas. We will give them a hero who is not heroic and learns nothing, and will end the story at the most odd moment possible.
Well, that's one of the things that I liked about doing Jonah as our first film, because we weren't tempted to use a formula. You know, we had this.
couldn't.
Oh yeah,
It
yeah,
fought
yeah.
against, you will not apply a formula to me.
Yep.
I am crazy story. No one in Hollywood would fund this film, for it does not follow any of the rules. And we weren't originally going to have Twippo show up at the end. Originally,
Right.
the pirates were just going to sing
Oh,
a
yeah.
big musical number.
Right, right.
What do you want, a big musical number?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay. And they
Right.
were going to do it.
Yep.
And then we changed it.
Yep. There was something about Leonardo coming back.
Oh, right.
You know, at the end, even though he sank to the bottom of the sea, we wanted to see him in a dream at the
Yeah,
end.
see, look, he's okay. And you were there, and you were there, and you. But it seems to work,
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
Oh, now, and this was going to be resolved before this initially.
Yeah.
And then we saved this resolution till later. Which
Till the very
works
end. Yeah, because if
much
we resolved
better.
it earlier, then we just had a bunch of dead space before the song.
Right.
So I think Tim Hodge did a good job working this one out.
Yeah. And it gave us the opportunity to show off Laura's new hair.
That's right.
A little
And
more.
you know, her line "Everyone but me," since our Laura the Carrot was actually studying for her doctorate degree in Seattle, and we were in Chicago.
Yeah.
We flew her out once to do her initial takes, but that "Everyone but me" is actually we reused the exact same take from the beginning of the film
Wow.
because we couldn't afford to
I never
fly
noticed
her out
that.
and do it again. Yep. Yep.
Amazing.
Isn't that amazing?
That is all. And there's
that
that
budget
theme
thing.
again, the old hymn coming
Yep.
back in again. So whenever you hear that melody again for the rest of your life, you will think merciful thoughts, and you'll have no idea why. See, it's Pavlovian. We're programming America to behave certain ways based on musical cues.
It makes me salivate, though.
Yes. When I play this melody, you'll go see our next film. This just strikes me as funny to have this British guy singing about his childhood in Arizona.
In Arizona. So was that Flagstaff or Phoenix? Exactly where was that?
You know, in the British section of town. The
Well,
British
they do.
Quarter.
They do have London Bridge in
Oh, that's
in
right.
somewhere
Yeah,
in
he was
Arizona.
in the. His parents were in the bridge. When
Oh,
it was,
sure. When it was
when
shipped
it was
over.
moved over. No one
Kind of like
noticed.
the Chinese longhorn beetle.
Exactly. But I got to use Dismembered in a kid's song.
Oh, yeah.
And that's never been done before.
That's never been done.
And David Mullen also co-produced or produced this song.
Yep. And this, when I saw Joseph in the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and it's the
Besides
most.
falling in love with Donny Osmond.
That's right. It was simply the most obnoxious ending I've ever seen in my life. And
Nothing against Donny Osmond.
oh no, it was
'Cause he
intentionally
was hot.
obnoxious.
Although when I brought my daughter to see Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat in Chicago, her thrill was
What?
not that she got to meet Donny Osmond, which she
Right.
did, but she
Right.
got the signature of Pharaoh's understudy.
Really?
And he was hot.
Oh yeah. Wow, that's
Yeah,
amazing.
but back to our film.
Yep. So this was so Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat mixed in with Little Baron Munchausen. Yeah, because the way the waves turn on this were inspired by Baron Munchausen.
Right,
Sort of those
right.
rolling waves.
Go check it out. Kind of an odd film.
Yep.
Second act drags a little.
You know what I found out? I read this online. Time Bandits, Baron Munchausen,
Yeah.
and Brazil were part of a trilogy
Get out of here.
of the development of the individual throughout life. Time Bandits was as a
Oh, my
child.
goodness.
Brazil was as an adult.
Really?
And Munchausen was as an elderly person.
Huh, and Terry Gilliam says this is so? Or
I think so, or either that, or
Roger
somebody,
Ebert.
somebody like interpreted it that way. I think
Huh.
it came from Terry Gilliam.
Well, all three of those films were big influences on me.
Yep. And they're the weirdest trilogy you'd ever hope to see.
Yeah, they are weird.
Yeah.
Of course, you were into Dr. Demeno, so.
Well, I like Terry Gilliam films too.
Okay.
Yeah, I like them all.
And where did all that come from? See, we were supposed to just see them sliding in, maybe, in
What,
the
those?
previous shot, but
Oh,
you know
yeah.
that didn't happen. But that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
You know, you pick your battles. You never finish. You just run out of time.
Yeah, and we wanted the viewer to imagine that this all could have happened within the seafood restaurant. This set is actually about 50 times larger than the actual seafood restaurant.
But you don't. I don't notice anyway. Maybe
Nope.
I'm just dense. But
Oh, and there's our friend
yeah,
to come
no
back
angels.
at the end.
Let's go with the worm.
And we wanted to get one last Moby Blaster shot in there too. So we got that in the background.
Blinking. The animation on that's real nice.
Yeah, it's
Best
nice.
animation in the film. The lights
Oh,
on the Moby
the
Blaster.
lights on the Moby Blaster.
Hey, look. It was
Here
written
comes
and
the
directed
credits.
by us. And there's Amik. She produced it. Hardest working woman in show business,
There's some
Those guys.
Terry, Dan Awog,
which stands for
a
a white old guy.
white old guy. That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, good job on the score, you guys.
Thanks. It was fun. Thanks, Kurt.
There's the
Nice
songs.
work. All the songs. That was fun too. Mike wrote all the short ones, and I wrote all the long ones. Oh, except for
Yeah.
Billy Joe McGuffrey, which
Yeah,
is the
and-
longest one of them all.
And the song coming up at the very end of the credits.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I did
forgot
that.
about that one.
There's Mark.
There's John Waba, our favorite Egyptian editor.
That's right.
He came over from Egypt just to work on VeggieTales.
Jennifer Combs, the second hardest working
Second
woman
hardest
in
working
show
woman.
business.
That's hard to say.
It is. And we're really sorry because so many people worked on this film. We mentioned several of them in our commentary.
We wanted to mention everyone,
Yeah, but
but
they're just
instead we'll just roll the credits.
yeah. There you go. There's so many people that worked on this film, so dedicated and talented.
It was a huge, huge effort, a huge job, as many films are. But this
Yep.
was no exception, and we did it with many fewer people than most of the other CGI studios that have done films like this.
That's the largest our lighting department has ever been right there. Just
Yeah.
a lot of lighting artists to be able to pull that off.
And we ended up having to pull in guys who had just finished up either Jimmy Neutron or Ice Age.
Yep.
To come in and help us finish all the lighting because it was killing us. So anyway, and this song is the Newsboys.
Oh yeah,
By the way,
Steve Taylor wrote this
written
song.
by Steve Taylor, who is one of the most creative people on earth. If you've ever heard any of his music, he's just absolutely hilarious, very, very clever, very, very bright. And we talked about doing a Newsboys song. So he started writing it, and he wanted me to co-write it with him. But I was so busy, I never got around to it. And when I finally got around to trying to put down some lyrics and sent them to him, he had already recorded the song. So I've got some
Those Nashville people, they just work really fast.
I've got some alternate lyrics hanging out on my own. I sing them to myself.
We can use it for Noah.
But his lyrics were actually better when I read them. And this is actually, I believe, him rapping here.
Oh yeah. Very, very nicely rapped, Steve.
And it took me about an hour to try to figure out what he was saying.
I love the line, "It might behoove me to be heaved."
Yes, that's
one of the best of all time.
That's a winner.
Yep.
And then there's a song after this.
Yep. Oh, here comes voice talent. Look at all those guys.
Oh, wow. See, you know how much money we save on voice talent?
That's right.
2 guys that are both on salary, so you don't have to pay them anything.
Don't have to pay them anything extra.
You know, and they're not union, so they don't get any residuals or anything.
No,
and
we're
they
getting
do all the
robbed.
voices. We have to talk to our agents. Because, man,
oh dear.
I'm telling you. Okay, so what's with this next song?
Okay, this is the song under the credits, and I wrote this song, or I conceived of this song after walking out of a movie. I can't remember which one it was. You know, that had a song that ran under the credits that just made no sense. It had nothing to do with the movie, and so it was just a little pet peeve. So I wanted to write a little song about that, and so I went and I wrote it with the pirates in mind for the Jonah film. This was back in '99. And Adam Frick, our audio engineer, had just started, and I went over to him. I said, "Adam, I got this little melody with these lyrics. Would you mind recording it for me, so I don't forget it?" And so
Adam,
I said, please do this. So he recorded it for me. I went in and I just sang it, and he put it on disc. And then it just the project went on hiatus, and the song kind of got forgotten about. And I actually lost the file off my computer, the lyric file, and I went back to Adam, a couple months ago, and I said, "Adam, do you have this song?" And
this
he actually
is 2
found
years later.
More than 2 years. It's like
More
3 years
than
later.
2 years
and
later.
he had archived it on a CD. He found it and played it. And I thought, oh wow, this would be great. Can we do this? And our producer Anik said, "Well, sorry, we don't have the budget to do that. We've kind of run out of time, run out of budget." Which sort of just, it was sort of like a challenge to Kurt Heineke at that point. Said, "What do you mean I don't have time to produce a song?" And so Kurt went home over a weekend and actually did the music for the song, came back and said, "Hey, how do you like this, Mike?" And I said, "Perfect." And so we just went into the booth and recorded it.
Lock us in the booth.
Yep.
All this was ad-libbed that was then edited and edited.
Oh,
and
yeah.
edited.
I edited this, about 50 different versions of this that we had to email back and forth because we were in different locations when we were finishing the end of the song.
Yeah, you were in Toronto.
I was in Toronto. You were in Chicago.
Editing that.
Yep, I was editing it on my laptop, and then we finally came out with a dialogue configuration that we liked.
What do you know about that?
Yep.
And I wanted the credits to be blue.
I wasn't wild about that, but I like it now.
Are
I
you
like
okay
it.
with
Yeah,
it?
I like the blue credits.
So you're not sore?
No, I'm not sore. Good job on the blue.
Thanks. We're all done now.
Look, more blue.
That's nice. Okay, we're gonna go watch a movie.
Yep.
See ya.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Amik Owens, and I am the producer of Jonah, a VeggieTales movie.
And I'm Mark Volcano, the director of animation.
Welcome to our commentary.
This is all about us. Oh, I got to start with the logo. The logo was really fun, and what's been really interesting is after we did this and we put this in some of the theaters, we had a lot of people immediately when this starts up have a feeling that there was some kind of technical breakdown because of the way it starts out, and there was a lot of concern in the audience, and that was kind of a funny response. It's been about 3 weeks animating that piece.
The score on this particular piece of film is probably one of my favorites in the movie, actually. One of the last things that was written, and it gave me chills the first time I saw it against picture. So we had some discussion at the beginning of this and how the transition was working in regards to music. It was a very epic opening with the music, and then we go to a howling wolf to this really funny, great family song in a van. And there was a lot of discussion about, was it too scary? Would the kids be a little frightened? And it actually turned out great. I really love contrast, and it seemed to work well in the theater as well.
We had two sets of animators doing these shots. One set was doing the internal shots of the van. Another set of animators were working on these external shots. And the challenge was blending what was happening on the outside, compositing that to what was happening on the inside. And we kept running into a lot of glitches in regards to things leaving the van, floating the steering wheel, floating away, and the seatbelts going through the characters. I found it to be really interesting when we finally put this all together before it got into final rendering, what we would end up with. Different things hanging outside of the van, different things inside, characters looking the wrong way. So we had to go back over this several times to make sure contextually this was working well. And this was quite a challenge.
At the beginning, there was actually every single verse in the script for this song, and obviously you can't do all 12 grades. It would have gone on for a really, really, really long time. So, we put the cut into the storyboard, and, it worked really well, and it flows a lot better, I think, as well.
See, I like the VW microbus because it reminds me of the 60s for that one trip that it was good for to San Francisco. That's about all of that vehicle was good for. It would get you there, but couldn't get you back. And we had one, and we would fill the sink up with malted milk balls. It had a little sink in the back.
And speaking of the van went through several different color variations as well. License plate as well. We went through different versions, mixed vegetables and a pickle. Several different versions about that.
Kiss your garbage man.
Something fun like that, yeah. I really love the acting that's going on here between Junior and Laura. It is what kids do. I go back to my own childhood and think about things my sister would do to me that, very similar to the acting and the writing here.
I've always had a passion for animation. It's an art form that is so engaging. It's something that even as a very small child, I looked beyond just watching cartoons, but what was it that was so mesmerizing about how this worked? When you get into some of this work in this industry and you're working on pieces that you really take to heart yourself, pieces you pour your heart and soul into. Some people work through the night quite often. And in animation, we put in a lot of hours not only to meet the deadlines, but just to make sure that we really met the challenge of raising the bar. And that was hard at times, but everybody hung in there, and we worked at a level in this studio throughout the entire studio with an attitude that was personal, and it counted, and it meant more than just a typical production. Okay, you gotta love the porcupines.
Yeah.
Porcupines do say, yes, we do have characters with arms or legs. We don't just do vegetables only. We can actually animate characters with extremities.
And the baby porcupines are just way too cute.
Way too cute.
Down the hillside, this was one of the most difficult things that we had to render. It was also very difficult in lighting. We're two very hard places to get through the pipeline on this particular section. The geometry of the trees is very, very heavy, so it takes a long time to render. And we had several different lighters working on this area as well. So while we were having the machines being calibrated so we could match color between artists, there were several variations going on about how bright or how dark certain areas were as they were going down the hill.
The effects artists worked very hard on these ropes snapping off, and every time we would go back into the file, the ropes were different sizes, and the clothespins were different sizes, and so we had to keep going back and trying to get a uniform size, and when we would finally uniform the size of the cords, they were too small, so we had to go back again and scale them up so you could see them when they would snap back, and that presented a lot of work.
This particular, the part with the airbags and the lines, once the airbags have popped, we actually did a vote around the studio on what would be the funniest lines, and people submitted work, different lines for that particular section. One of the favorites that we recorded of mine was, here, kitty, 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 because it made absolutely no sense at all. So that was pretty funny. So that's a fun little piece of information. We'd like to do things in groups around here sometimes.
Maybe it's like tofu.
My vote was for save string. That's my grandfather told me that.
And originally in the storyboards, they said, seafood, but we cut that out.
That was my shot of the fish, by the way. His name was Herman.
Well, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess. Said I was sorry. I'll do better next
Now, if you
time.
look really closely here, you'll see Dad's head goes right through the roof. That's something that just made it right on into the film.
We're gonna miss the boat.
Some things you just gotta let them go.
I don't know about any
That's been my line a lot.
bunny.
Do you think a normal audience member would really know that? Probably not. Unless we let them know, of course.
This shot was a real challenge for lighting. You had the light effects coming from the water, the fish tanks, and the water that was in the diving helmet, and then we also really wanted to establish a mood of this type of restaurant that was not your normal seafood restaurant. It almost had a little bit of a Twilight Zone feel to it. And so they had a lot of challenges, especially when they bring the characters first into the space.
May we help you?
That was one of my favorite moments in the movie. I think that was one of Junior's Oscar-winning moments. And who doesn't love the French peas? Come on now.
I love this part. Everybody talking at the same time, and then Bob's last line, and then the eyes gesturing that, was that me that just spoke last?
Ahab's Moby Blaster, my favorite.
The angel whale that's on the Captain Ahab's Moby Blaster was never seen by one of our directors until the movie was released. So, one of our first screenings anyway. So, that was kind of a surprise for him to see.
And I need to use your phone to call my tow truck. My wife.
I see. Next to the Moby Blaster.
Many
Thanks.
people still haven't gotten that line.
Would you like to have a seat? Maybe enjoy a nice
Dad is such a dork.
combo platter?
We animated Dad to be a dork, to be your standard dork with the dork shirt. The steak and shrimp piece was a lot of fun. It was animated by Tom Falder, and he did a great job. Right here at the end, when he was showing this to me, I had to bring back some of my 70s dancing, so I said, put the bump in there. So we did the French peas doing the bump on purpose.
And when it was recorded, you know, you get Phil and Mike in a booth together to record, and it can be some of the funniest stuff that you'll ever see. So that was one of our first recording sessions that we did downtown in Chicago, and it was really a really fun day that we recorded that.
Now, that's not a pimple on the back of Bob. We're a little concerned about that. I always felt it looked like a scoop out of styrofoam, and if we should maybe do something different with that. But
The porcupine
Why
den.
It's
don't you
from
two
where the
wait
quill
here?
was.
I'm gonna go call
Yes.
a tow truck.
and I guess
Maybe
that's
we
how
can
it
still make it to the
decided
concert
to
on
look.
time.
It disappears after the scene.
It's a cartoon. Cartoons can do that.
You're just getting what you deserve. I'm coming with you, Mr. Bob.
See, they got one guy. All he does, he just folds these napkins.
Oh, the napkin guy.
He works at
We've got such a great team of animators here, as you can see, you know, how much emotion was just emoted, even in the eyes and the body language. You know, we don't have arms and legs, and the talent pool here is pretty unbelievable. All of our animators really just do a fantastic job with the
Yeah.
characters.
If you watch really close, one of the things we do is we incorporate what we
Excuse
call
me.
the thinking character. And that is to do an immense amount of tiny little movements with the pupils. And if you watch even through the whole movie, their pupils would do these tiny little darts that we put in there on purpose to generate to the audience and say that the character is actually thinking, which engages the audience, draws you in as you start to relate to the emotions.
Pretty close. Look, Junior, we couldn't help but notice you were having a little thing with your friend over there.
These shots with the pirates, as you see Larry move, we had a lot of challenges because, especially with Pa's hat, kept going through everything. He kept going through Larry, or he went through the divider before it was open, or it would go through Lunt's mustache would go through Larry or go through the divider. So we were constantly kind of scooching these characters around to keep them from penetrating each other or each item or the booths or the divider.
Well, compassion is when you see that someone
See
needs
that white
help
flesh?
and
Don't
you
tell
wanna
him.
help 'em.
Mistake?
That's what I
No.
thought you'd say.
They all do. Yep.
We find it helpful to illustrate with a little
This was
story.
also one of the first sets that we built for the
You know,
film.
we call ourselves the pirates who don't
You
do
know,
anything.
you can see
But
we've got,
that's
and we
why
put a
it's
lot of
style.
detail into it. You've got Starfield, back there in the background, and Joseph Pulici, our director, did a really fantastic job, not only on the whole film, but his thought to detail and set dressing that we would see was really, really well done. The lighting in the restaurant is also one of my favorites.
I love how the glass looks on that bottle.
Yeah. Brad Hebert, one of our effects artists, did all the water on the fountain and spent quite a bit of time researching and developing the water and how that would look in the fountain.
Arg, you got off easy today. We need more Mr. Twisty's Twisted Cheese Curls.
We try to make the pirates look threatening, but they just can't. Again, if you watch Larry's eyes, at times he tries to look threatening as a pirate, and it's
more
so
funny.
much fun to watch him try to be that way and not be able to pull it off. And I thought our animators did a great job with his eyes on this.
Is a golden ticket that'll change a life.
Now, Mr. Twisty's Twisted Cheese Curls sweepstakes was something that wasn't in the original script when we first started boarding the film. And when we got to our first story reel, we realized that the third act really wasn't working and that we needed to go back and fix it. So with that, that's where Mr. Twisty's Twisted Cheese Curls sweepstakes came into the picture. So we had to go back
When do we start?
and add that to the front of the film to tie in the back end when we got there.
A lot of the characters in Joppa were basically derivatives of Jimmy and Jerry Gourd. We would just take a lot of the other gourds and we would shape them a little differently, put on different costumes, kind of do a mix and match with different hairs and noses and hats. From a design perspective, Joseph Pulici did a great job as our director, having everything in Joppa be so colorful and bright, and the hats would match a lot of the design and the architecture of the buildings and even with the fountain.
Yeah, he tied everything together really well.
This piece was animated by Justin Barrett. Justin came in about halfway through the project and did a great job at stepping up and filling a role right away. And this was tough because the camera was changing and we knew that we were going to have some depth of field changes as well as try to introduce a character that was new and make it silly. And he did a good job. Ah, this camel. We had a real challenge animating this camel. We went back and forth with the technical folks to get him engineered to a point where we could walk him in a fashion that was kind of cartoony, but yet still resembled a camel. And I actually went out and did some research, videotaped camels walking, looked on the internet, found a great site that had the actual foot pace of a camel, and we incorporated that in. And just about that time, Kurt Heineke, the musical director, comes over and says, well, let's see, I need this camel to walk like 12 beats up and 12 beats down, because that's the way I'm going to write the score. I said, well, have you wrote the score yet? No, I'm not going to be writing the score for about 4 more months. So we had to go back and redo the cycle of the camel and make sure that he was paced at a tempo that was going to match the score that he was going to come back and write later, which meant slowing him down, but we still tried to incorporate the same pattern that a camel walks as well as keeping him stylish. And Chris Hickman was the animator that did the camel. He did almost all of the scenes with him, and I really want to give him credit for the challenges that he met.
The choir in this song is actually made up of a choir of Big Idea family people. We've got such multi-talented people here within the company, not just up in the studio, but in design and marketing and licensing, you name it. And we pulled together our own choir for the choir part of this music when the whole city gets involved in the song.
We had lots of input in regards to what to put on the signs. I don't know or recall what all of the input was, but there was some concerns about it being bagels, bagels, bagels. So we ended up with our own Starbucks version.
We went with our own Starbucks version and had to actually go back and make sure we could get away with doing it, or a version of it without getting in trouble. The layout department did a really fantastic job doing choreography and setting up, an idea of how the characters would weave in and out and that type of thing on this particular piece of the movie. And I think they actually had a good time with it. The boards were very well done on this piece as well, but choreography as far as how the camera was going to work here was all done over in layout.
We had a lot of fun working on these dance steps in the animation. Joe McFadden came up with a different kind of hop than what we typically do with the vegetables, which I was really excited about because it brought some freshness to how they moved, and it worked really well with the music.
And believe it or not, all of those little pieces of flying mail actually have a return address of Big Idea on it.
And one lucky winner will be called out when we pick the right piece of mail and find your address on there.
So every night before he went to sleep, Jonah would pray.
This particular shot right here is one of my favorites in the film. I think it's just absolutely beautiful.
There was a message that would change.
And I believe that was done lighting-wise by Nicole Allen.
A new message? Yes. What's that?
People being unkind, lying, stealing. Oh dear, that sounds like a standard.
We went back and forth in animation for how long should we keep his eyes shut because of the way he's praying. And I thought Andy Arnett, our animator, did a really good job keeping his eyes closed until he finally came to this point.
No, I don't think. Oh, you mean that Nineveh? That Nineveh wasn't in Israel at all. It was the capital of Assyria, and it was the biggest, meanest city around. Now,
We
the
decided
people
all the way
who
back in the
lived
storyboarding process about doing this piece in traditional animation. This is traditional animation. It's the only piece in the film that's been hand-drawn. We worked with a company called Calabash to do this piece of animation that was nominated for an Oscar short in 2001. And so we worked together back and forth with the files that we had, the files that we could dissolve in and out from, and they did a great job. It turned out really funny. Mike is the screaming pea, and he always got a big laugh for that.
You
That's a
don't
great
want me
piece.
to go there. You don't know what Nineveh is like. Perhaps you've never been there. Well, of course you haven't. A god like you would never go to a place like Nineveh. For that matter, neither would a prophet like me. Oh. No, it cannot be. Your messages are meant for me and my brothers.
We recorded this obviously to what we call a click track. So the real music wasn't done. It was just the tempo and timing of what the final song would be. So Phil recorded this to a click track.
Big misunderstanding.
We always felt he was playing the piano here. That was actually a glimpse as if he was in a lounge as a lounge singer. So we thought maybe it might be fun to come back and redo that as an outtake.
They've earned your wrath. No.
So we went through several iterations of scheduling out the movie and the amount of people that we needed and time we needed in each department to do certain types of work. You know, trying to bring everything up a couple notches to go to film is quite challenging. One of the big challenges that we experienced going into Jonah was the amount of work that you do have to track compared from, a half an hour video and taking that up to, an 85-minute film. There's quite a bit more and more pieces that go into actually making the film that you have to track one-on-one. So that was a challenge. We got it done, but it was definitely a challenge.
For animation, we really had to step back and reevaluate what it meant to put our work on the big screen. And one of the things that we felt that was important is that we developed a higher consistency in our style from animation, as well as being a lot more accurate in how we conveyed our emotions. So we put an immense amount into the eyes, especially with these characters not having arms and legs. We felt we primarily emote through the eyes, and so we want to make sure that the emotions are clear and they're accurate. We push the elements in a sense that is engaging not only just to the child but to the adult as well. And so we raise the bar quite a bit with what we're doing with the eyes, the directions of the pupils, the shapes of the lids. And we also push the bar in regards to keeping the characters what I call more organic, keeping them moving, even if it's very tiny, small. We call it a moving hold, if you will. And so we spent a lot of time talking about this. We took an acting class and just had a lot of discussion in regards to what we felt would work when you're looking at this in a bigger format.
There's that too. Better check your menu again. We got 2 specials today, and they go hand in hand.
Compassion is when you want to help someone who needs help.
I really thought it was unique the
Mercy
first time
is
I
when
read
you
the
give someone a
script,
second chance, even if they don't deserve
being
it.
able to be in modern day and go backwards into a story, because I felt that kids would really relate to that in a unique way, which they did. I really believe that they do. I mean, the write-ups that we've gotten on the film as well have said, wow, what a cool way to tell a story, a story within a story type of thing. And I'm glad we kept with that all the way through the project and didn't change any of that.
Morning, Jonah.
I love the sound effects here.
What?
We've got a big padlock
There is
on
no
this
word.
tent.
Nothing at all.
No, nothing at all.
We worked with a company called Sound Dogs in Toronto for the sound effects, and we did a lot of the prep work here. We have 2 sound editors here, Jay Elder and Adam Frick, who did a fantastic job preparing all the files to go up to Sound Dogs. And Sound Dogs also took what we had and did just a fantastic job putting it all together and mixing the pieces when we got up there.
And the Foley sounds are awesome. Just all
Yeah.
of the smaller background sounds, when just shuffling and moving around metal and material against material. Just a fantastic job.
Scooter just cracks me up. This whole piece, not just when we recorded, but when the animation got done, I just sat and laughed at this piece every single time I saw it.
You can't go by sea. You gotta go by land.
But I don't want to go to...
Hello, Mr. Jonah.
Oh, the map.
What's the word?
Let's talk about the map. We changed that map many, many, many times. Where's the star going to go? Modeling got to go back and do quite a few changes on that. The other little fun tidbit of information about that map is down at the very bottom, it actually says Lombard.
Down to Egypt. It's lovely this time of year.
Which is our home town.
Yes. Lombard, Illinois.
Go there.
Tarshish? Why, that would take weeks. It's the other end of the world.
Perfect. How much?
Even if you had the money, no one around here has the time to sail all the way to Tarshish.
When we went to record the score in Seattle, it was probably one of the many fun things that I was able to be a part of on the making of this movie. But it just would give you chills to sit and listen to the music being played live in the church that we were at when we recorded. Most films are actually, when you record the score and when you do your final mixing, is done to film. Big idea, we are unique, and we find ways to do things more efficiently, which I think is, one of the things that makes us unique the way that we are. And we actually recorded the score to video, and we also mixed to video. We did not mix and we did not record to film, which is a little bit unusual in the filmmaking world, but we did it and it worked perfect. It worked just fine. So it was also a little time-saving maneuver that we did as well, in getting the film finished.
And we did it all with 3 musicians at a Chuck E. Cheese. It was incredible. It's what we were able to pull off.
Yeah, Kurt's just done such an unbelievable job. He and Phil had a good time, I think, writing together. Kurt would go away and come back with some ideas, and Phil would hum into a micro cassette or little mini cassette recorder and send that home, and they'd swap ideas in that way. And And we had a really good time with that, listening to, you know, what was coming back. Kurt's a very, very talented writer, musician as well.
I love this ping pong game. This was something that we came back and put in a little bit later to give a little bit more story on it and some length to the movie. And Chris Hickman animated this whole section and did a great job. I just love the expression on Jonah's face when the ping pong ball rolls right past him. He has not a clue what's going on.
And one of our the most fun render problems that we had on the ping pong table, it almost looked like a conveyor belt at one point when we rendered it the first time. It was like top speed, and it looked like the top of the table was just spinning. It was really fun.
Hawk Rape was on a treadmill.
Yes, exactly.
What have I done?
Jason Judy did the lighting in this particular section of the film, and he did such an unbelievable job of the lights coming through, as you can see just in that shot right there. This whole area of the film I thought was just really beautiful to look at.
The bag! It speaks!
Mike, our self-help guy. Not only is he a director, but he's the self-help guy.
We had so many challenges with these shots. Again, with trying to keep geometry from literally penetrating into everything else. Heads going into the bags, bags going through the lights, and then getting Khalil to come out of the bag was quite a task for not only the animators but the effects artists as well. We went round and round trying to get a good look for the cheese curls in regards to what should they look like, bugles, should they look like corn chips.
And we actually, when we did the Foley for the Mr. Twisty's Twisted Cheese Curls, they used a barrel with a bag of bugles. Sour cream and onion bugles is how we did the Foley for that. And because we actually had gone in and we were listening to some of the Foley that they did, and we weren't too happy with it, and we said, well, what about bugles? And so they actually went out and got bugles and came back and re-recorded, and it was perfect. It was just exactly what we wanted in sound.
Khalil is a fun, wonderful little character. At first, the original design was to give him 4 arms, in addition to his 4 legs and a tail. And I just felt that would make him kind of an oddity. And since he played a significant role in this story, that I felt to embrace him and have him be more engaging, that he should have just 2 sets, just 2 arms, 1 set of arms. And as well as the amount of time and the budget we had to work on, it also gave us a little bit more freedom in that area. But I'm real happy how he turned out, especially for the acting, with just 1 set of arms.
Khalil also looks like one of our storyboard artists named Luis. He's got a big old black mustache, just like that. And Khalil's went through several iterations, as well. Color-wise, at one point we had fuchsia and blue, a bright yellow stomach. I'm glad we decided on what we decided. I think that, all of the colors look really good together on him now. One of the biggest challenges for me as producer on this film was voice talent. And finding the voice of Khalil was really quite an interesting project for me. We are a non-union house, so we can't hire union talent. Not to say that there's not got good non-union talent out there. They're just really hard to come by, especially for looking for the type of accent that we were. So we went through months and months and months of listening to tapes and CDs and bringing people in for, auditions. And finally, it came down between Mike and the head of our story department, Tim Hodge. And, we listened. What we did is we cut their auditions in and laid it up against the animation, or not against the animation, but we laid it in against the story reel to figure out which was the better voice. And Mike was really good. Tim was just that much better. And sometimes, Phil and Mike do many of the voices. And, my big thing was, hey, guys, I really need a different voice in here. Because sometimes you guys start sounding a little bit the same because you play off each other so much all the time. And Tim just did a phenomenal job with Khalil. He's, I think, most people's favorite character in the movie, and his acting is fantastic, not just in the animation, but in the voice work that Tim did for us. He did a really, really good job. But I do have to say, looking back at the movie, that was probably one of my biggest challenges, and the most frustrating for me, because I would go through so many people. We also had a problem with the way Khalil's eyes were done at one point. We had what we called angry eyes. It looked like he was kind of frowning all the time. Mark, you might want to talk a little bit more about
the
that
eyes.
one.
The eyes, the way that they were engineered and originally designed, just kind of seemed to stay into the inside corners, and that was difficult because no matter what kind of expressions we would dial in, they couldn't seem to get away from being somewhat frowning. And so we, after about 3 or 4 weeks into animating Khalil, we really had to gather again and re-discuss what we should do about that. And the engineer who was working with Khalil at the time did a great job at changing and shaping the eyes to give us more of a rounder shape that we were looking for, so that when we changed the emotions, it would be much more apparent.
There was one point where Phil thought this section might be a little bit too scary for the real young kids because of the sound effects that we had in there. And, I think it was just perfect, kind of, right there on the verge. And it worked really well because we had to give the feeling, even though you can tell by a white background that something is kind of strange, but you still have to give away that whole weird thing of being in a dream, and I think the sound effects really worked there.
Well, we did a couple of things in animation as well. We tried to make Scooter look just a little bizarre, which brought a laugh, and then with Jonah running, doing the typical kid response, la 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 la, with his head, loosened it up quite a bit as well.
This section of the film we actually had to completely reboard as well. The first set of boards that we did, it just wasn't playing very well, so we reboarded it and tried to not show too much water to make it a little less complex as far as what we had to see. And that was a big collaborative effort on everybody's part, as all the studio supervisors got together and we talked about the complexity of it and what was the best way to go about doing it before we went off and reboarded it again. So that was really a fun little thing to be doing.
It's very challenging. We discussed over and over again how much water should we have on the floor. Should there be 2 feet of water slopping around? Should it just be a wet floor in spots? And we ended up going with just having just enough water to show that the storm was having an effect, and to also give the barrels a reason to slide continuously, but yet not slide extremely too fast. So there were a lot of things that we had to pull together to make that work.
Rob Ducey did a lot of rain development as well, and one of the other things that he was able to work on earlier on during the R&D stages was there were a few pieces down the ship's hold where you actually see the raindrops hit the bag that Jonah's laying on, for instance, and how it discolored the bag, and he just did a really fantastic job on that. We did the same thing when we boarded this section, just as far as complexity and how much water are we going to see, and how many, water's very heavy to render as well, and let's talk about how we're going to give them the idea that they're in this huge storm without seeing too much water.
I just love how we reenacted the casting of lots from the biblical account to the game of Go Fish.
Yeah.
I think that is so funny. And what's been really fun now since the movie's been out, my kids have seen the movie now 3 or 4 times. We went out and bought a Go Fish game because they wanted to play Go Fish, and we play Go Fish almost every night. And all of the reactions or responses from my children are one of the typical responses from one of these characters, as drats, or oh, or I'm most desperate for a lobster. So my children have all the responses from the game down. We had a lot of problems with keeping these textures straight contextually. Every time we would go to render it, the wrong card would show up rendered. And we had to make sure that the right texture was on there so the game would communicate right.
The camera work in this particular section was very well done
Very
also.
good.
And You know, the lightning, everything about this sequence was really just well put together all the way through the pipeline.
If you look real close, there was a card upside down. It's part of the go.
Dennis had a good time designing all the faces on the cards. Was on our visual development team for the movie. I gotta tell you though, I never knew what a muskellunge was. I said, "What is that?"
It's kind of a cross between a sponge and a mussel.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the clarification.
I'm a big fan of Andy Griffith, and I love Barney Fife. So constantly you'll see Khalil put his hands in his mouth or bite his knuckle, which is something that I derived from Barney Fife. Barney Fife would do that a lot, especially right before he was either in shock or going to cry. So when you see Khalil put his hands in his mouth or next to his mouth, it's a Barney Fife reference.
Our engineers did a really good job on the lighting of the ship with the tiki lights, because originally when they built this, I said, "Are you guys wacky?" I said, "I know what we need. We need a light source, obviously, for this section, but my goodness, we're going to have to engineer all those lights swing in different ways," and they actually found a way to automate it. So it worked out just fine.
And the ship in itself is a spectacular piece of modeling that Hune did. And every board and every nail is modeled in this boat. It's detailed to the nth degree, and it's just beautiful. And if you spend time looking around on this ship, and you'll see lots of artifacts of just sports memorabilia and just
Surfboards.
Implements of just playtime, if you will, just hanging around. It's kind of fun to just check out the ship to see what's hanging around. Now, this was also an additional scene, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
An afterthought.
Yep, this was a little afterthought that Mike wrote, because Mike's a funny guy.
Was Mike the director?
Mike and Phil both were the directors on this film.
Oh, they were. Oh.
And yeah, well, they think they directed, but it was really me.
That's right. Well, when they were gone, I changed everything too.
Oh, good.
When I was here in the wee hours of the night.
We went through a boarding challenge on this as well. How are we going to get this motor to break off from this stand and make it look like it was really working? So we went back and forth on that one a long time ago too. A good year and a half ago, we were talking about this section and how we were going to get it boarded. The battle cry that Larry does is a really funny little thing. Right there.
He barks like a dog.
He barks like a dog.
That's how he works.
One of the things that I find really unique about our characters is that you can always put them in another story, and that's what makes them kind of fun. And I also think that our characters, everyone relates to one of them somehow or another. We have such a wide gamut between our child vegetables all the way to our adult vegetables, and I think that there's something about each of them that somebody finds a way to relate with, and I think that's really unique.
As Phyllis said, we try to guard what is sacred in regards to the biblical account. Yet that doesn't mean there aren't some areas that we can have fun with. For example, we know that Jonah chose to go overboard, but the Bible never says what he wore. So those are areas that we felt we could take liberties with the bathing cap and the little ducky, and tying that in with the ownership that Larry proclaims.
FX did a really beautiful job on all of the water, the stormy water, the calm water, the rain, the parting of the clouds right there to show the blue sky, the rain clouds. But the water turned out to be very, very, very beautiful.
I love this scene. This is so funny. We toss the rope, which is a nice animation, and then we realize it's not anywhere near the mark.
This section of score is probably my second favorite of the whole score. It was absolutely just beautiful to listen to watch them play, all the strings going. And it was funny when we were actually recording, I stop and talk to many of the artists, in between sessions, and they just went on and on and on about how much fun they were having recording it and how difficult it was actually. They said, I've never done an animated movie before, and it was actually more difficult than what I thought.
Let me do that.
We had a lot of challenges between the rope and the ring and the water,
Yeah.
and getting that to stay with the characters who were constrained to a floating boat. And again, we had to go back over and over a lot of these shots because the rope would not comply to what we needed it to do, or it would literally just penetrate things. This particular shot is what we call our Pearl Harbor shot. If you recognize, if you saw the shot from the bomb dropping, we call this the ring dropping shot. The whale was a lot of fun. I had the fortunate opportunity to animate almost all of the whale shots, and he was a real challenge in regards to trying to get this large, stiff shape to be as organic and as threatening as he could be without being scary, and at the same time definitely give the impression of how massive he was, especially in comparison to the ship.
When they were boarding this particular section as well, Tom Owens wanted to play the whale up to be kind of like a dog.
Do you know him?
I know that Tom Owens guy, yeah.
Swell guy. Personal friend of yours.
Yeah, personal friend of mine. He wanted to play up this whole thing of, getting Khalil in the bowling ball when he swallows him to be kind of like a dog going to fetch a tennis ball or something, and make him kind of more fun so the kids wouldn't be afraid of the whale. Here's this big massive thing that's just eating poor Jonah, and how do you still get that without making it too scary? So that was a thought process behind the boards on that.
I love this shot here coming up, firing the tennis racket. That makes me laugh. If you tried to fire a tennis racket out of cannon, that's exactly what it would do. It would fly so haphazardly like that. Joe Gorski did a great job. These scenes here, firing stuff off the ship, were his animations, and especially this piece here with coming out of the cannon with Khalil. We spent a lot of time on what kind of mood we should put Khalil in with the little teacup, and basically we decided to keep him completely out of touch with what was going on.
How Khalil's piece of the turban that's hanging down is flapping, as well as Larry's cap that he has on, a little flap there on the edge. Originally, we weren't going to engineer those to move, and when we looked at them, we went, that looks really bad. So we we went back and we engineered those so that they would flap in the wind as they were flying through the air or moving fast on the ship.
The engineers wrote this simple little tool called a wind deformer right within the tool Maya that we use, and it worked out great. The animators were able to use it, and we were able to go back and not only animate that scarf on Khalil, but we went back and incorporated it as well on the bandana on Larry.
That shot right there, actually, we are trying to find a way. We went through lots of topics of conversation on that as well. So we wanted to make that opening shot, that establishing shot, look as though we were looking through the edge of the whale's teeth. And so that's where that shot came in, and all those jagged edges that we had in silhouette to make it look like we were
I
looking
thought
through
that was the outline of the United States.
Yeah, it looks that way.
All we need to do is get this whale to swim to Nineveh. Give the message, I sell the plush toys. We'll be right back on track.
Carlisle, please don't speak to me. I'm having a rather bad day.
You don't need to be so
This was a transitional piece in character development for Carlisle for us. Khalil. What was his name? I have to say that I was the one that suggested Carlisle in a doing it just like that in accident. First time Phil pitched Khalil, I said, when I went to repeat it back, I said Carlisle. And it ended up in the story like that. Anyway, as I was trying to say, the character development in Khalil, we felt at this point we needed to start shifting to becoming a little bit more voice of reason, from being just kind of a comical sidekick when you first met him in the hold of the ship.
I loved Khalil's acting there. It just makes you go, oh.
He's trying so hard.
I disobeyed him. I ran the other way. I've done something terrible, and now I'm getting what I deserve. I'm going to die.
This is a big highlight of the film going into the Second Chances song. We worked with a group called Anointed and a gentleman named David Mullen out of Nashville who produced this next song that you're about to hear. And we actually Anointed, when we went to Nashville to record them, there are 3 of them, and what we did is we recorded them, and then when David produced it, he laid their tracks over one another to make it sound bigger. They did bring in a small choir at one point, and did some recording as well, and mixed that into the song. But mostly it was just the 3 artists of Anointed that is the majority of that big choir feel.
We went around and around with different approaches and tests with these characters. We wanted to make sure that they did a great job at emulating the gospel feel and style, but without trying to be too stereotypical. And we worked on several different dances. Amber Rudolph was the animator on a lot of these pieces, and what we did is we sat down and we came up with about 7 or 8 different steps derived from watching different pieces of gospel choirs.
And Amber's also a dancer, so she was a perfect person to cast to do this animation.
And we had the challenge of, with this entire scene, as we kept developing and having more characters come onto the scene, we didn't want it to look robotic. We didn't want it to look stiff. We wanted it to look as loose as possible, but we wanted the dances to make sure that they really did emulate some of the styles that they danced when in a gospel choir. So we came up with several what we would call a master dance, and then we would just plug them in different places. And then Joe McFadden wrote a great tool that helped us copy not only onto the clones of the different angels that would appear, but also we could offset the animation by maybe a frame or 2, so it looked like they were not robotically moving exactly the same, and it gave it just enough variation to keep it loose. And I'm really happy with how this turned out.
That's the MasterCard shot.
No, that's the Visa shot. The MasterCard shot's coming up. Oh, there's the MasterCard
Yep,
shot.
there it is. We say that obvious because of the red and orange circles there, the lighting. You know, we've gotten some comments back saying that, you know, we made these choir robes look like crosses, which was never actually the intent. You know, it was just the big shoulder pads, you know. So it's really funny how people can read into things and see maybe something that we just didn't even see to begin with. We actually used several different references for this piece as well. The Blues Brothers, a little bit of the breakdancing was in there. Vogue. We pulled up the Vogue.
From Madonna.
Video on the internet and watched that for Khalil's little voguing that he does. So, you know, it's really fun to pull in things that, you know, some people get and some people won't. You know, kids won't get a lot of the stuff, and, you know, maybe the adults, the teenagers would, which makes it kind of fun.
One of the fun challenges with these shots when there's a lot of angels is when these characters were built, they were kind of a mix and match. Put a different nose on this one, put a different hairstyle on this one. And then when we would start to watch some of these rendered shots back, we'd realize that we'd have 2 or 3 characters staying together that looked exactly the same. So we'd have to go back in and tell rendering to switch the hair and move the hair around from one character to the next. And then we'd look at it again, we realize, oh, well, we got 2 characters over here. We have 2 two tall characters with the same hairdo, and we'd go back again, move the nose around, give them a different hairdo, until eventually we could get enough contrast so it didn't look like they were exact clones.
Yes, we had many renders with bald asparaguses. many of them.
Many of those as well. Bald asparagus. Actually, some of them I think were leeks.
Yes.
These shots here, this shot here with all of the angels, there's about 685 angels in that shot. And that was quite an undertaking. What we had to do is we actually animated one master character for every 15. And then we cloned that animation. Now if you look back, if you go back onto the fishing, there's a little bite on the bobber. I put that there.
Did you put a little bite on that?
There's a bite on the bobber.
At
That's
one-
what you do when you're animating at 3 in the morning and you're bored.
We actually almost cut that shot at one point. We said, no, you have to keep that cut. It's too funny.
Yeah, that can wait. Did Jonah get another chance? Well, God saw that Jonah needed help, and he wanted to help him.
That's compassion.
But did he give him a
Costuming the
second
characters
chance?
was awfully fun.
You know, mercy.
We went through several different designs on what the girls would wear and what colors we were going to make Junior's hat, and
And you'll notice Laura has a new hairdo.
and Laura has bangs. She's growing up.
She is. This shot was a real challenge. We needed to make the whale look sick. And so what I did is I actually watched a dog throwing up to see what the corner of his mouth did and what kind of expression I should put on his face.
One of the funniest things, probably the hardest I've ever laughed, was Mike decided to act this particular piece out. And they had talked at one point about possibly changing those boards. And Mike wanted the whale to actually come up on shore, walking on his flippers,
And barf.
and barf, because they called it Barf Beach. So Mike got on his hands and knees one day and actually acted the entire thing out. It was quite an interesting sight in our approval room one afternoon.
We needed to have that on videotape.
Yes, we did. That would have been a good piece to put on the DVD because it was funny.
Now that was our Lawrence of Arabia shot. That was a reference to, we went through many variations of trying to develop the mirage as in Lawrence of Arabia. Unfortunately, we didn't really quite carry it out as long as the original movie did, but
Nicole did a really good job on that shot.
she really did. We had a lot of fun with that. There were times when the mirage was so strong that you couldn't see anything, and there were times when then the mirage would look nothing like water except all like fog. This is actually some of my favorite shots here, especially when he looks back at Jonah. Really has an expression on his face there that starts to develop for the audience
Being
a sense
afraid.
of suspense. We have to give credit here to Mr. Ron Smith doing the voice of the crazy Ninevite, or Japonian. Crazed Japonian, is that what we
Crazed
call him?
Japonian is the title that we gave him. Luke did the lighting here, and he just did a beautiful, beautiful job going through the canyon. It just really gave an eerie feeling of, what he was about to go into, what Jonah was about to go and face. And when we did the color timing on the film, we actually laid a red lens down and had the film reprocessed to get this particular shot really, really, really red.
My hat's off to all the artists who painted and lit and put these shots together, because they really create the mood that was important to convey at this time, to show the contrast between what you've seen so far in the story and how Nineveh was really to be set apart as a different city. Color's beautiful.
Well, yes, I suppose so. But I... We don't like strangers. No.
Now here you've got characters that are probably at their most simplest in design. You have a character that has no mouth, no eyes, and no arms and legs. And these guards, they are the most simplest VeggieTale character to date.
And again, Joseph Bullich did a really great job in the art direction. Just like he did in Joppa and brought in all, the poofs from the tops of the buildings into the clothing that people were wearing, he did the same thing here in Nineveh. where they slap people with fishes. So there's a whole fish motif going on, obviously in the spears and the helmets that the guards are wearing, all the way into the design work of, where King Twistimer is. And also on the characters in Nineveh, he brought in stripes into their uniforms as an undertone of almost being jailed, which is something that he did in the design work, over about 2 years ago, when he was putting together, the peas and carrots in Nineveh. But that's what he wanted to get across, was having the stripes, which kind of made it feel like a, jail clothing.
And we rewrote this several times.
Yes.
It's part of the story that was a real struggle, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We weren't exactly sure from a story perspective. I know it was important for Phil and Mike to try and introduce Nineveh and how we tied that in with the pirates and getting Jonah into Nineveh and the kind of situation they would end up in was such a challenge that the rewrite of this went on well into production.
You aren't gonna want that reef, are ya? Good, because we spent it. Every last penny. On cheese.
Sometimes you have to go through several different viewings of a story reel before you really get your story locked down and you're happy with what it is that you're sending into production. So we did a couple, screenings with just supervisors to take a look at it and get notes at that point. We also did some screenings with our entire crew, because it's good to have a fresh eye look at the work as well. And it always, if something's really not working and you get half of your own company giving you a note back saying, I don't get that part, or I was bored there, or, a number of different things, and that you've, obviously got a problem.
Which, despite its unseemly location, was a splendid experience.
I love the element of the slapping fish. It's not something that is disturbing to people, but at the same time sets the Ninevites apart as definitely a different type of culture that was not very nice. And so we had a lot of fun. If you watch, even in the background of all of these shots, somebody's getting hit with a fish.
Against the royal city of Nineveh. That's ridiculous. Oh, is it? No, wait! I thought they were free samples! Take them away! You can't do that! I'm sorry. Are you with these men?
Well, yes, I suppose. Hello, what are you doing?
This was one of obviously the last pieces to go through production because of the rewrites. And we had actually hired several templighters to come in to help us get through the back end of production and finish the shot lighting for the movie. Set lighting was done by most of our senior artists here at Big Idea, as well as Dan O'Brien, who is a supervisor for that particular department. So he spent a lot of time with the templighters when they came in, training them up to be able to do the shot lighting. So a lot of this particular section, which is reel 5 of the movie, reel 4 of the movie, was really difficult, and it was split up between several different people. So getting continuity and lighting was quite a challenge here.
We had to take a look at this environment and put our heads together amongst several departments in regards to how we were going to shoot this. Because of the crowds and because of the size of the set, it was quite a challenge, and because of the people in the backgrounds as well and the tricky camera shots. So what we did is we ended up separating all of the crowds onto different layers, and the foreground characters were separated as well. So we ended up running a lot of these shots in a fashion of shooting just the foregrounds at a whole different time, and then we went back and reran the shots without the foreground elements and somebody just doing the crowds in the background, and then trying to put those together in a compositing sense ended up being a lot of work, and we had to run these again over and over several times. Often you would find characters just not missing or in the side of the wall, moving, or hats on wrong characters or something, but it was a real challenge to pull it all together.
Yeah, we actually had, Michael Spooner had done a lot of development on how Nineveh was going to be set up and what it looked like, but as the story changed also, we had to change how that set was going to look and how it was going to play out, how the story was going to play out in Nineveh. So we had to actually go back and redo a lot of that development work. And the supervisors, again, all got together and put their heads together on that one, on what's the best, most efficient way to do it and still have it be played out in this area. So, we were able to go back in and make this courtyard type area that's near the palace. Plus you've got, the living, all the homes of the other characters within the city. There's a shot here, if you look close enough, that Larry loses his mustache.
Yes. Now, do you recognize who the king is, Amik?
I do, Mark. That would be Mr. Twisty.
But do you know where he came from?
Why don't you tell me, Mark?
Mr. Twisty used to be an employee here. We originally were going to have Pa Grape play the role of the king.
Yes.
And we just felt that was too much. That not only was Pa Grape one of the pirates, in both the story in present time and in the biblical account, and then also doing the narration and sometimes the voice of God, and then to also play the king of Nineveh, I thought that might get too confusing. So we decided to bring in a different character. So for those of you VeggieTale fans who are familiar with Larry's high silk hat and the gigantic gourd that comes in at the end, this is Mr. Twisty with a mustache and a different costume. I really want to give compliments to our animator Tom Danon, did these shots between Jonah and Mr. Twisty, and just some of the expressions that he put on his face here, because this is these are critical shots. These scenes going back and forth between the expressions on Mr. Twisty and Jonah are real significant in regards to the story and getting the message across.
We also went through several different versions of what we were going to call the slapper. The slap of no return, the slap of doom. We went on and on and on about trying to figure out what we wanted to call the slapper. Did we want to call it the slapper?
Slap happy the slapper.
I'm terribly sorry. I've been meaning to shower, but...
He has been in the great fish. We must hear the message.
What? Oh, the message.
We had problems with his t-shirt constantly. His belly was so big, it kept poking through his t-shirt. So we decided to just make the t-shirt really, really shrunk and small on him instead of trying to cover his belly. So the t-shirt is small like that on purpose.
Stop lying, and especially stop
Great shot.
slapping people
That
with
establishing
Veggie.
shot is
Or this
wonderful.
entire city will be destroyed. A message from the Lord.
Well,
We had lots of problems with penetration through the ropes as well. That was another fun thing that had to be tackled.
I hate ropes. My kingdom to not use a rope anymore.
Never again.
Ropes are so hard to do in CG because they can go anywhere and they always seem to create so much more expense to work with. This scroll is the scroll from Esther that Larry, when he was a scribe, writing on. And so we used our resources wisely and pulled the scroll in. It's really just Bounty paper towel wrapped up on 2 sticks.
And let the asparagus and his friends go free.
Layout did some really nice camera work here as well.
Nineveh said they were sorry, stopped the fish slapping, and started being nice to people.
As you can see a big lighting change happen there. It's very bright
Dramatic.
and happy.
Andy Arnett did this shot. It's 16 seconds long, and if you look very close over on the right, there's still a pea stuck in the wall, moving,
Thank you. Thank you.
and a carrot.
So long. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. You see, Jonah figured God wouldn't really forgive the Ninevites. I mean, they'd done some terrible stuff. No, he figured God had something else in mind.
That was another little piece. How were we going to, without making a big deal out of it, show that the pirates had separated from Jonah at some point? So, we just put that into the boards of them just hopping away at the gate and going their separate ways. But that was we talked about a lot about that and made it probably more difficult than what it really needed to be at times.
I love the emotion here without the spoken word. Nathan Tungseth was the animator on this scene, and the expression in Khalil's face and his eyes in
What are we
particular,
doing?
right here,
Oh, it's time to watch the
I
fun.
think is very effective.
And what fun would that be?
Well,
He
I
worked
did
hard
what I
also
was
with
supposed to
Dan
do.
Warzazik,
I warned them that they were
who
going
took
to
up
get in
on some of these scenes here
trouble.
on
So
Jonah,
now that they've had
trying
the
to get
warning,
his
it's
message
time to
across,
watch God wipe
thinking
them
that he
off
was
the
really going to
face
take
of the
great
earth.
joy in watching Nineveh get destroyed,
I picked a safe
and you really
distance
start to
so
see
we
some
won't
wonderful
get
character
seen.
development happening again to probably the third level now with Khalil, as he really starts to take more assertion in what he feels is more right in regards to actually getting the message.
There were times when people would, give comment back about feeling like the whole Fool on the Hill, which is what we called this section in production, was moving a little slow, and with the right acting, with the score, Phil would always say, "No, imagine the score there, imagine the animation," and he was right. We got all of that cut in, and it really worked. One of the other things that we did that's had not been done on previous projects here was we actually worked with temp score while we were getting our reels together through the process until we actually had our own stuff to be able to cut in to help play with the emotion, to help people while they're watching it feel something that maybe they wouldn't if you just had the dead silence. So that was something that we worked on doing on Jonah that had not been done before. So, and it did. It worked. It helped. It gave us a really good idea of how things were going to flow, even though we were using music from elsewhere.
Well, Phil always said score is 99% of the production, right? Was that right? 99?
Something fun like that. While Mike and Phil and I were gone, traveling quite a bit while we were finishing recording the score, mixing the score, doing the pre-mix up in Toronto for the sound effects and dialogue mixing and the rest of it. Jennifer Combs, our production manager, and Mark actually were here getting through those last shots of the film, working very long hours, lots of blood, sweat, and tears, just like most projects. And as you can see, just did a fantastic job of seeing the rest of the work through the pipeline, getting it so we could get it sent to film. So we had to do a lot of multitasking, which again is different than the normal process while making a film. And these particular shots, actually, you can see the mountains there in the background. At one point, it was just a solid flat plane, and we talked about we were getting down to the wire. We were at the very end of production, and we talked about what we could or couldn't do. So we went back in and we added those to do a little bit better framing in those shots.
When I watch this scene, I think of a lot of hours and being here very, very late to just try and pull these together. One of the things we kept fighting was we would do the animation in one file, and when it would show up hitting the ground, a lot of the characters were what would appear to be 3-4 inches off the ground, and we
They had
would
special
go.
powers.
We had this ability to levitate on their own, and we would go back and we would either lower the characters, or then we would try and raise the ground, and that went on, seemed like for days, getting those to match up. There's a good example of levitation right there. I love this animation on Khalil here. I think he really conveys the feeling very well. And I love just his mannerisms, what we did in regards to getting him to choose to go off on his own.
People who are big and important. The world needs more people who are
And I love this whole monologue of Khalil. Just such a great speech. The first time I saw it, I actually teared up because it's true.
She did. I had to get some Kleenex.
Don't cry,
Who I
dry your
talk
eyes.
to? You can't just leave me here all alone.
Hello?
Carlisle?
One of the things that was really great about this little piece right here too was that, you know, Jonah's actually trying to get his name. You know, oh my gosh,
He's
I'm
trying
gonna lose
to
my
show him-
traveling buddy now,
He's
and
trying to show him a little more respect.
yeah,
And we had trouble with Khalil keeping up with the camel there too, so Andy came up with a great idea to just pause the camel and look at him,
It's
let
over?
Khalil catch up, then take another step.
That's how it ends?
yeah,
What did Jonah
we had
learn?
a lot of really great moments on this film, and we also had a lot of challenges. You know, being the first time out and going up to a bigger level, we actually rendered the whole film in Maya, which hasn't been done before. So that was a big first, but it also came with, you know, lots of problems and workarounds that we had to come up with to get the film done on time. We brought in a woman named Lisa Atkinson who has done several feature films and worked at several CGI houses as well. And so she's got a real great technical background as well as, you know, being able to organize and find where things have disappeared. You know, when you work in a digital world, files can just disappear. We don't know where did they go. And we found out actually that our render farm at one point was pretty much swallowing shots. They were going into a corral and then they would just disappear after a couple days, and we'd go, well gosh, we sent that off to render, you know, 2 weeks ago. Why hasn't it come off the render farm yet? And so we had to go back and we had to find a lot of those shots and get them through and get them finaled and composited and things of that nature. So that was really quite a challenge. You know, we obviously got it figured out, but that was a pretty difficult thing.
When we first started looking at the story, there was a lot of ideas in regards to how should we end this. And Phil had several ideas, and we sat around in story development thinking of several ways to end this. One of them was everybody getting on the bus or watching the bus pull away or actually going to the concert and watching a performance. We just didn't know, but Phil felt pretty strong about doing a big musical number.
Well, we talked about doing the musical number on Esther's stage as well. Reusing Esther's stage and doing the concert there.
As long as we changed the seats.
Yes.
I was happy with that. This is actually the pivotal point here in the entire story as far as the message goes, because we can tell the story and give the biblical account as we do, but it really comes out in the application, and we feel it's important, like with all of our VeggieTales and the work that we do here at Big Idea. We just feel it's important that we not only talk about it or tell it, that we also show application. We give an actual example of that, what kids can relate to, what parents can see.
Yeah, I'm asked, you know, a lot about, you know, what is it that means something to you? Why is it so different to be here? And, you know, for me, really it is because we've got the morals and values that we're trying to teach to people. And I would only hope that when kids walked away from this movie that they would go back to school the next week and treat somebody differently in their class or on the playground, that families can sit down at dinner and have something to talk about. And to me, that's what's really important, is that we are giving people things that they can walk away with, which a lot of family entertainment doesn't do anymore.
Right.
What did you learn from that?
Right. We really want to push back just past the desires to entertain and touch people's lives is really what it's all about. And there's several points in this film and a lot of our work that you can sit and watch and really get a warm feeling in your heart, as knowing that as it will touch your life, or how it can touch other people's lives, or how you can use that to share with other people. And it's really special to be part of. Well, the Roy Rogers guitar was a challenge, especially with no hands. So we had the engineers, as talented as they were, since they'd been spending the first part of the year doing ropes, we thought they could certainly do guitar strings. So we animated the guitar strings on both times the guitar was being played.
And our design team actually helped model a bunch of this stuff for us, a lot of the cutouts for stage. So that was really a lot of fun. I think they enjoyed being able to do some work on the film also. So that was fun, and it turned out great. I really like the way that this whole stage setup looks and turned out. It was a lot of fun.
We had a lot of fun with this. Tom Dana and Dan Warzazek Andy Arnett, almost all the animators got an opportunity to touch different scenes in this and just kind of trying to make it look a little bit on the silly and big production, B-grade Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's been such an honor and a privilege to be a part of this team that's worked on this film. Our story crew, our visual development, every single crew that we've had here are just such a unique set of talent and really, really good at what they do. And it's nice to be in an environment where, I do feel that it's collaborative and creative and people give input and you can talk through things together much more so than you can in some of the larger studios that I've worked at in the past. And there's just really a unique set of people here and very, very talented. It's been a great honor to be a part of this team. And Phil and Mike, they make me laugh every day. You get me in a room with them and it's all over. It doesn't take too much to get me going, but when I get going, you can't stop.
It's just different than being in a room with me, isn't it? Just go ahead. Admit it.
Oh, the lights. There they are.
I hate to break up the party, but who needed a tow? Have we met?
Do you recognize that character, Ami?
Where have we seen him before?
This has been Mark and Amik Live. Coming to you live from a very small janitor's closet. We're going to take our number 9th caller for that free giveaway of Mr. Twisty's Cheese Curls. We'll be right back after this break. Now these credits. The best part is coming up right here. There. I said it. It was all about me.
Isn't it always though,
No,
Mark?
I want to give credit to Amik. She talks so highly of everybody. I want to talk about Amik. I don't want to talk about me anymore. I want to talk about Amik. Because if I talk really highly about Amik, I'll get a big raise. And she'll bake me cookies.
Oh, man. And cookies,
Amik worked so hard. She came here from another studio, picked up her family from the West Coast, and moved it here, all 2 of her. And came and just ran into just all kinds of work that never allowed her to sleep. Never allowed her. I think she said last time she had done laundry was 16 months ago.
But see, that's an excuse to go shopping. See how that works. Yeah.
That's why you have so many pairs of socks.
There you go. One of the people that hasn't been mentioned too much through this whole thing is John Waba.
John, my friend
Mr.
John.
John. He
our man from Egypt.
He is an unbelievable editor and did such a fantastic job on this film and played such a huge part into making it what it was. Very, very talented gentleman. So, hello, John.
John's very good, and the editing is really what pulls everything all together. I mean, as far as timing elements, as you all know, a gag can just fall over dead, or just the amount of time a camera hangs on. When you really start to look at this all pasted together, John's very gifted at, telling you this needs to be longer, this is not happening, or he's the one that says, hey, Larry had a blue hat on in the previous scene, where'd it go?
He's good eye for continuity as well.
We had the Newsboys
Yes,
do this song.
It's the Newsboys.
Which is exciting, and there's also a video.
And Steve Taylor produced this, which was just really kind of a really neat thing. And we love this song, and he did a great job writing the lyrics as well. The lyrics are so much fun in this
Very
song.
clever.
It's got a great tune. It's got a great beat. It's perfect. Perfect for the credits. And actually, we went back and forth between the credit song and this song, and which one would come first in the credits, because this song works perfectly with Khalil's eyebrows as they go up. Right there on those first couple beats of the song. So we chose to put this one first. But the other credit song that's coming up, Mike actually wrote a long time ago. I'm sure this is on their commentary as well, but he went back and found this towards the end of production. And of course, I'm tired. And I said, but who are we going to get to produce it? And we'll never get it done in time to get it cut into the film. So Kurt and Mike went away and did it overnight. Just that quick. And they came back the next day, and it was funny. You know, they said, pretty much they went, neener, neener, neener. It's kind of how that came down. Look, we did it, so there. And it's fantastic. I am really glad that it worked out and it's on here. It's absolutely hysterical.
We get
It's
lots
perfect.
of compliments on it. People love this. It's getting a lot of attention. It's silly. And it's just so funny because sometimes people make just a little bit too much out of the song under the credits, and I think that's just exactly what he's saying.
Well, and it's so true, though, you know?
Very much so.
It is so true. So all of those songs that you see going up on the screen, we even had to, like, you know, put all the legal stuff under the Ding Dong song, which is the little ho-hos and ding dongs on the ship's deck.
It's about a 3-second song.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a good time choosing what color we wanted to use on the credits and the font.
And you did the credits.
And oh, the credits were so much fun in my world, let me tell
Spacing them
you. Not just that, but just, you know.
Should I use columns or rows?
Yes, and how people were placed, and actually the people that did our film out for us, you know, came back and said, you're never going to get all of these in. So we did actually have to go and do 2 columns. I wanted everybody's names to run all by themselves, you know, one at a time, and that didn't quite happen because we just didn't have the time for it. Well, I guess we'll be out on the porch too, Mark?
Yep, we're going to be out on the porch.
Okay.
Yeah. Fetch me my pipe and slippers, dear.
Oh yeah. This is the new logo.
This is Mr. Lunt,
And this is Larry the Cucumber.
and we're watching the new logo.
Oh, this is a good part. Woohoo!
I love it when Bob gets it.
That's right.
Isn't that a hoot? So anyway, we're watching this movie here. It's called, what's the movie called?
It's called Jonah,
Oh, that's right.
a VeggieTales movie.
That other movie we made. What was that other one?
That other one was called Socks with Stripes.
Right, that was good, but not this good.
No, not this good.
It was highly regarded in France.
That's right.
I believe so. Now, what you may or may not know, depending on your filmic literacy level, is that Larry the Cucumber and myself, Mr. Lunt, were actually the producers of this film.
We were the real big-time power behind the film.
Yeah. Now, you know, if you read the credits, it will not say that in as many words.
No, but we needed to clear that up.
But the air should be cleared.
That's right, that we were the go-to guys.
Yeah, unless the movie does horribly at the box office, and then we had nothing to do with it.
Then it's a Meek's fault.
That's right. That's a Mick and that D-Wog guy.
That D-Wog.
A-Wog.
That's right. A-Wog.
That guy. It was,
Oh, okay. Oh, here's
What's
where the
going
kids.
on?
They're driving through the woods.
Yeah.
And look, porcupine.
Whoa! Now how did? Oh, I'm
Careful
bumping
with the mic there.
I'm bumping the mic with my lack of hands.
You know, that porcupine, there's an interesting story to that guy.
How did we get that porcupine to act in a vegetable movie? Tell
Well,
me.
you know, I met him at Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah?
He was there at a birthday party.
What was he doing?
He was sipping on a Sprite.
Was it his birthday?
It was, no, it's a friend of his.
Okay.
So, but, you know, I just looked at him and I thought, wow, you know, that guy has got potential. So I went over and gave him my card.
Really? You know, I've always considered your eye very keen for talent.
That's right.
Ever since you found that manatee.
Oh, yeah. Barbara?
And that peach.
Oh, yeah.
peach?
The peach.
Yeah, that was a find. Although I don't think his diction classes are helping very much.
No, he's just a monotone kind of a guy.
Right, so anyway, as you may now know, or perhaps not, Larry the Cucumber and I produced the film that you're watching, Jonah, a VeggieTales movie. And we, did not go to film school.
No, we didn't. But we can, we went to the Culinary Academy of Louisiana, though.
We did that, and I also noticed that Sally Struthers offers some very competent film courses. So we took a little of her class by mail.
And the internet.
And by the internet.
That's right.
Yeah, because we were thinking that would give us, you know, turn us into kind of Rob Reiners.
Uh-huh.
Since there's a connection there.
Right.
And so we thought that was a good idea, and that gave us the idea to make this movie. Was everything we learned from Sally Struthers
Uh-huh.
in the correspondence classes that we took. And Larry the Cucumber, he got a B minus, and I got a C minus, but I think it was rigged.
We were gonna call it Jonah a meathead movie.
Yeah, because we thought that would impress both Sally and Rob.
Yeah, but we decided on VeggieTales.
Right, because that works too, we think. So the hardest part of making the movie, really, from our point of view, was raising the money, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Not a lot of people want to give money to a couple of vegetables.
No, at first we were thinking that we could probably pull the whole thing off with maybe a car wash.
Yeah, or a bake sale.
Or a bake sale.
Which we did.
Which we did several of.
Yes, that's right.
And they were delicious.
Uh-huh.
And car washing is fun, but it's your throughput is low when you don't have any arms.
Yep.
So after like a day and a half, we'd only washed half a car.
So, what do you think? Should we start talking about the movie?
Which movie?
The one that we're watching.
Oh, yeah,
Because this is an exciting part. Okay, now, these porcupines coming up. You know, the first porcupine I met was in a Chuck E. Cheese.
Right?
I met her in a laundromat.
Wait a minute, that's not the same porcupine?
Nope, it's not the same one. See, that's a mommy porcupine with her 2 kids.
What was that other one? Like an uncle?
It was just some guy porcupine.
Or just like a deadbeat dad?
I know, just a guy porcupine at some kid's party. But I was washing my sleeping bags at this laundromat when I saw her.
Yeah.
I thought, hey, you'd be great for our movie. And she had 2 kids, so they came along too.
Were they at the laundromat too?
Yeah, they were there.
What were they washing?
They were just, they had some socks with stripes.
Really?
And see, because they had socks with stripes, it reminded me of the first movie that we did.
Right, the
Socks
one that
with
didn't
Stripes.
do so good, but they loved in France?
That's right.
Yeah.
So, so that made me think that was a sign that they should be in the movie.
Right. You know, we did all this camera work. It was all steady cam work.
Uh-huh.
You know, wait.
Oh, look, it's underwear.
Oh, yeah. You know, the kids, they love the underwear jokes.
They do.
If there's anything I've learned from Jim Carrey, my idol, it's that kids love underwear jokes.
Oh, yeah? What about socks jokes?
Not so much.
Because we've used that a couple of times.
Well, if the socks are dirty, they think it's hilarious. If the
Oh,
socks
yeah.
are clean, they don't get it.
Oh, okay.
Not
Yeah.
even if they have stripes, they think it's French.
Gotcha. But it doesn't really matter with underwear.
No, underwear.
dirty,
clean,
whatever.
dirty. Some kids, dirty, that is a little, turns their nose.
That's
maybe
right.
a little bit, and it messes you up with the church market.
Oh, yeah.
They don't like that so much.
No,
And airbag jokes, those work pretty well since Dumb and Dumber.
Oh, yeah?
There's-
Yeah? And Larry Boy and the Rumor Weed.
Yeah, there's a good airbag joke in there, and I think we took it to a new level by having dual airbags.
Dual airbags, yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
anyone's ever done a dual airbag joke before.
I don't think so.
No.
Or our side protection airbags. That hasn't
Right.
been done yet. Maybe we can do that in our next movie.
Well, I have a question for you since you were the porcupine wrangler.
Yes?
On this movie. How did you get them to throw their quills? Because unless I'm mistaken, they don't really do that.
Well, yeah, it is a little bit of a misnomer that porcupines actually can throw their quills. But these guys, we set them up with a special rigging to be able to do it. So they had like 3 or 4 loose quills on them, and they'd just give their tails a good whip, and they'd actually come out. So, but that shot took us at least 4 takes to get that quill.
Which one?
The one where Bob got it in the behind.
Right, I remember.
Yeah, that took us like 4 takes to get that one.
Although I actually, as a producer, did not show up on the set all that much. Because the producers that I sought to emulate are the ones that have very little actual role in the filmmaking process.
Yeah.
They just sit back and act like big shots. Like, say, Tom Hanks.
Uh-huh. Or Tom Cruise.
Oh, yeah, they don't really get involved so much.
Yeah.
They just... And what's going on here, would you say?
Well, this is the big argument that the kids have. This sets up the whole movie right here.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
Right here. So
yeah,
this is
they're
important.
This is important.
Because when we were making the movie, I was thinking this whole restaurant thing wasn't working.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I was thinking we should just get rid of it.
Oh, so they just show up in the story of Jonah?
Yeah.
Yeah, the kids? Or the kids who were just
No
out?
kids.
No kids?
No, kids don't like to watch kids.
Good thing you're a producer, not a director.
Kids, you know what they say?
What's that?
They say if I want to watch kids, I'll just look in the mirror. Why do I want to pay $7 to watch myself?
Yeah,
That's
well,
what they say.
Is that what they say?
They do.
Good thing you're a producer, not a director.
Even in France. That's why they like that movie we made about the socks, because there were no kids in it. And
Just lots of socks and stripes.
And kids would say, in French, of course,
I can't watch socks in the mirror because they're in my shoes.
Uh-oh.
So this is really valuable to see a movie about socks. But these movie with kids in it, they don't get it.
No. Well, I think they do.
You know, my friend Federico Fellini,
Uh-huh.
he didn't do movies about kids because he knew that kids didn't get it.
Oh, no. Well, Federico is wrong, because kids get it. Kids are sharp as tacks.
Next to the movie blaster.
Thanks.
So the French peas here, you know, how do you think they did? Do you think they stole the show?
Well, I think they did a pretty good job. They got this catchy little song that they sing.
What were they like to work with? Because I, again, didn't show up that much.
Well, you know, not a lot of people know this about the French peas, but they're actually Swedish.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, it's true. You talk to them off the set, and
Yeah?
you know they've got Swedish accents.
So the whole accent thing, it's
all a put on.
It's a sham.
That's right.
It's a fake.
That's right. Well, if you notice, they're not really all that authentically French. Their accents are a little bit off.
What are you talking about? Next thing you're going to critique my accent.
I would never critique your accent. It's so authentically
You are
Italian Hispanic.
you are on thin ice, pal. If we direct another movie together, no way
Produce?
we produced it, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's a horse of a different color.
Uh-huh.
Then, well, we might have to change the way we work.
Oh yeah, like how?
Well, maybe I will be the one who comes to the set, and you'll be the one who stays in the office and answers the phone.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Well, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess, Lunt.
You,
Coming with you,
it,
Mr. Bob.
what? What mess are
Wait.
we in?
You know what?
What?
I think we could learn a lesson too
What's that?
about compassion and mercy.
Hey, wait a minute! I'm showing up in the movie.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Quit your jabbering. Everyone wants to pay attention now.
Uh-oh. Okay. Here we go.
That's-
Oh yeah, this is where we were talking
I
behind the
was
screen.
I was improvising.
Yeah.
I was ad-libbing.
We had a lot of ad lib to cut through to get.
Yeah,
what
I'm
we
a
got
Second
there.
City grad. Not many people know that, but I went to Second City, the famous improv club in Chicago, you know, and I hung out with, you know, Jim Belushi and Chris Farley.
You did?
And, oh yeah, all at the same time.
Oh wow.
It's pretty amazing.
Wow. I did Drury Lane dinner theater out in Oak Brook for a while.
I don't think I'd spread that around.
Look, Sonny, can I
But anyway, I was such a big star at Second City in Chicago. This was in the, I don't know, the 80s, let's say. That Lorne Michaels, you know him from Saturday Night Live?
Uh-huh, yeah.
He wanted me to come on because he said I reminded him of Rosanna Dana.
How did he figure that?
It's always something.
What? Could you say what? Say Eagle Rights.
you need is a little
Eagle Rights.
Eagle Rights. Oh, okay, I can see it.
Eagle
Yeah.
Rights.
Okay. Yeah, I
So-
can see it. Do you remember that Rosanna Dana skit?
No, I don't.
She was talking about Eagle Rights.
I never actually saw the woman.
Oh,
All I
okay.
know is that Lorne Michaels said I was the future.
Oh, okay.
So he flew me out to New York.
Uh-huh.
They put me up in a hotel. They wine me. They dine me. They
Uh-huh.
let me do a guest appearance in the salad bar on some sketch with James Belushi, because, you know, John was gone.
Yeah.
And James, you know, he's okay, but not quite as funny.
Right,
You know?
right.
But it went okay. But then they focus grouped the episode and they said that people don't like vegetables
Oh.
because they make them think of health.
Health?
Yeah, and he said Saturday Night Live is not about health.
No?
That's what they said.
What do they know?
So
Good
I-
thing they're producers and not directors.
I went back to Chicago, and that was the end of my Saturday Night Live career. But then when, you know, it was time to do the movie, I thought, hey, you know, I'm no Rick Moranis, but I could pull that out,
Sure.
you know, and I
Sure.
could do that, you know, making up lines thing in the middle of a movie to make everyone laugh,
Sure.
just
right.
as well as the next limbless actor.
That's right.
And I think it went pretty well.
It did. It
Don't
did.
you
That was
think?
some pretty funny stuff.
Thanks.
We pulled some pretty funny stuff out of there. It
I got
wasn't quite
more.
as funny as maybe Eddie Murphy doing the same thing, because he would have come up with a waffle thing or you know or Tic Tac. He would have said Tic Tac, and that would have been really funny.
You think Eddie Murphy is funnier than me?
Well, I'm not saying funnier. You know, it depends on how you look at it. You know,
Oh,
you're
man.
funny.
We gotta
and
talk.
Eddie Murphy's funny in a different kind of way.
Yeah. Well, he did that dragon,
Uh-huh.
and then he did that donkey.
Yeah,
But
sure.
they were the same character.
You think so?
There was no difference between them. You go listen to the dragon, and then you listen to the donkey.
Did the dragon say tic tac?
We were short on cash.
No, he said, I made your breakfast, and it's happy to meet ya.
He didn't say I'm making waffles.
No, he said, I made you breakfast, and it's happy to meet ya. That's what he said. He said that to the Chinese
Well,
girl. I
I'm
don't
not-
think that makes any sense.
But I'm laughing. That's gotta say something.
Oh, man.
Okay, where were we
Back
here?
to the film.
They were fresh when we cut them. That's right. 2 weeks ago.
Where did you get the idea for these fish slappers?
Well, I got that from Monty Python.
Who are they?
Those British
he?
guys. Now, those guys are funny.
Really?
Yeah, those guys, they did some funny things, and there was this one skit where it was a now for something completely different skit, where they said, two men slapping each other with fish.
Wow, that's great.
Lasted for like 10 seconds. I thought it was the funniest thing.
That was a great idea.
Oh, thanks.
But it's tricky when you don't have any arms, you know. Again, we had to use the rigging, the
That's
very
right.
complex rigging and wire removal systems.
Yes.
Pioneered for, you know, I think...
Roger Rabbit.
The Matrix.
Oh, The Matrix or Roger Rabbit?
Roger Rabbit's Matrix,
Uh-huh.
I think was the first film.
Sure.
And when that bombed and they decided to make those two films separately,
Separately,
instead
that
of
both did
together,
really well, yeah.
They did, and wire removal became part of the vernacular.
It did.
Even
did.
my mother now says wire removal.
When she's not talking about laundry, she still says it?
No,
No, just talking about the movies, she says wire removal?
mostly laundry.
Yeah?
But that's not the point.
Okay.
And my stepfather is an electrician.
Oh, yes.
He also says wire removal.
Wire removal? Okay.
Very different meaning,
Okay.
but yet similar.
Okay. Like pulling cable?
And stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So how, you know, working with this camel
Oh,
was,
Reginald.
was tricky. If you've ever worked with a camel, of course, they spit,
Oh, yeah.
right?
They sure do. Yeah, but Reginald, you know, he was a little bit more refined of a camel. He's from Great Britain, which I didn't know they had camels there.
Really? Where do they
I
have
don't know
camels
if he was
in Great
indigenous.
Britain?
He might have came from a zoo or something.
You don't think he was indigenous?
I don't think he was indigenous.
So he
No.
didn't eat any lamb?
Nope. And he was, I don't think he was carnivorous either. Because he wasn't green all year round.
Wow, that's amazing.
Isn't it?
We were fortunate to find a non-coniferous camel in the great islands of Britain.
That's right.
The Great British Isles. How do you say that?
The, Isles of Great Britain.
Right, that's it.
Yep.
Don't want to insult our British friends.
No, but he and Jonah got along great.
Even
Because
though
they
that-
are so similar. They
Yes.
even have their monocle on the same side.
Why, that's astounding.
Yep.
How did you train a camel to wear a monocle? As
Well,
I've
he
said, I wasn't
appreciated
on
it.
the set.
Well, he
very
appreciated
frequently.
it because he was a little farsighted in his right eye.
Really?
Yeah, so he really appreciated having that.
Did it help him reading?
It did.
Whoa.
It did. Yeah, it helped him with the script.
What do you know about that? This is a pretty big musical number for a little vegetable movie. How
It
much
sure
do you
is.
think that they spent on that?
Well,
We spent on it.
oh, we spent on it? I don't know. I think we told the investors it was going to cost like $65.
Really?
I don't know if we went over that.
Wow, that's something.
Although we did have to order extra sandwiches for lunch.
Well, we had a
to
lot of
feed 'em all.
extras.
Yeah, and it was kind of hot that day too, so we had to get those spritzers out there to
Yeah,
cool
I was
everybody off.
thinking since it was a biblical epic, maybe
Uh-huh.
we could just give them 5 loaves and 5 fish and tell them to take care of the rest.
Oh, okay. We could try that on our next film.
Yeah, nobody else went for that idea though.
Nobody did?
No, they wanted donuts.
They wanted donuts?
Everybody, when you make a movie, everyone wants donuts. I have no idea why.
Yeah. I don't know
And
why.
Jimmy Gore, he can be a little bit difficult to work with.
Yeah, well, there's a guy who likes donuts.
Oh boy, you're
Yep.
telling me about that.
He and Jerry,
boy.
you know, one time those guys ate a whole planet made of popcorn.
You got to be kidding me.
It's true. I think that's before you came around. That was in one of the early shows. Before,
Holy
before
mackerel.
You came around. But there was this gigantic popcorn asteroid, and those guys ate the whole thing.
They ate the whole thing.
Well, you know, I'm not sure if it was an asteroid or a meteor,
Yeah?
but it was one of those two, and he ate they ate the whole thing.
Isn't it true that Jimmy and Jerry are classically trained Shakespearean actors?
It's true.
It's pretty
true.
amazing, you know. You think some guys, you know, that like Jim Neighbors, for example. You
Uh-huh.
think because he plays, you know, a nincompoop, on the TV that he's an nincompoop.
Oh, but that guy can sing.
But then you hear him sing.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you think he has the voice of an angel.
An angel, a Pavarotti angel.
That's right. Or say, who's that guy from Mayberry?
Goober.
No, not Goober.
Gomer?
Not Gomer.
Opie?
Opie? No. Otis?
Otis? No.
No.
Andy.
Andy.
Don Knotts?
Andy. He
Andy?
sings.
He does?
And he's a lawyer.
Oh, Matlock.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
look at me.
Okay.
He's a lawyer.
Uh-huh.
He's a sheriff.
Uh-huh.
He's a singer.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what they call that in Hollywood?
A triple-double.
No, a hyphenate.
Oh, a hyphenate?
He's a hyphenate.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which means that he cannot join the armed services or run for office.
I just want to say something about that last scene.
Which one?
Where the pea got fried
Oh
by a
yeah,
lightning
look,
bolt.
there's a movie
That
playing.
was all special effects. I just want the kids to know that was special effects.
Really?
Because, yeah, there was no peas harmed in that scene.
No peas?
No peas.
Snow peas?
No peas, no snow peas, no opies.
Oh, that is fantastic.
Yep.
Was it hard to shoot this scene inside that little tent?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, it's actually not as big as it looks on film. Because it's only a two-man tent.
Right.
But the way that the camera lens that we used on it looks like at least a 12-man tent.
And is it true that you got the tent from Walmart? It was just, a marked down item,
Yeah, we got it there. It was a Coleman.
Yeah.
Coleman, it comes in Coleman green.
Coleman green, yeah.
Yeah, but we needed to paint it orange because it looked too much like a Northwoods tent when we first
Right,
got
and
it.
I also believe that Jonah there comes in Coleman green.
He does. So he would have melted in too much to the background. But we
Right.
had to cut the mosquito netting off.
Right.
Because there's really no mosquitoes in the desert.
To speak of.
That's right. So we did that, and we got one of those little dome tent lights too. Those are kind of nice. Those
Yeah.
are new. They have the little magnetic backing.
What do they stick to?
They stick to each other. You put the magnet on the top of the tent outside.
You're kidding me.
No, and then you take the little bottom. It's new. And then
let
you
me
stick
get
it on.
this
There's
straight.
a little tent light that you put on like that.
The magnet holds it from outside the tent?
That's right.
So if a bear comes along and pulls the magnet off of the top of the tent, the light is gonna fall on your head?
Well, I think that's the least of your worries if a bear comes along.
I don't think that's such a good idea.
Well,
Look, how did... Oh, I bumped the mic again.
Watch out for the mic.
I'm so sorry. I'm gesticulating wildly. How did we get the map to be so big? Was it a big map or was it a little Jonah? What did we do there?
To get it so big?
What's the magic?
Well, we went to a football field.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's all it took?
Yeah, just a football field, and we just painted it. The crew normally puts on, the team logo and, the
Right,
the
I've
helmet
seen
and
that
stuff like
before.
that. But we just got a bunch of chalk, and
Yeah?
those guys just did it like, Israel. They painted the whole football field to look like Israel.
And then Archibald there, he hopped around on the giant chalk map?
He did. And then we had to do a technique
Wire
similar to
removal?
wire removal.
Holy
yeah,
mackerel.
to get all the chalk dust out.
Off of his feet, too?
Off of his feet. Yep.
Man, that's great.
Yep.
You know, Pa's hat is about the size of a small Volkswagen.
It is pretty big.
How did he manage? Is there
Well-
any wire removal involved?
I don't think so, but he did work out about starting 6 months before the start of the film to really get his
Oh.
neck muscles really strong.
Right.
The tic-tac-toe on his hat there.
Yeah, I see
This
that.
is interesting because in the restaurant here, it's a little bit more faded than it is in the movie because they're telling a story back from the good old days when their costumes weren't quite so dirty.
Right.
But the tic-tac-toe is new for this film because before that, he had a lot of different things on his hat. He had the little skull and crossbones on
Right.
that. Yeah, that was a little scary, so we thought
Right.
we'd go with something else. And I forget what he had. What did he have in the Ultimate Silly song?
I don't know. A smiley face. Yeah, the smiley
Oh yeah,
face.
smiley
once.
face. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
he
I
liked
like
that.
I like the tic-tac-toe though.
The
That's nice.
tic-tac-toe is nice. So do you remember in the restaurant the food? I mean, honestly, do you remember the food that we were eating there?
Oh yeah, they really wanted to make sure that the shrimp were well cooked. I think
It was disgusting.
they were a little crunchy.
It
weren't
made
they?
me sick.
Did it make you sick?
It made me ill. You know what they were feeding us? They were shrimp. They were wrapped in bacon, and then they were deep fried.
Oh my goodness.
And they said it was their specialty.
Ooh.
It made me ill.
Now, what were those things they call hush puppies? What are those things?
Hush puppies are fried puppy. They
Now
don't,
that
they don't
makes
tell you
me
that.
sick.
I know. I'm telling you. And you know why they came up with the name? When they tried to fry the first one, he was making noise. And they said, hush! You see? That's sad. That is terrible. Holy mackerel!
No more hush puppies for
What
me.
kind of a world is it when places will serve you puppies that are hushed?
That's terrible.
We're trying to make a movie here, and they're serving us things that turn our stomachs and make us question our humanity.
Well, I think that's probably why they didn't show any food in the film.
Have you ever been to Long John Silver's?
Is that around still?
I don't know. But I've been there.
Yeah?
And they actually serve frying stuff.
That's a whole lot of frying.
They have. We had some actually. Long John Silver's catered one of the days on the set when we were in the restaurant because the real kitchen was 150 years old and it didn't work very well.
Yeah.
And they fried the frying droppings. Have you ever
Wow.
had those?
I have. They're pretty tasty.
I think they're high in fat.
You think so?
Yeah, and I'm on a low-fat diet to try to keep my slender gaudiness shape.
Uh-oh.
Which, you know, is a real key to my success in show business.
Uh-huh.
And I cannot eat fried fat.
In moderation.
Like I used to when I was a
everything in
kid.
moderation.
That's right.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I'm telling you. Oh, man.
You know, Long John Silver, I've been reading Treasure Island.
Is that so?
Yeah, I have. It's a really cool book, but that Long John, he's not a very nice guy.
Well, then why did he make a restaurant?
I don't know. Well, he was a cook in the book.
Really?
Yeah, he was a cook.
He was the one who hushed the puppies?
Yes, he was.
Holy mackerel!
And knowing him, he could have done it. He wasn't very nice.
Oh, man, you know, you learn something every day.
Yeah, you
I've
do.
always said that. You know, if I don't accomplish anything today, at least I'm going to learn something, and tomorrow I'll be able to remember why I didn't accomplish anything.
At all.
Right.
Right.
Back to the film.
Yeah.
Hey, I just noticed something.
What's that?
What's that TV back there that's broken?
Oh,
How
you know,
are they going to watch Alf if the TV's broken?
well, you know, that was the TV from, I believe that was the TV from Barbara Manatee, Endangered Love, that we only saw the back of.
You're making that up.
I don't know. I can't remember. That might be true. That might not be true.
It doesn't look big enough. Oh, is that a beautiful shot or what?
That's gorgeous. That's where you were steering.
Oh, I was steering.
I think you were steering.
Pa saying, sorry, my fault.
Oh, maybe it was Pa that was steering.
Yeah, you don't pin that on me, man.
Sorry.
What great water. What beautiful vistas. You know, I don't think that even Pixar could make a shot like that.
Uh-oh.
What do you think?
I hope you don't eat those words.
Oh, no way, man. This is way too beautiful.
Well, I've seen some stuff from Finding Nemo. It looks pretty cool.
Well, yeah, but they can't be on top of the water. That's too expensive.
Oh, just under the water?
That's too hard.
Oh, to be on top of the water?
We can be on top.
Oh, we can be on
In
top
our
of the water.
film, we were on top of the water.
Oh, yeah,
Did
that's
you
right.
see that?
I saw that. We were on top of the water.
And we went
And we're
under the water.
Wow.
We got like, what, 3 shots from under the water?
I think so. You know what they call that in Hollywood?
Expensive.
Hyphenate. We're above water / underwater.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
Hush puppy.
Yeah. Shh. Oh, okay. Oh, here's a good one.
Okay.
Here's where it goes down into the hold of the ship.
This was shot on a sound stage. Was it in Burbank?
I think aren't all sound stages in Burbank?
I'm pretty sure they are.
Uh-huh.
And so is Johnny Carson.
Yeah. No, wait, that's Jay Leno now. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is good because this is where Khalil comes in.
Right? Where did we find Khalil?
Well,
Do you remember? Would you like to tell them that story? Or
Well,
should I tell it?
No, I'll tell it. You know, well, I had a flat tire out on I-88.
Yeah.
And I called the Amoco Motor Club.
Right?
Well, you know, some people recommend AAA.
Right?
You know, some people, recommend different types of auto clubs. I've been quite happy with the Amoco Motor Club.
Really?
So, yeah, they've been good. So I gave them a call.
Is it still called the Amico Motor Club or is it the BP Motor Club?
I think it might be BP now. Although
Right.
I don't know, Amico, you know, they've still got a pretty strong, brand. But anyway, I called the tow truck and here comes
showed
Khalil.
up?
Yeah, Khalil showed up.
I thought
And
that
he was the nicest guy.
didn't. I thought you met him in traffic court.
Well, that was after he towed me.
Oh,
Because
okay.
what ended up happening was, he hitched up the car because I got 2 flat tires. It wasn't due to porcupines, but it did give me the idea about the porcupines.
Right, I can see where that would give you an idea about porcupines.
Yeah, so anyway, so he hooked up my car and he's pulling out onto the interstate and he sideswipes a state trooper.
You're kidding me.
No, he does. He sideswipes a state trooper.
Boy, that can get you
Who
in
gets
trouble.
really upset. So I gotta go to traffic court as a witness
Right,
to say the state trooper didn't have his lights on,
right.
but because it was kind of dusk, it was one of
Dusk?
those, it was kind of an ambiguous time to have your
Right.
lights on or not. So,
Right.
but anyway.
Ambiguous
so we're
is a
in
pretty
traffic.
big word for a cucumber.
Yeah, but so we're in traffic court with the state trooper and Khalil, and he ended up getting the ticket. It's really sad.
Oh, man. And
Yeah.
so that's how... Can I tell the rest of the story?
Sure.
That's how we got him involved with the film, because he was wandering around in downtown Chicago outside traffic court, and he was moaning.
Uh-huh.
He was moaning, saying, "Woe is me! I cannot pay this ticket."
It's a pretty steep price when you sideswipe a state trooper.
Yeah, it can be rather
Expensive.
Large.
I think it was like, $500-600.
And
something
so
like that.
because I'm always thinking.
Uh-huh.
Every minute of the day and night, I'm thinking.
Uh-oh.
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
I'm thinking right now.
Wow.
I am. So I was thinking, we have a window of opportunity
Uh-huh.
to procure a talent for our film at a very low cost.
Is that what you thought?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
When you say that, it reminds me of Rosanna Dana.
My good friend Lorne Michaels once told me that very same thing.
Oh, yeah, you said that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
So we hired him, and the total for the bill was paying his parking ticket. That's what he got.
Oh, yeah? The
That-
$500?
Yeah, that's what we paid him to be in the movie.
Wow.
And he's the next Macaulay Culkin.
Oh, yeah.
Just
yeah.
like that. In that one shot, he put his little hands on his face.
Oh, yeah?
He
Just
says-
like the big scream
Yeah.
from Macaulay, right?
That's right. When Jonah says, "I'm running from God."
Oh, yeah,
He
that's
goes,
right. He goes,
"Oh!"
That's
Just
right.
like Macaulay
Just
Culkin.
like him,
And
yeah.
I'm thinking, this would be great until, 10 years later when he's, still the next Macaulay Culkin and it's no longer a compliment.
Uh-oh.
If you know what I mean.
yeah.
I think you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, so does Lorne Michael.
He does. You know what? Is it okay if I go to the bathroom?
No, you can't go to the bathroom.
Can we stop film?
You were promised to be married, but you're
Okay, I'm back.
a woman's father.
Oh,
I'm back.
thank you for coming back.
Thanks.
I don't think Federico Fellini has ever taken a bathroom break during one of his DVD commentaries.
You don't think so?
No!
Well, that's real. It's my fault, really.
You know why? Because he's got class.
Well, I had a lot of caffeinated beverage product before I started this thing.
Man,
I'm sorry.
that stuff will rot your brain.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't let it happen
It's
again.
early. It's early,
Or are you going to have to go again, or can we make it through the rest of the movie?
No, I'll just eat, a pretzel or something.
Oh, don't have any prunes.
No, I'm not gonna have any prunes.
You
Just
have put the prunes over on the other side of the room.
Oh, okay.
That's
Alright.
more like it.
Okay.
So what's going on here in this film?
Okay, this is when, oh yeah, Jonah goes to sleep. And this is right before the big dream.
Oh yeah, the big
now
dream.
the big dream, we used the same football field for the big dream as
We
we
did?
used for the map.
Right?
Yeah, we just got a big fog machine and fogged it all up.
Wow, well, wasn't that the day after they had that Rolling Stones concert? It was
yeah.
their fog machine, right?
Oh yeah, it was their fog machine.
They left
Yep,
it
They left their
by
fog
accident
machine.
because
Yep.
they couldn't find it because I put it in that porta potty during the intermission of their concert.
Oh yeah.
So when
yeah.
they cleaned up,
Uh-huh.
I just said, I gotta go to the bathroom like you just did a few moments ago.
Oh yeah.
I get out the fog machine, bada boom, bada bing.
We got a dream sequence.
We smoke the whole field, and we got a dream sequence.
Brilliant. Good
Lickety
thinking.
split. And you know how much that saved us?
Probably at least $65.
At least, well, yeah, and we didn't have to use union talent to turn on the fog machine.
Okay. Oh, yeah, so that's another $20.
That's like $1 million right there.
Oh, okay.
But the water, we had to flood the field to give that watery effect.
Yeah, well, no. We didn't use the football field for that.
What?
We went indoors. See, we did a quick cut to indoors to an ice skating rink. And we just
did?
melted the ice. And that's how we got the water.
Really?
Yep.
I would
Because it
say-
would cost way too much to flood a whole football field.
You know, if there's one word you could use to describe us as producers,
Uh-huh.
it is resourceful.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
yeah.
you say?
Yeah, I'd say resourceful.
I mean, that little worm guy.
We had very limited resources.
Right, we got him in just by paying his traffic ticket.
Uh-huh.
We took advantage of the fact that the Rolling Stones are so old that they don't remember where they put their fog machine.
That's right. We found some porcupine talent in a Chuck E. Cheese and a laundromat.
Right.
That's right.
It's a good thing we are such avid consumers of pop culture,
Uh-huh.
or we would be unlikely to have made such a masterpiece, which
Right.
people are already hailing as the Lawrence of Arabia for our generation, as this.
They're hailing it as that?
My mom said that.
She did?
Yeah.
The Lawrence of Arabia
But
for
she
our
hasn't
generation?
actually seen Lawrence of Arabia,
Oh.
but I told her about it.
Oh, yeah, that had a camel and a guy in
It had a
khaki.
camel, there's the guy in the khakis,
Uh-huh.
he's British,
Uh-huh.
he goes out with the thing with the sand and
Uh-huh.
the people of the sand,
That makes sense then.
and good things happen, I think. Does it have a happy ending or a sad ending? I can't even remember now.
Lawrence of Arabia?
I was in the bathroom for the
It's
ending.
bittersweet.
Bittersweet, like
Yeah.
like the English Patient.
Yeah,
What'd
something
you
like
say?
that. Yeah.
Boy, that movie made me cry.
Did it really? I never saw The English Patient.
Holy mackerel.
Is that the one where that big, that plane crashes in the sand?
Oh yeah, you know, some people, they have the worst luck. It's like bad things just keep happening to them over and over and over, and you'd think they would just give up, but they don't. They get up and they go and they keep on going. Like this film, for example, when we wanted to give up because it was so hard.
Like during the storm sequence?
Like during the storm when we were soaked to the bone.
Although you wouldn't know it from looking at us, because we don't look all that wet.
No, the film didn't pick it up.
Oh, yeah, didn't pick up the shimmer of wetness?
No, the shimmer of wetness is elusive to the film.
Yeah, and there's really no raindrops to speak of either.
Of course,
are
you
there?
know what
Would
I
they-
think it is? I think it's because we actually shot the film digitally.
Oh,
We
yeah.
did not use film
Uh-huh.
to shoot the film.
Yeah, we
Isn't
didn't
that
use film.
ironic? I did not use film for my film. Ha!
Yeah, that's like
What is that?
That's like having a new album coming out.
Right, that's like, what?
A new
right,
album.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like saying I did not think about my thought. I did not. I can't think of anything else.
Well, that's true. I can't think of anything else either.
Right,
really.
but you know why we didn't shoot it on film?
Why?
Well, because I was at the laundromat
Uh-huh.
and I picked up someone's underwear by mistake.
Uh-huh.
And they said on the band,
Yeah?
G. Lucas.
G. Lucas?
G. Lucas on
G.
the
Lucas.
band. And I look over, and right next to me, there's a guy washing his Wookiee suit.
His Wookiee suit? Wow.
And it's George Lucas.
Wow.
He says, you know, I have to come down to the dry cleaners to wash my Wookiee suit because it don't fit in my washer at home.
Oh, well, that's like my sleeping bags.
Right.
That's exactly why I went to the laundromat to wash my sleeping bags.
Right.
Because they don't fit in a regular washer. You gotta get at least like a double load or a triple load washer to wash one of those.
I'm telling you, that's right.
Okay.
It's a fine line.
Uh-huh.
In terms of just volume, not necessarily texture,
Uh-huh.
between a sleeping bag and a Wookiee suit.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm standing there in the dry cleaners with George Lucas, and I realize I'm holding his underpants,
Oh, yeah?
which is a little embarrassing, but you know, it's an opportunity as well.
So why does George Lucas have to put his name on his own underpants?
So he won't lose them
Really?
at camp.
At camp?
He goes to
At Wookiee
filmmakers camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with that Coppola guy.
Oh, yeah,
And,
and Spielberg guy.
Spielberg, is
Okay.
Scorsese. They
Uh-huh.
all go to filmmakers camp together. It's where they got so edgy and textural.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they go to filmmakers camp and they do trust falls with their cameras.
Oh.
They push over the tripod
Okay.
and trust that their other filmmakers will catch it.
We'll catch it. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and they really like that.
We should do that.
George was too scared to even try it for the first 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Because, you know, but that's okay, I said, George. You'll get over it. So he says, you know, if you're making a film, first of all, give me my underpants back.
Uh-huh.
Second of all, shoot digitally.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because he
Okay.
says that's the future.
Digitally is the future. It doesn't pick up wet.
But he said, I have to warn you about one thing. If you shoot digitally, your characters will not look wet.
Okay.
They will look dry.
Okay, now I'm thinking back to the Return of the Clones.
Right?
Is it Return of the Clones or Return of... Oh, no, it's Attack of the Clones.
Send in the clowns.
The Jedi returned and the clones attacked. Okay.
Right.
Now, okay, so there was
Or
that big
the
rain
Pink
scene.
Panther attacked, or
You
did he
remember that?
return?
Remember that rain scene in the rain planet?
Yeah, that was rainy, all right.
Yeah. Now I'm just trying to remember if people looked wet.
Oh, no, they looked dry.
They were all dry.
Oh,
They were just
yeah.
the raindrops, but
Yeah.
everybody else looked dry.
Right.
Okay.
Because the cameras, they don't pick it up.
Yeah, they were digital.
And look, what's with this boat motor thing?
Oh well, this is the our Moose Lake connection.
Right?
Because we got a bunch of buddies in Moose Lake, and one of them let us use their motor.
Well, that was very nice of them, but
You know, you can pull like
We lost it.
8 water skiers behind that motor.
You're kidding me.
Tommy Bartlett used to use that exact motor at his show at the Dells.
That was a Tommy Bartlett official motor?
It was, and I think more than 8. I think Tommy could pull like 40 water skiers behind
But
him
only
on
if
that
you
one.
stack them up, right?
Yeah, you stack
gotta-
them up in a big pyramid.
You gotta stack them.
Yeah, you gotta stack them high. Watch them fly. Okay.
Is that what Tommy used to say?
That's what he used to say.
You know, Tommy tried to shoot digitally, but he didn't have what it took.
No, he didn't.
He didn't have, because, you know, he was one of the kids that got kicked out of filmmakers camp.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had high 8 though. I think he
might have.
got up to high 8.
He might have, or low 8.
And then they have that new digital 8 that you can play high 8 back in.
Yeah, that just confuses me.
Yeah.
I'm thinking there are too many formats now.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the periodic table of formats, and I'm just a simple decorative board, and I can't keep them all straight.
I get a tape, and I don't know whether to put it in my cassette player, in my high 8 deck, in my CD-ROM drive.
Right.
You know, it's really confusing.
Sometimes I just put them in my mouth.
Yeah, they all taste about the same.
Yeah, and I can think of the music. I find if I put the tape in my mouth, I can think of the music.
Really?
That is on the tape.
Wow, just by how the oxide tastes?
I don't even know. I don't even know how it works. I think it has something to do with my sinuses.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, like the barometer going down or something?
Something like that, or my corns.
Oh.
Do you have corns?
Oh. Well, I know a couple of corns.
Right. Okay. So tell me about this duck.
Oh, that's my little rubber ducky.
Right?
Yeah, I've had him ever since I was 5.
What made you want to put him in the movie? Because he seems to have been put at great peril.
Well, when I first learned how to swim, it was actually right up near Tommy Bartlett's place up in the Dells.
Right?
We checked into one of those hotels with a, with like a big water park.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, with slides and everything.
Right, except there's so much chlorine in the air, it makes my eyes burn.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even have eyes.
Oh, boy, it's really, that can be pretty bad. But I thought, okay, since I don't know how to swim, I might as well go into the gift shop and get a, little floater thingy. So I went in there and I saw this ducky.
Right.
And I just loved it. And so,
you loved your duck?
I loved my duck. Yep, so which,
There could be
made me
something
think of a
there.
song. Yeah, So, but anyway, so I got this duck, and I've had him forever, and he's been like
Right.
my best friend.
I see.
So I thought Jonah would be able to use him.
Well, that was very considerate of you.
Yeah, thanks.
So we are coming up on quite a little scene here. Right, coming up
look
here.
at that duck.
That's a nice...
He looks good. That's his good side. The left, his left cheek is his
something's
good
happening.
side.
See, we're underwater. See?
Oh yeah.
That's,
oh yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
Pixar got nothing on that.
That's right.
That's, oh boy, that's
Yeah,
some
there's
nice
no
stuff.
Nemo up on top of the water.
Yeah, I mean,
Nemo's
Steve
down
Jobs.
below.
I was talking to Steve Jobs the other day. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
No, I was at the drive-thru.
At the drive-thru?
For Jack in the Box.
Oh, okay.
We were at the Jack in the Box drive-thru, and the guy in front of me is saying, "This burrito is insanely great."
Insanely great?
Yes, and he said to the Jack in the Box guy, "You people need to think different about how you market your burritos."
Think out of the box? Did he say think out of the box?
No, he didn't say that. And I said, "Hey, are you Steve Jobs? The captain of Apple and Pixar both at the same time, going back and forth like a crazy fool?" And he said, "Why, yes, I am." And do you know what I said?
What did you say?
I can't even remember why I started this story.
Well, because we're talking about water. We're
Oh,
talking about
right.
water.
I said, Steve Jobs, I love your, everything you've ever done. I loved your work in The Godfather. You know, I loved what you did with the Lisa computer.
Oh, yeah. I remember that
yeah,
one.
I love that.
Was he in that Commodore 64 stuff?
No, he didn't have nothing to do with that.
No. Oh, that's good.
No, I don't
Okay.
think, because his name he wasn't in the Commodores.
No?
And the Beatles song about being 64, that had nothing to do with that either. So
Okay.
hey, look, there's the whale.
Oh, he's a great guy.
What a nice whale. Where do we get the whale?
Now, the whale, I met at the car wash.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, you know those. It was actually called a whale of a car wash. That was the name of the car
It was
wash.
a themed car
It
wash?
was a themed car wash. Yeah.
Wow.
And he was selling chamois. And
How would a whale sell chamois exactly?
well, he's got flippers.
Okay.
So you give him a quarter, he gives you a chamois. And he's able to stay moist because of the whole car wash thing. You know, so he
Right.
just gets sprayed down every 15 minutes.
But if you
And he's
shot him
selling his chamois.
digitally, would he look moist?
No, he didn't. But fortunately, we didn't have to shoot him for the,
Oh.
you know, at the car wash itself.
Right.
So, because when you're underwater, you don't have to look wet.
Right.
Yeah,
I
when you're-
noticed that when I
Yeah.
watched The Little Mermaid,
That's right.
a classic film
That's right.
that represented the rebirth of the classic Disney storytelling genre.
Uh-huh.
And the wonderful orchestrations of
Oh, yeah.
of Ashman and Menken.
Menken?
Those-
Menken?
Menken and Ashman.
Have you seen those guys at like a Burger King or something?
No.
No?
One of them died.
Really?
He's not going to Burger King now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The other one might be.
Oh, okay. He
I
might
hope.
Okay, he might.
I haven't seen them. But
Okay.
anyway, the Little Mermaid, she doesn't look wet when she's under the water.
Uh-uh.
She just looks like her hair is just floating.
Just a floating,
like
real
an
nice.
angel. And
Like an
it
angel.
made me, oh, it's the most beautiful thing I ever saw.
Oh, yeah.
That's what made me want to go into filmmaking.
The Little Mermaid?
The Little Mermaid.
Wow.
Yeah, it almost The Great Mouse Detective. Almost made me want to go into filmmaking, but then I changed my mind.
What about the Black Cauldron? What'd that do for you?
The Black Cauldron made me want to go into cooking.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was thinking, man, if I had a cauldron that black,
I'd want to cook.
I'd never have to clean it because it would never show dirt.
Oh, you can make like rock soup.
Rock
Stone soup? I don't know. What do you call that soup when you keep making soup and you never let it go?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know
I think
either.
you call it a health concern.
Oh, wait. Well, look. Here comes my ducky.
Wow, look at that. That was about the most amazing. Was that a cameo? Would you call that a cameo?
No, because he was in it from the scene before. I think
Okay.
isn't a cameo when you just kind of show up a little bit?
I think,
Yeah.
yeah. Like
Yeah.
God and the Prince of Egypt?
Yeah,
Right.
something like that. You know, but I think, do we have any other cameos? Let's see, what would be a good cameo in this one?
Wait, cameos are expensive in computer animation, you know.
Well, yeah.
You know, you can't like in, say, the Muppet movie, when
Uh-huh.
they got, you know, that guy who made Citizen Kane. What's his name?
Orson Welles?
Right.
Yeah?
He does a cameo in the Muppet movie.
He does?
Doesn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
at
don't
the
remember
end.
seeing him.
And they got, like, all sorts of people that do cameos because, you know why?
Why?
I don't know.
Oh,
I guess Jim Henson, he was real popular,
okay.
and so people wanted to help him. So
Wow.
they were all in the movie
They're all in the movie?
for like free or something.
Well, we got a lot of vegetables that we got popping in the movie for
Like
free.
that guy who has the dummy, Charlie McCarthy. What's his name?
I don't know.
Why am I
Is that
asking
Burt
a
Reynolds?
cucumber? No, I don't
don't
think
know.
it's Burt Reynolds. He was not in that movie. But the other day I saw Cannonball Run 2 on TV.
You did?
It was on cable.
Wow.
With Dom DeLuise,
Yeah, sure.
who is also a really good voice in
Uh-huh.
what one he was the voice in?
Smokey and the Bandit?
West. Five Goes West.
Oh, not Smokey
Was
and the
he-
Bandit?
He was in that one too, but he was in Five Goes West. It was amazing, amazing work. I'm telling you, he is like Laurence Olivier of character voices.
Really? Even more than Martin Short?
Martin Short has only done like 3.
Really? He
And
should do more.
It didn't go so well.
He should do more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was in Jimmy Neutron.
He was?
Yeah.
Oh.
See, you didn't even notice.
I did
That's what
notice
I'm
that.
telling you.
I did
It's
notice.
not going so well. Unless he's like Dana Carvey and he can just disappear into his
Uh-huh.
character so completely that you forgot he's on the show.
Turtle, turtle.
Right.
Like that.
Like that.
Turtle, turtle.
Only better. What's going on in our movie?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Whose
this is where the
idea was
angels-
it to put the angels in the whale?
Oh, I think that was my idea.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Because
Well-
these guys are great. These angels,
Yeah, and they were great to work with. You know,
They
they're
were
very,
great.
very professional.
very professional angels.
They go
Yeah.
to whose church did we find the choir at? I can't. It was it Archie's or?
I think it was Archie's. Yeah, it was Archie's church.
It was his church. He did a good job acting like he doesn't know them.
Yeah, he did.
You know, because he teaches Sunday school with most of them.
Yep. And they sing in the choir.
They sing in the choir, but
Which makes sense. Because they have the whole choir. They brought the whole choir there.
And the funny thing is that Archie tries to sing in the choir, but he doesn't really have rhythm so much because he's British.
That's right.
But he's not from Liverpool.
Right.
So he's at a great rhythmic disadvantage.
That's right. But he he got grooving a little bit in this.
He got grooving. Well, we had the, that was the animatronic Archie.
Uh-huh.
Were you there that day?
Well, no, I wasn't there for that one.
Okay, that's the day I came in.
Yeah.
Because I thought I needed to come in sooner or later or people wouldn't invite me to the rap party.
Oh, yeah.
So I came in that day.
Okay.
And it happened to be the day that Archibald was supposed to do his James Brown moves.
Yeah.
Okay? Well, he's no more James Brown than I'm Phyllis Diller. Let me just tell you that right now.
Okay.
He could not do that to save his life.
Oh, well, with editing, you can do a lot of things, though.
Well, that's when we had to bring out the animatronic Archibald.
Okay.
The
with rhythm?
AA.
The AA? Now, was it the same? Did the same guys that worked on the Jaws shark do that?
No, that was like, what? That was like 40 years ago.
But that's a pretty cool shark.
No, it was the guys who did the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, the Pirates of the Caribbean
right,
guys.
they came in.
Oh,
Yeah, they
okay.
were Imagineers. They'd been laid off after Epcot. It was a big disaster. They all went out. They started their own company. So we hired them to do our animatronic Archibald.
Your animatronic groovy groovy dancing Archie.
Right. He
Okay.
can only do 2 moves, though. You push the first button, he does the first move. You push the second button, he does the second move. If you push them both at the same time, he breaks.
Oh, really? It's like a video game or something.
It's kind of like that. Yeah, but, it worked. It cost $14 million. I think we may have been overcharged.
Really? Yeah, especially when we're only, charging $65,
Right.
to
I know.
pay our lead actor.
I know, it happens.
Oh,
That's life.
I love this song.
Oh, yeah,
Around the
this is a
stuff
good
you
one.
do.
Would you say this is, one of the top 10 vegetable songs of all time?
I think so. I think it is.
Do they have a category at the Grammys or the Oscars for vegetable
For
songs?
vegetable songs? They should. They should. We could start a trend.
Yeah, I think so.
So anyway, when you showed up on the set of The Whale,
Yeah.
what was it like?
Oh, man, let me tell you what it was like. There was, well, first of all, you got, 700 choir members milling around the craft table.
Uh-huh.
If you don't know the lingo, the craft table is where you get your snacks when you're working on a movie. It's usually loaded with donuts, because for some reason that's all people want to eat in America anymore is donuts.
That would explain why there's so many Krispy Kremes and Dunkin' Donuts popping up all over
Oh
the
yeah,
place.
we actually had to we physically moved the Krispy Kreme shop into the Whale.
Wow.
Just to keep the choir supplied with donuts.
Wow.
Because when their blood sugar started to drop, they got testy.
Testy?
Testy.
So you need to cram them full of a few more Krispy Kremes?
Yes, this whole scene, in fact, maybe I can say this whole movie is powered by Krispy Kreme donuts.
Wow.
The Whale, for example.
Was all Krispy Kreme powered?
He was up to his eyeballs in Krispy Kremes.
Wow.
That's why he can dance in the water, because you've never seen a whale dance under the water, right?
I never have.
I mean,
Nope.
I'm no Jacques Cousteau, but I don't think a whale can dance in the water unless he's got about 1,400 Krispy Kreme donuts is stuck in his baleen.
I should try that. I should try that with my fish at home.
Have you ever had a donut stuck in your baleen?
I don't think so. I don't think I'd want that.
You should thank your lucky star.
Yeah. Yeah, I should.
Because you think passing a kidney stone is hard. Try blowing a donut out your baleen.
Cut that, please. Strike that from the record. Oh, look at that candle.
Oh, that wasn't cheap either.
No, the candle?
Because they're now the safety requirements. You can't use real fire on the movie set anymore.
Yeah, you gotta use those little
it's all
flickering
synthetic.
light bulbs with those little pieces of silk.
Right, it's a little fan. It blows the silk. The light
Uh-huh.
bulb flickers. You think it's a flame, but it's not a flame.
Nope. Yeah, we had one of those in the VeggieTales live show in the campfire. Because remember, after the first campfire, they actually started to started a
Right.
fire.
Jimmy Gord.
Yeah, he went up.
Lost his eyebrows.
Yep. So that's dangerous.
Looked like the Hindenburg.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh, the Gordosity. Here comes the whale when he gets sick. Do you know how we got him sick?
More Krispy Kremes.
More Krispy Kremes. You
Yep.
know, again, Krispy Kremes were really the key to the film here. And this, of course, a whale can't actually spit like this. So what we had to do, we actually had to put Archibald and Khalil
In a nuclear submarine.
in a nuclear submarine.
Yep.
It was a Russian sub.
Uh-huh.
And then we had to create an international incident
Oh, okay.
to get them to
To
fire.
get it to fire. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And fortunately, let me just say, fortunately, they fired the right tube.
Oh yeah. Yeah, or they would have wiped out Christmas Island.
Wait, it would have been disastrous.
Yeah.
Absolutely disastrous.
I don't think anybody lives there, but there would have been a whole lot of birds
You
without
have to be
any place
very
to go.
careful when
Oh,
you're...
wait. Here comes the scene.
Oh, look, is this the thing with the Lawrence of Arabia shot?
Yep. This is why this film is the Lawrence of Arabia for our generation.
Right, and then we even put that little bush in the same spot. I know because
You know,
I
we
was
found that
in
bush.
the bush.
You were in the bush?
I was.
Somebody told me that was the exact same bush they used in Lawrence of Arabia.
They say a gourd in the bush is better than two in the hand.
Really?
I have no idea what that means,
I don't know either. See, because I heard that they tracked down that bush who was living in Morocco.
Right?
And, he was living in like one of those hotels,
Right.
kind of month to month.
Right.
He's been kind of out of work for like 30 or 40 years.
Right.
And he was just thrilled to come back and play a cameo part in Jonah.
I bet he
So,
was. You
he
know,
was.
'cause work for bushes is I'm after Prince of Egypt. It's few and far between.
Far between. Unless you're in politics, then
And-
work's aplenty
yeah,
for
and
the bushes.
even the bush that was in the Prince of Egypt,
Uh-huh.
it took him 2 years to recover from the burns.
That's right.
And it's very hard to get work when you've got scars.
Yeah. Oh,
know?
I know. But you remember the singing bush from Three Amigos?
It was a good bush.
That was a good bush.
And that was
Yeah.
a good part.
That was a
for
really
a
good
bush.
part. I don't think he'll have any problem finding work.
And you remember George Bush?
Yeah, sure.
He's got a good job.
He's got a good job. Sure
if
he
you
does.
can handle the stress, I guess.
Yep.
But I don't know what's more stressful, to be president of the United States or to be a bush that gets set on fire.
Yeah.
Just for the making of a motion picture.
It'd be a hard thing to consider.
You know, life is full of choices.
Uh-huh.
That's what my mother told me.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she told me to wear the red shirt.
You didn't have any choice about that?
No,
No.
I could not make up my mind. I was a rather indecisive gourd when I was small. You know, being
Yeah.
a decorative gourd, you don't really know what life has in store for you.
Yeah, you might end up like a bush. You know?
A bush?
Yeah, either on fire or out of work.
Right, you don't know.
Uh-huh.
Now these guys are kind of fun.
Oh, yeah, they're the Liverpool peas.
Yeah, we found them. Where did we find them again? Was that the
These-
casting call we did in,
Yeah, this is the casting
Where?
call that we did down in Tampa.
right, Tampa, that's right.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking, St. Pete.
No, St. Pete is where we found that's where we found the sheep.
The sheep, right. The
Yeah.
sheep were in St. Pete.
Yep.
They were all retirees.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yep. They had retired from Wallace and Gromit, I
Right.
think.
They were wonderful people, but their knees were all shot.
Yeah, but they still could hop like,
They could-
twice their height.
That's wire
Super.
removal.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
all
that's
wire
right.
removal.
All wire removal?
Yeah, you can do almost anything, I could be asleep
Uh-huh.
and you could make me act a scene
Uh-huh.
with wire removal.
Really?
Oh yeah. They do it all the time.
Wow,
You
that's
know,
like a marionette kind of a
Tom
thing.
Cruise in Minority Report,
All wire removal?
he was never actually awake.
Really?
I'm telling you, he was asleep the whole time.
Wow.
They shot it in one night while he was sleeping, all against a blue screen, and they just moved him with wires.
What about his eyeball? What did they
And
do with
he
that?
still got $20 million.
Just be removed with wires?
And those weren't his real eyeballs, those were hush puppies.
Those were hush puppies?
I'm not kidding you.
Wow.
Because of technology, that's why.
That's amazing.
I'm telling you, it is.
That is really amazing.
Where are we now?
This is where we're going into Nineveh.
Right.
Yep. And this scene was a little bit scary because we didn't know what we were walking into. Because those people, there was fish flying all over the place.
Wait
There was
a
no
minute.
telling when we were going to just get whacked by a fish flying across the air.
But they were actors, right?
Well, yeah,
Or
but...
was this shot on location?
Well, it was shot on location with actual fish flying through the air.
Okay, so it was live ammo.
It was live ammo.
It was a live fire situation.
That's right. So walking
Like
into
Black
this
Hawk
courtyard,
Down.
the fish that hits the wall and slides down could have
Yeah.
very well hit us.
Wow.
Yep, it was dangerous.
I-
And we did all of our own stunts.
I remembered that.
Uh-huh.
How did I end up wearing Jonah's hat?
Well, somebody had to wear it.
And it looks like it's like the size of I don't know what, a
watermelon.
baby elephant or something on
Yeah,
my head.
It's pretty big. But
mean,
see,
that's
Jonah had
crazy.
to wear your twisty hat,
Right?
and we couldn't give up the fact that you didn't have any eyes.
But you know what?
What?
I never got that hat back.
The twisty hat?
No, never.
You're wearing it in the next scene.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
But we shot the next scene before this one. It was out of sequence. I never got the hat back.
You never got the hat back?
No, Archibald, he took it home.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Well,
breaking
I
into
hope-
his house and I'm getting that hat back.
I hope you kept his hat.
Well, it's like it's swaddling clothes. It's a pile of rags. I don't know what to do with it.
You can use it to dust.
I can't
suppose.
wrap it back up.
No?
No.
Yeah, it's kind of a interesting wrap.
It's out. Hey, look out!
See, that could have happened to us.
It could have.
Yep.
But and boy, you remember when we were inside those burlap bags?
Yeah.
Those smelled terrible.
Musty.
Yeah, well, you know why?
Why?
I found this out later. They were used to transport oysters.
Oysters?
Yes!
Oh, that's disgusting.
That's why they smelled so bad, because they were oyster bags. And they thought that, oh, they're vegetables. They won't be able to smell the terrible smell. Boy,
Was
were
that
they
the
wrong.
craft people?
No, the craft people were just running the Krispy Kreme store.
Oh,
These
well,
were
who's
the-
in charge of the oyster
The
bags?
prop man.
The prop man?
The prop man.
The prop man.
He didn't. Did he care about me and my olfactory sensitivities?
How hard could it be to get a couple of new burlap bags?
You would think that it wouldn't be hard, and you know what they say? You should never put an old grape into new burlap bags.
Is that what he was thinking?
I guess.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's biblical.
Is that a metaphor? Or is that just like a rule of thumb?
I don't know. Maybe a little of both. You know, here, this sound. I gave some very sound financial advice here that I mostly learned from Peter Lynch.
Peter Lynch?
Yeah, do you know Peter Lynch?
Yeah, he's that stock market guy,
Yeah,
right?
he's from Fidelity. He's got the world's craziest hair.
Oh.
There is no one with crazier hair.
Is that the Merrill Lynch guy?
No.
Is that the same guy or is that a different Lynch?
No, he's Fidelity. He's the world's most famous something or other, with the world's craziest hair.
Okay.
But he taught me everything that I know, which is why I'm now independently wealthy.
Really?
I am in control of my financial future.
You are?
You know why?
Because you have 65 bucks.
Well, there's that.
Uh-huh.
But I bought real estate with no money down.
No money down? Oh, I
Right.
did that. That
Did
didn't
you?
go too well for me, though.
Oh.
Yeah, I bought a whole chocolate factory with no money down.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
Lost my shirt.
Oh, man. That's too bad. Who played the part of the pumpkin?
Well, that was just a regular old pumpkin.
And where
We couldn't actually, smash a real guy for that one, so
No?
we just had to go get like a non-animated pumpkin.
Was he union?
He was a union non-animated pumpkin. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And so that's okay, huh?
Yeah, that was okay.
But don't you think that might make kids at home want to smash their own pumpkins?
Well, I think as long as you wait until after October, it's okay. You
think so?
Yeah, you don't want to do it when they're still fresh.
Okay. Oh, do you remember when we were tied up to those things?
Yeah, you'd think we'd be tied up a little tighter than we actually are. I think we could have got out if we really wanted to.
Well, yeah, but that happens. I mean, everybody knows that, a movie is a movie. But what I remember the most of all is that those 2 days we were out there, I forgot sunscreen.
Oh.
You remember that?
Well, it was overcast, and sometimes when it's overcast, you
It's
think you don't
deceptive.
really need it.
You think you don't need it, but you still need it. And
Wow.
I'm tied to a stake with this little pea,
Uh-huh.
and I'm getting sunburned like crazy.
Well, I don't have that problem since I'm green. The sun works to my advantage.
Really?
Yeah, but is that why you kind of went from like a yellow to an orangish?
That's right.
Oh.
Boy, was I uncomfortable and the ropes were chafing. I'm telling you, this was a nightmare.
Yeah, we gotta take care of that next time.
I should get
Because you're the
hazard
only
pay.
one. You're the only one of us that isn't green.
Right, and it's not easy not being green.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. It's easy being green in situations like this.
Right.
So this guy, the city official,
Right.
he's a really nice guy.
He was a great guy.
Yeah, he was a great guy.
Do you know what he did?
What did he do?
When I was sunburned? He went and got me aloe.
Aloe.
He got me aloe.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then he rubbed it on me.
Oh, that's nice.
That was real sweet.
That's nice. He didn't use his little fish sword there, did he, to do that?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I couldn't see.
He got that spot on your back that you couldn't reach no matter how hard you tried?
Yeah, he got that spot. He was very kind.
That's nice.
You know that guy, that big gourd guy, sounds a lot like Goliath.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Wow,
What's that all about?
Is he Goliath's brother or something?
I don't know. They don't look anything like each other except for they're large.
Well, because you know, like Nebuchadnezzar and Wally P. Nezer?
Right.
Those guys were brothers.
But they look exactly alike.
They look exactly alike, yeah.
But
But
this
well,
guy-
Goliath is big, and this guy's pretty
yeah,
big
they've
too.
got the size thing in common, but I don't know genetically.
Maybe they're cousins.
And what, is his mustache growing out of his nose or something?
Well, we moved it back to the back of his nose. Originally, they had it stuck onto the front of his nose.
Right?
And it just, that
So it
did
was
not
just
look good.
like Velcro, or what was it?
It was Velcro, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
Velcro and a little bit of duct tape.
He must have had a hard time breathing.
Well, he breathes through his mouth.
Man.
All of us veggies breathe through our mouth. There's no holes in our nose.
Man, how do we do that?
Breathe through our mouth?
Yeah.
Okay, here, watch me. See?
Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yep,
I was
yep.
thinking something different, I guess.
Nope, it's pretty easy.
It makes perfect sense now.
Yep, okay.
So at this point in the production, we were almost out of money.
Uh-huh.
You know, because we built all those sets, we hired all those extras. Oh man, we were shooting on location, we were shooting in the sound stage, we were shooting in the water tank.
Yep.
We were shooting everywhere. We had got this like a crane shot there where the camera's moving.
Yep.
You know, that's not cheap.
No, we were seriously running out of cash.
We were really low on funds. This is when we had to start selling props on eBay.
Yep. Those fish went for a good amount.
They
but,
did. They
when
weren't fresh.
They weren't fresh, so we had to sell them, within a week.
Yeah, we even sold that guy's dirty T-shirt, the King's dirty T-shirt. We
Yep.
sold it to a guy in Arizona.
$12.
He collects dirty T-shirts, he said.
$12.
He's making the world's largest dirty T-shirt
That dirty
museum.
T-shirt accounted for 8 extras hopping up to the stakes
Right,
over there.
it paid their way to the donut store.
Yep.
The Krispy
Oh, their
Kreme.
Krispy Kremes.
Because we had, we knew if the Krispy Kreme store shut down, the film was over.
Yep.
Because the whole thing, like we have said several times, was powered by Krispy Kreme.
Powered by Krispy Kreme.
I don't know why it's not in the credits.
It should be.
Yeah, the humans, they
Well,
didn't-
we're not in the credits either as producers.
No, we're not, because people couldn't handle the fact. I don't think Hollywood is ready for vegetable producers.
Yeah.
They're not ready. They're very set in their ways.
Yep.
They're
We're-
not ready to see vegetables rise to positions of power,
Yep.
except
yeah.
for in salads.
Yeah, we got to do something about that.
Right, but if you
We're a
think,
little before our time.
if you think you can keep us in salads, you can keep us under your thumb in salads,
You are wrong, mister.
you are dead wrong.
Yep. Watch out. Here we come.
I am vegetable. Hear me roar.
Hear me.
Roar.
Nice roar.
Oh, this is a quiet part.
Oh, yeah.
What are we doing? Oh, it's time to watch.
Archibald, I think he fell off that cliff once, didn't he?
He did. We've got it on film.
Holy cow.
Yeah, we've
Was
got
he
it on
okay?
film. Yeah, he was okay. You don't know it from looking at it, but there's a little safety net right underneath the bottom of the camera there.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's like an 800-foot drop.
Right, he would have been toast.
Yep, he
He
would have
would've
been like
been
a strained asparagus.
Asparagus puree or something.
Yep,
He
yep.
would have been Gerber time, man.
Yeah, he would have been. He would have been one of those stage 3 Gerbers.
Yeah. Oh,
Yep.
look at that. That sure is pretty.
That's
I'm
nice.
telling you, Lawrence of Olivier. What was that movie?
Lawrence of Arabia?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep, that's got nothing on this baby.
Nothing. Not a thing.
Nuh-uh. Nothing.
Except maybe
Zilch.
Peter O'Toole
Nada. Yeah, Peter O'Toole was
and
there.
Anthony Quinn
But Jonah is Archibald Asparagus. And, that's
and
pretty
Rosie
cool.
O'Donnell.
Really? No,
Oh,
that was,
yeah,
you're
she
thinking
was-
of Tarzan. You're thinking of Tarzan.
No, she was in Lawrence of Arabia too.
Oh, yeah?
She was very young.
Really?
Yeah, she plays the role of like a child
Oh,
in the
Okay.
desert, a
the
desert
desert- a
child.
desert child?
Right, that's right.
okay.
Destroy Nineveh.
I'm telling. And then the Tarzan.
I did not know that.
And then Tarzan
after that.
because
okay.
the work was so impressive.
Oh,
from
that's what
Lawrence
landed
of
Tarzan
Arabia.
for?
Right,
Okay.
and right. So then Tarzan.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
The rest is history,
Wow.
as I'm saying. Oh, this is the part where he looked at, and this was not in the script. He was not supposed to eat that weed. It was not in the script, but we found out caterpillars don't like Krispy Kreme donuts.
Uh-huh.
And at this point in the shooting, he was starving to death,
He's really hungry.
and so he starts eating the set.
Yep.
And
Yep.
at first, we're thinking we got to fire him and replace him.
But it turned out to our advantage, since that's kind of how the story went anyway.
Did it?
Sure.
I never read the script.
You should read the script.
Really?
As a producer, you should read the script.
But I am a student of improv.
Well, yeah, like Jim Belushi, right?
Right.
Well, when you make a film,
Right?
improv doesn't enter into the equation.
Have you-
Unless you're behind a screen, you know, talking like a pirate or
Have you
something.
ever seen Waiting
or
for
making waffles or eating a
Guffin?
Tic Tac?
Or Best in Show.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Christopher Guest and I, you know where I met Christopher Guest?
Where?
At the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Center.
Really?
Yeah, we were both there.
Under the Apollo rocket?
That's right. We were under the Apollo. I met Christopher Guest.
Oh, no, wait, that's a Saturn V rocket.
Under the Saturn V rocket, and we were both saying the same thing. Do you know what we were saying?
What?
That is big.
Oh, yeah.
We were, but you know what? We both improvised that line.
Oh, that is big line?
Yes, and I noticed that he was a wonderful improviser.
Now, did you
And-
both say big, or did one of you use another word? Like
No, we both
huge.
we both said big.
Okay.
But we were like in cahoots.
Okay.
We were on the same page.
Okay.
And he was already, I think he was working on Best in Show, which is
Okay.
a great, improvised film.
Uh-huh.
And he realized that I too was an improviser
Uh-huh.
of at least his level, if not more,
Wow.
if not past him.
Well, that's saying something, but you should still read the script when you're doing a major motion picture.
Christopher Guest doesn't read the script.
Well, but he didn't have a script.
Spencer Tracy read the script once, 5 days before shooting, and never read it again.
Well, sure, but if you would have read the script even once, you would have known about the weed thing.
Well, but I think it worked out.
Yeah, it worked. It did
Either
work out.
way, it worked
Yeah.
out.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Oh, this is a good line with Khalil.
Which one?
Patience runs very deep in my family.
Yeah, and that wasn't in the script. That was all improvised.
Yeah, that's true. You can have areas of in what?
Improvisation.
Yeah, you can have areas of that. Sure, like when we were behind the screen and stuff like that.
Right. Because we were originally Rick Moranis was going to play the worm.
Uh-huh.
Because he's about the same size.
Uh-huh.
And he's got kind of the same kind of mouth.
Sure.
And so
Uh-huh.
he was going to do that, and he's a great, improviser.
He is.
And Eugene Levy,
Uh-huh.
and all those guys.
Yep.
But then he didn't look enough like a worm, we thought, because he only had 2 legs.
Right.
So then, and that's when we found Khalil on the highway and then in traffic court, and then we paid his bill, and he became an indentured servant of the film production.
I remember.
And we didn't have to even pay him then, which worked out much better than Rick Moranis.
Yep.
Although he was very good in Ghostbusters.
Khalil?
No, Rick Moranis.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, look.
Oh,
We're
it's
back
over.
in the restaurant.
Is it over?
Well, not all the way over.
What do you think about Laura the Carrot's new hair?
I like it.
Yeah.
It's a good look for her.
That Jenny Jones makeover really paid off, huh?
Yep. Boy, was she surprised, though.
Boy, was she surprised.
Yeah.
Ho, 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 ho.
Yeah.
I'm
She
telling
thought-
you.
She thought she was there for something else.
And Ricky Lake was awfully mad that she didn't get to do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that Junior. Don't you just love him?
Yep. At the beginning of this film, his eyes were smaller.
Really?
Yeah, but he was working on with the weights on his eyes, and they got bigger.
His eyes got bigger.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's unusual.
Yeah.
Were they
yeah.
like collagen implants like Barbara Hershey
Nope, he did it all with dumbbells.
on his eyes?
Yeah, just little lid lifts. you know?
Really?
Yep, bulked him right up, like Will Smith did for Ali.
Yeah?
Yeah.
On his eyes?
No, his biceps, but Junior did it with his eyes.
Wow.
Yep.
Did he work with Jake?
Eyes by Jake. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
You know, Junior almost got his eye caught in that door on that one. You remember that?
There's
Jake?
a price to pay when you get your eyes that big.
He almost got. That would have been disastrous to have, eyes that large and muscular.
Yep.
And be right next to that sliding thing.
Yep.
Just like that. Holy mackerel.
Up, here's Twippo. Okay.
Oh, this was such a happy moment.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know he was coming.
What are the odds, really?
Right.
That he would break down at a restaurant right by them.
They didn't know. It was originally, this part was going to be played by, was it Burt Reynolds?
Yeah, Burt Reynolds. The part of Twippo?
Yeah, Burt Reynolds was
He
going
looks
to be...
good in a white leisure suit. That's
he looks
probably
great.
why. Yeah.
He looks great.
Uh-huh.
He looks like, John Travolta 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Even though
Yeah.
he's older.
Then he's older than John Travolta.
He's older, but he has stayed in such good shape.
He's the Dick Clark of leisure suits.
I was just thinking that exact same thing.
Really?
Right.
Wow.
Who would you want to see in a leisure suit more on New Year's Eve than Burt Reynolds?
Not Dick Clark, I'll tell you that right now.
Not Dick Clark in a leisure suit anymore. He's a good man.
Sure.
I mean, we had him over for dinner last Tuesday.
You did?
Yeah, he's a good man. He didn't finish his potatoes,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
that's okay.
Yeah, well, they got those free radicals to make you look older, those potatoes.
Right, so that's okay. But
Uh-huh.
Burt Reynolds ultimately was not right for the part of Twippo.
Right.
Do you remember why?
Well, because he wasn't really all that fond of Rafi.
Who's Rafi?
That's a children's singer that Twippo seeks to emulate.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you know the banana phone guy?
No.
Ring, 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 ring,
Is he
ring,
the
ring,
guy
ring.
who
Banana phone.
Is he the guy who smashed the watermelons with the sledgehammer?
No, that's Gallagher.
Is that different?
Well, yeah, you got the banana phone guy, you got Gallagher, you got
Sam Kinison?
Carrot Top.
Carrot Top?
Yeah, I don't know what all the Sam Kinison isn't in that same kind of group.
Sting?
Sting.
He's got one name.
You got Sting.
You got Bono.
You got Bono.
The Edge.
The Edge.
That's
he's
two
got
words.
a "the" in his title.
His first name is The.
The.
Like Bob's middle name is The.
Uh-huh.
The Edge's first name is The. I wonder if they're named after the same person.
I wonder.
The.
They had like a great Uncle The.
Right.
Wow.
It gives you something to think about,
It does.
You
But
know,
anyway,
this scene was staged by Julie, what's her name?
Julie Roberts?
No, Julie Tamer.
Julie Tamer?
The Lion King lady.
Oh, the Lion King lady.
Yeah, who did The Lion King on Broadway. She helped us out with all these puppets.
Oh.
Yeah. Or was it Michael Curry?
It was one of those guys.
They both
Oh,
helped.
no, I know who it was. It was Baron Munchausen. He's the one that set this up for us.
He was a fictitious character.
Oh, no, he wasn't. No, he's for real.
He was real?
He's for real.
Okay.
Yep. So he helped us with this set.
Well, I didn't come in this day, so I don't really know.
Yep. Yeah, that clamshell was left over from him.
Yeah, and do you
Yep.
remember when we tried to get distribution for this film? When we took the film, first we took the film to, Universal,
Uh-huh.
and they said, oh, we got the Grinch Who Stole Christmas. What do we need vegetables for?
Right.
And then we took it to Disney, and they
Uh-huh.
said, oh, we've got this little Stitch.
Yeah, we got the Stitch.
And we didn't even know what they were talking about at the time.
Yeah, and we got
They
Long
said,
John Silver
we
in
got
space.
This little Stitch, and
Yeah.
we got Long John in
Silver space.
like Hush Puppies in Space.
That's right. Yeah,
In fact, that was the name of the film at that point.
Hush Puppies in Space?
Yes, that's what they were calling it.
Wow.
And we said, you might want to rethink the title.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like shoes, flying through my closet.
Yeah.
Not a space drama like
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Well, in Pigs in Space.
Which they
kinda-
did.
They did that.
So Disney passed.
Yeah.
And then we took it to Miramax.
Uh-huh.
And they said, is Ralph Fiennes in it?
Yeah,
And we
or-
said no. And they said, we don't make any movies without Ralph Fiennes.
Oh, okay.
Nothing. Forget it.
Or that or
Gwyneth.
Pokemon.
Or they did do Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon 4.
That's not from Miramax.
Well, then who's it from?
It's from Warner Brothers, I'm sure. They got all the
Miramax
Pokemon
is
money.
distributing Pokemon. That's
talking
Miramax's
crazy.
timeout. Look on the internet, it's
man,
true.
the movie's almost over. So Miramax
Yep.
passed because it didn't have Ralph Fiennes or Gwyneth Paltrow. And I'm thinking, boy, that sounds like a vegetable. If I've ever heard a name that sounds like a vegetable.
Think so?
What did I say?
Vegetable?
I had some Paltrow
Oh,
on my
look.
salad.
The movie's over now.
What movie?
The movie. Now, when it says produced by, do you see Mr. Lunt and Larry the Cucumber
No,
there?
you don't see that so much.
I don't think so. We're gonna have a talk. Not even executive producers.
No, not nothing. What's an AWOG?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's
Absent without a
Heineke
board.
and Phil Vischer. They think they made the music. Boy, do they have another thing coming.
Yep.
You know, I used to hum music back in my Second City days.
You did?
I would crack James Belushi. He would be laughing on the floor. His milk would be coming out of his nose because of those little songs I would just make up that were so funny.
Now, did you have words to them, or did you just hum them?
Oh, I had words.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't that the melodies were so funny.
No, a melody in and of itself cannot make you spit milk out of your nose.
Yeah, that's true.
My grandmother taught me that when we were growing up in Pasadena.
Okay, sure.
She said, don't even try it. No one will spit milk out of their nose just from a melody. You have to use, the key is lyrical content.
For milk out the nose.
That's what she said.
Got it.
That's when she joined the circus. It was the
Okay.
next day.
Oh. Well, what do you think? Should we be wrapping this thing up now?
I suppose so.
I'm still waiting for my name.
I'm not sure what other stories there are to tell. You know, we told the Hush Puppy story. They know all about the Krispy Kremes. You know, they know that we actually produced the film. What's our next film?
Well, I want to do a remake of Socks with Stripes.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I'm still...
I think technology has improved to the point now where we could really, add some great scenes into that film.
Oh, especially wire removal
Yeah,
could really come in handy.
we could probably get 2 or 3 extra stripes with
Right.
digital technology.
And I would still like to play my dream role in the Milton Berle story.
Oh,
You know?
that's good.
Yeah, I've been talking to everyone about that since my days at Second City.
That would be a good one.
They just stared at me, though.
Well, I just gotta say it was a pleasure working with you as a producer and a friend.
Right.
And I look forward to many other productions in the future.
Oh yeah, you know, I suspect that you and I someday, my friend, will be standing at the podium on Oscar night.
Yeah?
You know, and we will be thanking our own little political causes
Yeah?
for our great success.
Yeah?
I hope it is sooner than later.
Yeah, me too.
Because
Me too.
I can't eat many more Krispy Kremes and still stay cogent. You know what I'm saying?
Cogent?
Yes.
I don't know what you're saying.
Either do
I've never heard that word.
I've had too many Krispy Kremes already. My blood sugar level is so high, I cannot legally drive.
Well then, perhaps we should go.
Perhaps we should, but the song isn't even over yet.
Well, it's getting close, and plus we have to sing the other song, the song under the credits song. We gotta get
right.
all warmed up for that.
We gotta get out of the way, for here comes the song under the credits. Now, you wrote this song, right?
I did.
You wrote it
I
under
did.
the credits.
I wrote it under the credits, and we sang it. In fact,
Right.
let's sing it right now. Here we go.
This is the song that runs under the credits. These are the credits, so this is where it goes. Has nothing to do with the movie, so we'll say, hey, 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 hey. There once was a song that ran under the credits that went with the movie, but this is not that song. Has nothing to do with the movie, so we'll say, hey, 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 hey. Wouldn't it be nice if the song under the credits had something to do with the movie you just saw? But that's not the case, so for now we'll have to say, hey, 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 hey. There should be a rule that if the song under the credits remotely pertains to the movie's basic plot. That rule has not been made, so for now we'll have to say, hey, 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 hey. Come on! Hey, 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 hey.
Hey, I'm a little winded.
I don't think we're
I'm
done
gonna
yet.
go home and take a nap.
Come on, we have contractual obligations to finish the
They
song.
paid for a full 79 minutes of entertainment, pal. Get back in the booth.
Wake me up for the prequel.
Oh, come on. We were just starting to have fun. Hey, what? Oh, man. I need a Tums.
What? What, are we done? You mean that's it? Zip da balula galom bam bing. Hey, ho ho ho. Hey, ho ho ho. Hey. If you want me, I'll be on the porch.
Hi everyone, this is Mike Naraki, director of The Pirates Who Don't Do Anything.
And Phil Vischer, writer of the same.
And Paula Marcus, I produced it.
And this is the commentary
Of the movie.
under glorious music.
That you're hopefully watching.
This is the Big Idea logo. Right here. We're gonna remember we had some ideas to actually combine the Big Idea logo and the Universal logo.
Yeah.
Including Bob spinning around as a big red tomato.
Yeah, but it didn't happen.
Might do it one of these days.
Didn't
That would be
happen
kind
because
fun.
of lawyers.
Right.
I'm almost
It was
positive.
storyboarded.
Yeah, you can storyboard anything.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean
but
they'll
it-
let you make it.
Right, never got done.
Okay, so this movie started. We made Jonah. Do you remember Jonah, Mike?
I do.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good. That was back, came out in 2002. And near the end of producing Jonah, I'd written another film called The Bob and Larry Movie, which was really kind of complicated and elaborate because it had humans in it. And we realized near the end of Jonah that we couldn't pull it off, that it was too complex and too expensive, and we needed to do something else.
Oh, can I stop you for a minute and just
Yes.
point out that claw simulation on those flags?
That was awesome.
Isn't that nice?
We'll talk about it when we see it again.
And just
Yeah.
the smoke. Look at that smoke. Isn't that nice smoke?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we really love these three characters, the Pirates Who Don't Do Anything, and Jonah. We thought, well, what if we gave them their own piratey adventure? And this was near the end of 2002.
You want to talk about Mauritania?
Mauritania!
Because Monteria.
I want to say that no vegetables were hurt in this movie, except in the storyboards for this sequence, where the storyboard artist Tim Hodge cut a couple of them with their swords. It was,
Yeah, Tim did a little fun slicing and
Really?
dicing and
Yeah.
story reels.
it was a little violent.
Ouch.
We were all aghast.
Are those going to be a DVD bonus feature?
I don't know. I don't know if we want to let those out.
I think
don't
we
know.
destroyed them.
Okay.
But this whole the whole world that this was set up in is this fictitious Caribbean where Robert's hideout ends up being Barbados. And
Right.
so they're kind of off. So you can sort of imagine them on a ship outside north of the coast of South America. And it started off as Phil initially named it Mauritania.
Mauritania.
Yeah, not realizing that's actually the name of a country in Africa.
Right. And boy, were they mad. So we had to change it.
Yeah, we got a globe out, showed Phil, and then
I didn't believe him at first, of course.
Yeah, they all wanted to go on a location hunt to look
Yeah,
for this
wanted to go to
location.
Barbados and check it
There
out.
it is.
But we couldn't
But
afford
instead,
it.
Monteria is actually, so this fictitious kingdom of Monteria is actually the name of a city. It's a small city, maybe more of a town in northern Colombia, close to the ocean, not right on the ocean, but
that
right on the
so?
ocean. Yes.
Really?
Monteria. It means, I guess, land of mountains or something like that.
Oh, well, here we are in the land of mountains. Look at them all.
So the king's kingdom is actually, South America, actually.
Wow.
So, yes.
I
And
did
then-
not know that.
Yep, and Robert occupies Barbados, and I'd love to, after the whole film is over, it'd be a fun place to go visit these
Well, let's go.
fictitious places.
Let's
in
go
Barbados.
now.
So, what is that? Is that Eloise?
It looks like
Could
it's
it be?
an Eloise.
She's green.
There we go. Oh, check out that window right there. See that window?
Yeah.
That's the first double-hung window on a 17th century pirate ship.
Right, and when we were doing this, we had
awesome.
problems whether the window was opened or closed and which way it swung and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because you figured, in a pirate ship in that era, if it did open, it'd probably just sort of swing out on a hinge on top
Yeah.
or something. But you just, it didn't look very good. So we decided to go with the
Right.
pillar double hung.
And there's Eloise.
There's
Remember we
Eloise.
did that little test with her bangs?
Yeah, Eloise Bangs. Yeah, originally the way that she was designed initially was actually looked more or less like this, but when we got her into 3D and we modeled her and then started to put her through the paces of animation, she looked like a little Frankenstein.
She had a lot of forehead.
Yeah, a lot of forehead.
So, so then we gave her some bangs. And
like
she
a
looked
little
cute.
curtain of bangs.
A little curtain of bangs, and she looked cute. But then we got a lot of feedback about, we don't, people weren't liking her
Not
bangs as much
into
as
the
her
bangs.
I liked
original
the bangs.
design.
It made her look younger, I
Yeah,
thought.
it
And very
wasn't
cute.
a bad look.
I didn't like them.
I liked them.
But then what we did was we had to go back and reshape her head to actually take down her forehead and take
I had to
away
do
her
that
bangs.
with 2 of my kids. They're okay now.
Yeah.
Okay.
But she looks cute after all.
Yeah. So who did the voice?
Well, her name is Laura Giroux.
Giroux.
And it was fantastic. Actually, it's a fun story about how we came about her voice. Initially, she was, the whole royal family was conceived as British. So the king and Robert, Eloise, and Alexander, I was thinking they'd all have, British accents of some sort of another, which Robert and the king do. But when we started to get in audition tapes from our casting agent, Sue Blue, isn't that a great name? Out in
Sue Blue from LA.
From LA. Got a lot of great voices, but a lot of them sounded like, older, actresses trying to sound younger. Some of them with really great British accents, but one of them stood out to me, but it was the accent wasn't that great, but the voice was fantastic. It just right in the age range and right in the feeling that I was looking for, and so we ended up changing around a little bit. So we decided, okay, let's use this actress, and not have the prince and princess with British accents.
Right.
So it worked pretty well.
And I like using...
And that's her actual voice. That's what she sounds like.
Yeah.
She's just natural.
Yep, it's just natural.
But she's not a child.
That's right.
No minors.
How do you like those placemats?
Those are cool. Did Chuck paint those?
Oh, remember Somewhere in the Present?
Rob and Tom and Chuck all worked on those.
Oh yeah, Somewhere in the Present was
changed.
Originally Somewhere Last Week. That's what it says in the script. If you go in the script, somehow that did not survive to see the screen.
Right. There was some confusion about time travel, and people didn't get it.
Because there's one less step that you have to go through. When you say Somewhere Last Week, you kind of have to do the math and say, okay, last week is kind of the present, and it's up for very short amount of time. So when you actually say present, then it's very clear that
So the question
we're back
is, do
in the
you
present.
consider last week history or current events?
Or is it a
Depends
gift?
on how busy of a week it was.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and it was Ellen. The Ellen character was really fun. Carrie, the actress that did this, she just did such a great job with the Ellen.
They're trying to conceive of a girlfriend for Mr. Lunch.
Yeah.
It's kind of a challenge.
I think they're the perfect match.
The theater set was our biggest set, actually. We had to do it in 3 pieces to get all those people in.
Because it wouldn't fit in the computer.
They would all fit in the computer. Yeah, it is. It's so funny because we go into these massive, beautiful sea panoramas. But this set is actually the biggest set in the whole film, just because of the amount of characters, the amount of props, and so everything had to be rendered in layers and lighted in layers.
Yeah, and how'd you fill it full of people?
Well, there are a lot of the VeggieTales people that you've seen before, and most of them are sitting there twice, if you look really carefully.
And are there any hidden ETs or Wookiees?
Maybe.
Originally, Junior Asparagus was sitting right there in that row in front of the girls, but he was just too obvious as
you'd
being
expect
a main
him to
character.
burst into song.
Right, so instead we put a little P in there with a hat.
But we did a whole seating chart with all of the veggie characters.
So they had assigned seats?
Yeah, they had assigned seats.
And they weren't allowed to
like
change.
throwing a wedding.
They had to find their seats every day.
That's right.
Oh, and remember the humongous ketchup and all of the big props?
We had some scaling issues in this because we actually did a lot of previs work with wireframe models before we even started storyboarding, and we can talk about more of that later. But we actually had Sir Frederick, who is the main character on the pirate ship at this point. He was kind of misscaled when we did that previs work, and so it threw off the scale for the whole theater. And so we got
because he'd been eating too much on the craft table.
Yeah. Well, his real model was bigger than the fake model that we were using, and so
one
when we
too
really
many
put,
turkey legs.
Yeah.
Actually.
So when we actually put Sir Frederick on the pirate ship, he was way too big. So then we had to scale the pirate ship along with the rest of the restaurant up, and then it got way too big for the rest of the characters. So it was a little bit of a.
How did you survive it?
We had a lot of tweaking to do afterwards.
I bet.
A lot of tweaking.
And you think it's okay that George has kids? Because some people, say, well, Pa Grape doesn't have for his kids. We gave him other kids in another show. Think people can suspend their disbelief about...
He's an actor. He doesn't even have the same name as he has normally.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
That's right.
Some people
Harrison Ford has had a number of different kids in his films.
And in his real life. I'm pretty sure. But
hey, my little girl is right next to George there.
Playing
my daughter in real life, Allie.
Yeah.
Allie does the voice of Lucy. Right here
there
she comes.
is.
There she comes.
There she is with.
Oh, like father, like daughter. Yeah, that was brilliant. Oh, look how sad he is.
Oh, this is very sad.
Have we ever made Pa that sad in a film before?
I don't think so.
Well, notice that he's wearing glasses through this entire movie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, why is he wearing glasses?
To give him more emotion.
To give him more emotion. George is technically the hero of this whole movie. It's it's a story about the pirates who don't do anything, but George is the one we track the most emotionally through the whole film. And so, it was some of the early feedback we got, from Universal to want to make sure we could get as much emotion out of George as possible. And at first they wanted us to give him eyes.
Yeah, that suggestion was not well received.
We were kind of nervous about that. We actually drew a couple of illustrations with him with eyes, and we all screamed
and ran out of the room.
But the glasses and the eyebrows show so much emotion.
Yeah, and I'm actually really glad we did it. I really like his character, his pirate character with the glasses and the eyebrows.
But if you go back to all the old stuff with him as a pirate, he's never had glasses when he was wearing his pirate hat.
Right, exactly. He frequently wears glasses, never with his pirate hat, but I do like him in his pirate hat look.
Yeah, but he wasn't the lead before.
Yeah. Yes. Now this character and the role he plays is a not very heavily veiled reference to one of my favorite movies of all time, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, by the Coen brothers, which also use a sort of a semi-mythical character to set up, to foreshadow the adventure that's about to happen.
Like the Odyssey, I guess is what it would be, right?
Yes. Yes.
He's a dapper Dan man.
Although I've wondered why, who was running the lights in the theater and why the lights all changed when he...
Andy was running the lights.
Andy.
Andy's up there. He's
Q3. Q, mysterious visitor in the theater.
Here's an interesting piece of trivia. Initially, Bob the Tomato, because of his lack of appearance elsewhere in the film, we were going to have him come in here. He was going to be from the nursing home, saying that the bus is about ready to leave.
Yeah. And what happened to that?
It just took too much time.
And we found another place for Bob. You'll have to keep watching the movie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bob shows
I will.
up later. Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah. So I liked his little hat though. He had like on a little trucker hat. He looked cute in it. So.
Okay, but we learned a lot about pacing, didn't we?
We did.
You gotta keep the movie going.
Gotta keep it going. We actually had a whole scene that we cut out.
It was the best scene in the whole movie.
I think it will have it on the DVD. It actually is. It makes history as the first ever completely animated and rendered and lighted, cut scene from VeggieTales. So,
and you get to watch it.
It's a bonus track now, so it's very nice.
Somewhere.
But it really, it's a nice little scene. It informs George's character very nicely. But it just,
the movie got a little too long.
We wanted to get him into the past a little quicker.
Yeah. The first reel was just a little too slow.
A little slow. Yeah.
But now look at it; it's crispy.
Crispy. This is another thing we cut a little short here. Is the this audition scene was originally about 30 seconds longer. We took it down.
Sometimes less is more.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes more is more.
Avast, you scurvy dogs! You came from the sea, and to the sea you shall return!
Pa really enjoyed this part.
Did he?
Yeah. He always wanted to do this. Be a pirate, be a hero. He learned the lines years ago. He's known all the lines for the whole show. Mr. Lunt was a little more hesitant about the role.
Now remember, he's Sedgwick now.
But Lunt was playing the role.
Right.
But he was, He doesn't like the physical exertion thing so much.
Bit of an extensive use of matte painting throughout this whole film. Like everything you're seeing, the ceiling plates and the background plates are all painted. All those clouds in the background. And when we look up and see the lights, see those lights right there?
Yeah.
Those are background paintings.
Really?
Right. Chuck Bomer, our production designer, did an amazing job. I mean, his fingerprint is on every frame of this film.
Yeah. And
Literally.
Andrew Woodhouse was Chuck's sidekick and getting so much done. Just paint, things that didn't quite look good enough in 3D with just the way they turned out with final lighting and modeling. They went in and did a ton of painting fixes and touch-ups just to get everything to integrate in perfectly with each other.
So how about this alley?
Yeah, this was actually inspired by a Nashville alley. So
Really?
Joe Spataford, one of our production artists, who actually lives in Nashville, went out with his camera and took a couple of alley snapshots. And
Was he in any danger?
In Nashville? I don't think so.
No? Being assaulted by a country music artist? They can get testy when they're out of work.
I'm glad we cut out the laugh at the end of that line. It was not a good thing.
Yeah.
There was a laugh.
Yeah, a little Jacob, but
oh, that's not very
actually,
nice.
and that's interesting because Joe Spataford, who actually did the alleyway design, was the voice of Jacob Lewis.
Right.
So did the little laugh that got cut.
That's right.
That's Joe's garbage truck.
Joe's garbage truck.
Yeah,
one of the
very
nicest garbage trucks ever to show up in a CGI film.
Right, and it's too bad we don't see it more.
We'll have to bring it back.
Do you think we could make a collectible toy based on the garbage truck? Do you think it had enough appearance to warrant that?
But we should do one on the Help Seeker.
Oh, the Help Seeker. Paul, that's what Paul Conrad designed. Paul over at
Very
Pixar
cool.
now. Shout out to Paul.
Hi,
How's it going, Paul?
Hi, Paul.
I like the fisheye thing.
Yeah,
That's
cool.
fun. And Pa's pirate hat has a new logo.
Yes, that is
time.
the dinner theater logo, the Pieces of Eight. If you'll notice, Ron Eddy, who did the design for that very cleverly, it's a P. So you can see the letter P on there and the fork and the knife underneath.
Yeah.
But George's, it's sort of worn off a little bit, so it kind of vaguely resembles a pirate, skull and crossbones.
Yeah,
cleverly
without being scary.
Without being scary.
We don't want to scare the kids.
No.
But this is where the fun starts.
Oh, hey, I want to talk a little bit about sort of the visual language for the film that we used. It's kind of interesting. We just saw where the camera pulled back before the boat dropped.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Took a seminar a few years ago from Bruce Block. Remember Bruce Block?
Yeah,
He came in and gave us a seminar and talked about visual language.
He's a legend.
He's a legend. And what we did in the film was we assigned kind of their emotional state to how we filmed them. And with the use of deep space, limited space, and flat space, that is to say, really, if they're kind of standing in front of just in front of a wall, that's called flat space. And,
Right.
You can see clear vanishing points. That's a deep space.
Right. And then Star Wars was all in deep space.
Yes.
Right.
Deep space. That's right.
Yeah.
See, and so we assigned kind of their laziness and their not doing anythingness to flat space.
Yeah.
And whenever they actually go into adventure, we shoot them in deep space.
Now,
So-
this was the scene that really started the whole film because I was trying
Look
to
at
think.
the water.
Look at the
Just
water.
beautiful.
Doesn't it look
Lovely.
wet?
Yes, our effects
The wettest
people up
water.
at Stars Animation did an amazing job bringing the water into the computer. It's all real.
To the
And it didn't even
computer.
short anything.
But the whole story pursuit kind of started out with, okay, what if these three pirates got dropped into a real pirate adventure, which then led to literally dropping them into the 17th century in a rowboat, which then led to, okay, well, what would happen next? And how did they get there? What happened before? So the whole film was built out from this scene right here.
And that particular shot of them dropping in, when we
I love when Cedric hits his head.
Look at that. I was inspired. We took the cinematography as inspiration, the Balrog shot as Gandalf is fighting the Balrog
In Lord of the Rings.
at the beginning of number 2, Lord of the Rings, as they're falling from the sky.
That was a little violent, though. This is less
It is
violent.
much less violent than fighting a Balrog.
More age
A lot less
appropriate.
violent than fighting a Balrog.
This wasn't in the script. This was all ad-libbed. Talking literally, Phil.
Yeah. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
It worked.
The pirate ships, how many different unique ships were actually built?
Oh, man. I'd say 6.
Really?
6 or 7 boats. Michael
Holy
Spooner,
cow.
an amazing artist. Michael worked with us in Jonah as well and was at Big Idea for a number of years, and he worked with us on a freelance basis for this film. Did a lot of the ship design and just did an amazing job on them. But the Steadfast, that's the name of this, the princess's ship right here. The Stub, which is the name of Robert's ship, are the 2 biggest sort of detailed out ships. We also have the King's ship, and then
One-Eyed
Louis' ship, and we have the rowboat,
And were they
we have the pirate yacht.
completely unique, or did they have lots of interchangeable parts?
Well, the Stub and One-Eyed Louis' ship are actually the same ship. They're just colored differently, and they've got different props attached.
And the sails and masts were all sort of interchangeable. Like you had one of these and 2 of these. And
Right. But, the Steadfast is definitely the most complex ship, and it actually has, it comes in different sets. This is the onboard set. So if you were to actually physically take the camera and pull it out from this set, there wouldn't be a boat beneath it. And so we actually did a wide view of model of the ship as well. And unlike Jonah, which is where we built one ship and detailed it infinitely, so you'd be able to shoot it as close as you want to, as far away. We just found that to be really cumbersome. Yes, very cumbersome. Yes. So this way, what we did was we just built what we needed to for the cameras that we needed. So it was much more lightweight, and we would just substitute in different ships.
So would you say we've learned a lot?
We've learned our lesson
as we've done things in the past.
That's right. Yeah, when we could go in on Jonah's ship and open a barrel and find 80 fish in it, fully modeled in a barrel that we would never had to open really on camera. We figured we needed to do something different the next time around.
One of the goals in a CGI film is to try to put the budget on the screen.
That's right.
As much
Very
as possible.
important. I wouldn't let you put all those fish in the barrel.
Right.
No.
We got much more money on the screen in this film than we did in Jonah, and I think that's why it looks so pretty.
So pretty. I thought this interaction was fun, where they each kind of have to powwow on each end and.
We had one of the shots in there initially. We were going to do kind of the typical huddle shot, where you got and we do it for a little bit here, but we lock the camera down. Initially, we were going to shoot it as sort of a slowly rotating huddle, and it made me nauseous.
Yes,
after a while I started talking. Like, I don't feel so good.
We have those storyboards
lock it down
too.
And cut away.
You decided that was bad for a movie to make people physically nauseous.
Yeah, well, got to pick your points in a film. Sometimes it's good.
Sometimes
in the
it's
roller coaster scene.
How do you start this thing?
I love the wood on the ship and the detailing on the edges and how it's worn off.
Well, Chuck Vollmer, the art director on the film, is actually a woodworker in his own right, so he just loves wood, and so it was very important to him to get the wood exactly right. And you can really tell. I mean, it's just those little touches, like how the wood is worn on the edges and. Just the grain.
Looks like Snow White.
It does. It has a very classic, almost Disney feel to it. Pinocchio. We used Pinocchio as visual reference for the wood.
Snow White.
Snow White. Yeah, that too. but and it's and the other thing, just the stylization. We didn't want to go photorealistic with anything, so everything has a really nice stylized feel to it, including the water.
Oh,
here we are back at Robert.
Cloth simulations.
This was an added scene.
This was an added scene. This wasn't in the original script, but we felt like we had gone away from the bad guy for too long, so we needed to come back and make sure that he was still all right.
And that the audience remembered
the
he
bad
existed.
Guy?
Yeah,
there's a bad guy. Because as I was writing, I'd completely forgotten about him. Like, what?
Bad guy? Oh, yeah.
I'm just having fun with my pirates. How many does, Robert, his beard wiggles, his beard, and look, and his scarf little things wiggle there.
There's a nice little secondary animation. That's all.
There's lots of that stuff.
IK stuff.
That's not cheap either.
No, it's not. And look at Willery's little, what do you call those little, is it Dicky? What do you call those?
That's not what we call it, Mike.
I don't know what those scarps are called,
It's
but anyways.
it's like an ascot.
An
but
ascot, that's right.
Something
Okay.
like that. But look
Okay,
at
I'm thinking of a doily. That's what I'm thinking of.
texture
Well, it looks a
on
little,
his
yeah, the
shirt.
texture is
doily-ish.
amazing. I
That's
mean,
so
the texture
cool.
is so beautiful on all the
Oh, I've got
clothing and everything.
Something to say about
Yeah.
the layout of these whip cracks. Here's another thing where scaling was a major issue. When they built the ship, was built separately from these rocks. And the rocks were built to a scale that were just like Mount Everest scale. so what ended up happening to get them to the right size on the ship, they were just like little bitty tips of icebergs sticking up out of the water. But they had completely lost all their sharpness. Just like if you went in on the head of a pin with an electron microscope, it would look flat. That's what happened with these.
Wow.
And so,
have you done that?
yeah, I have. Yeah, on a head of a needle, head of a pin.
In
But
medical
anyways,
school?
so we had to once we got all that into layout, we had to go back and rescale everything kind of the same scale.
Every shot had to be redone with the rocks.
yeah.
We had to
Oy,
go through and
what
we
a
had,
nightmare.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
had Whip Crack Island rock placement.
Yeah. So the rock placement in itself, turned into a big deal. But it turned out looking great. So it became a real item of art direction as to exactly where to put those rocks.
Wow.
So, and the other thing too is just getting this look right here in this mist to kind of pick out the ship. Is there a ship? Is it a rock?
Right.
What is it?
So how many days do you think were spent placing rocks?
Oh,
in this scene.
2 weeks.
2 weeks around.
2 weeks.
2 weeks of rock placement.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
Man, that's why I got out of the movie business. That's crazy. I'll write them, but don't make me place the rocks.
Yeah, but
Whoa.
It looks so nice, doesn't it?
What was that? Cannonball?
Yeah, it was a cannonball. There we go.
I
There's
love this
One-Eyed
pirate.
Louie.
Right.
He's funny. We got to do more with him.
It's the same actor, Alan Lee, who did the voice for the old man in the restaurant.
Oh, okay.
He's actually a local actor here in Nashville. Really,
I think our
fun
next
actor.
movie should be The Adventure of One-Eyed Louie.
with
That
one
would be
tooth.
cool.
He
We'll
used
just-
to have
yes.
2 teeth.
Every,
Oh, yeah.
every movie we need to pick one character from the movie, and the next movie will be about that character.
Excellent.
And people could vote online. Which character was your favorite? We'll make a movie about it.
Wow,
It'd be like
sort
a
of
chain
reality
letter.
TV meets cinema.
Which character's your favorite?
Me?
Yeah.
I like them all.
Oh, yeah.
I actually like the guy next to One-Eyed Louie that's waving his sword around and like singing a little song or something, not paying attention. I thought that was hilarious. And, and then suddenly he notices, oh yeah, I'm a big scary pirate.
Oh, this is a fun little scene
the
in here.
powder room.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not how I had written it. I'd written it, it was, I don't know. I don't even remember how
I think it was some sort of a candle down there, or like
he
a
just,
dark light
yeah,
candle.
he just came down and looked for something to pull on, and I don't even remember why.
No, to light. I think
To
it was he
light.
lighting the wick or
I
something.
don't
He
know.
accidentally lit it. I can't remember.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
don't
bathroom stuff was added by Mike.
Oh, and this was stylistic right here. This is actually just one shot, but we cover it from multiple angles.
Wow.
This was
Does that
fun to
take
get
a lot
through
of
and lay out.
technology to do that?
Getting this whole scene, although I think visually it makes a lot of sense now that it's animated, had to take a lot of time within storyboard and layout to make sure it wasn't confusing in terms of camera direction, where the ball was traveling and we flipped lines on the camera several times throughout it. But I think it worked out pretty
It
well.
works. It sings.
Oh,
It's not even a musical.
really?
I told you they were heroes.
Hmm? Is that the first time we've had Larry spit something out?
I think so,
You know?
but it's rope, so it's
Yeah.
not too bad.
Yeah, that's okay.
Here's one of our first continuity
You did
issues.
that on purpose?
Continuity issue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the door was was open, now it's closed.
Oh,
Yeah, well,
oops.
what can you do?
Oops. Oh, I love
All
this
right.
set.
Yeah, this is a really
The
fun
next
set.
movie should just take place in this set with
Yeah.
One-Eyed Louie doing a monologue.
It's a monologue.
Like Spalding Gray.
Swimming to Cambodia.
Yes.
But it's great for
Oh man, look, there they go. Oh, look at the ceiling.
What?
Let's see. The
What
ceiling.
I don't
Oh, I'm
see any
sorry.
ceiling.
I mentioned it a little late. The ceiling plate was a painted
It was
plate.
painted.
It's really pretty.
Yeah.
There is no physical 3D ceiling in here. It was painted. But yeah, the lighting
Watch
and
your step.
water and everything in here turned out really cool.
I like that. We should have spent more time in there. That was a fun set.
We come back there.
We'll be back there.
We'll be
Yeah,
back.
but not for very long.
Yeah.
And I love
Keep
this
running through it.
This sunset lighting here is just
Yes.
really nice. Although we found out when we got in to the set and started doing lighting that the sunlight doesn't hit the back of the ship too well. And so this isn't one of Eloise's better moments for lighting. Her hair gets a rim, but her face just kind of goes flat.
Right. Well, you know, we all have those moments.
His little Eloise.
But George looks good. George kind of turned in the light there. He looks nice.
If it was Pirates of the Caribbean, they would just pay to have the sun moved. Because money is no object.
We don't have Jerry Bruckheimer movie money here.
No, we don't. No, because we have to finance these mostly with credit cards.
And roadside vegetable stands.
Yep, and then hope that we sell enough pirate ships to pay off the credit cards. It's tough business.
Oh, I love that's a nice matte painting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Chuck spent a lot of time
Chuck
on
painted
this.
that. Michael Spooner did the design on that.
Yeah.
This actual set is a teeny tiny little set. I think your mind goes, your mind is, is set up with, okay,
that's pretty
this
water.
in on this rock.
That's some good water there.
But this whole set consists of just a short staircase and this short piece of porch we're about ready to see. And that's
Short
all
porch.
Yeah, see this porch right here?
Yeah, I see it.
If you pull
Look
the
at
camera
thatch.
back,
Isn't that nice thatch?
The thatch is painted on.
Andrew Woodhouse painted special. If you were to pull back the camera here, they'd just be floating in the middle of the air above the ocean.
I want to have Andrew Woodhouse paint some thatch on my house too.
We put everything on the screen. There's no extras.
No extras.
Now, this song wasn't originally in the film. And
what's that all about?
We needed more music because music is
Says
fun.
who? Music is highly overrated.
Oh,
Thought it'd be fun to have a piratey song in here, and
and Mike just sat down and wrote it when we needed it.
Just like that.
Just like that.
like that. Well, it took a little while, but it's really, really fun working on it. Going to Kurt with the idea for the melody and shaping it into a real song. And it was funny because Jim Poole, who does the voice for Scooter, did a fantastic job. Obviously has always done a fantastic job with Scooter. But we went into the booth to record it. He was originally supposed to sing these lines that he's calling out now, and it just wasn't working out. And so we thought, hey, let's just have him do a square dance call out instead. And it just really turned out well. I love the way Jim performed it.
Michael Spooner designed this set also, which is just beautifully done. Very detailed. He detailed all the props and the set dressing.
It's very Snow White, wouldn't you say?
I'd say Pinocchio.
Pinocchio.
I don't know. I'm not seeing that.
It's fun too. Just some of the, if you kind of freeze frame on some of these things. Joe Spatterford put some cute little posters up and missing parrots and stuff carved into the woodwork. Kind of fun to find all those little hidden treasures. Another fun thing about this was tracking the time of day, because we go to twilight to night.
Yeah.
And so we really had to track the amount of light we see coming through the doors and windows on a shot-by-shot basis to kind of make sure that we did that transition very naturally and very smoothly.
So this filmmaking is really complicated.
It really
is that what I'm learning?
Good thing you've got a couple years to work on these babies. Otherwise, it'd be a lot to think about in a short amount of time.
And these cards, we used the Jonah cards,
actually.
actually.
The cards that they're playing are the Go Fish cards from Jonah.
Which were actually manufactured at one point. So
That's
you may
right.
have a set of those cards at home.
That's right.
In fact, I do.
That's right.
But I think they're lost in our basement now.
Oh.
Yeah, every now and then one of them will show up in the couch.
Robert's saber there is scaled. It's kind of like the ring in Lord of the Rings. It's different sizes all over the
Scales
place.
to the wearer.
That's right. If Robert were to be holding that sword at that scale now, it'd be teeny tiny.
I think
but it looks good on Cedric right now.
The cutlass wants to be found.
That's right.
We scaled everyone's swords. The princesses was scaled.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, you think kids are going to be disappointed to find that out?
I don't think so. I think
they're going to be okay.
Also, you should notice that no
when
food is
vegetables
eaten
wink,
in
look
this.
at Cedric winking there.
Oh.
You can tell when Elliot winks, but Cedric's wink is a little more subtle, having no eyes.
Yeah.
This is fun. Is that a yes or a no?
Is that a yes or
How'd
a
you know I was
no?
going to say that?
Hope I didn't ruin it for anybody. Hopefully you've watched the movie already
Look at that
before
door.
you listen to the
That
commentary.
door is really pretty.
Tim Hodge doing the voice
Oh, yeah.
of Jolly Joe himself, who's also Charlie
Is that
Pincher.
Charlie Pincher?
That's Charlie Pincher.
With more hair?
With more hair. Tim was also the voice of Khalil in Jonah. So
Yeah, and he was nominated for an Annie for best vocal performance in an animated film for
We've
Khalil.
never been nominated for an Annie.
We've never. No. Lyle the Kindly Viking won the Annie for best direct video.
Oh, okay. I'm voice acting.
Oh no, we're not that good.
Originally, this scene was just a solo by bartender.
This was originally a Jolly Joe monologue, and we thought it'd be cute. And actually, what I was thinking was the scene in Princess Bride with who was it? Billy Crystal and his wife.
Yeah.
Thought it'd be kind of fun to have a kind of little sparring husband and wife team. And I don't think it didn't come off as funny as Billy Crystal. but it's still
Annie,
broke
but
up.
he's not Billy Crystal.
Yeah, he's not Billy Crystal. But it still broke up. It still broke up the dialogue, with two.
Has Billy Crystal won an Annie though?
I don't know.
Did he win one?
I took out
for Mike and Monsters Inc.
He might have. But one of the things that actually one line that was in here was when Jolly Joe said, "You're just like your mother," as she's going back and forth trying to scare him.
Yeah.
And it was really fun it was really funny in the initial read through, the way Tim delivered the line. But we did a read through of the whole script before we ever did the final audio for the script. And we just couldn't recapture that same feeling. We tried really hard to get that same delivery, and we just couldn't get it. And we didn't have it in its original, the fidelity of the original file just wasn't high enough. So we cut the line because it sounded more mean than playful.
If you've seen The Three Amigos, that moment that just happened there was the moment where Steve Martin gets shot in the shoulder and realizes that they're actually in real danger, that it's not pretend.
Right.
And they immediately flee. And that was one of the movies that really inspired the way to take fake heroes and turn them into real heroes, which usually starts out with thinking, oh, this will be easy, not that different than hanging out on the couch.
Yeah.
And at some point something happens.
You get your feet stuck in the piñata.
You get your That was another Three Amigos reference. Yes, that is a funny moment.
Do you have anything besides Mexican food?
Manny, we really wanted to use all the lines from the Three Amigos in this film, and we found out that that's technically not legal. But, that's why you hire lawyers. Keep you out of trouble. And this line, actually these lines right here were added. These lines here were added by Mike. Were not in my original script, especially the sleepy little panda. Which is everybody's favorite line.
It's
and that little ding adds a lot too.
Well, the sleepy little panda always reminds me of John Waba, our editor, who did an amazing job putting this all together.
Who is black and white furred. Actually, I think that's why.
Right. Well, he actually was. Later in the movie, he is the guard that's asleep in the dungeon.
Yeah.
So he does sleeping.
He plays the role of a sleepy little panda.
This is a really nice map right here. Chuck Vollmer actually did this map on paper with watercolor.
Really?
With pen and
Holy
watercolor.
Cow. That's hardcore.
Yep.
Yeah, it's one of the only real pieces of art.
Can you buy it on eBay?
Not if I can help it.
Who has it? Where is it?
Me!
You have it! Man, what did I get out of this?
You weren't supposed to tell me.
I got a printout of my script. Suitable for framing.
This scene was also shortened quite a bit.
It was lengthened and then it was shortened.
Yeah.
That's right.
It started out short, then it became long, and then it became short again.
Yeah. And if you'll notice the clock, it's the same time as it was before, but it's 12 hours later, so it's not a mistake.
Yeah, it's not a mistake. Yeah.
Well,
it's
maybe
just, near the equator,
broken.
sun up at 6:30, sundown at 6:30. So
here's the montage.
This is an interesting story with montage. Originally, it started off as just a line on the script was I forget what it was. Basically,
they're having fun on
they have fun sailing
George
together.
Gets closer to Eloise.
Yeah. See, writers love montages because they can just write one line that says montage goes here.
And producers hate them because it's like, what is this?
Somebody else's problem.
Yeah.
So it became my problem. And actually, so we did about 4 or 5 different versions of it, and including trying to figure out, okay, what's the story arc that we have to have here. And basically, we enter the montage with George kind of waffling between wanting to help Eloise, but then also wanting to be one of the guys. And so we enter it with him, trying to be one of the guys. And then at the end of the montage is him actually, taking that step toward being a hero and starting to help
doing
Eloise
the right thing
and doing the right thing. So that's kind of the arc of the montage. And so once we got that pegged down, we brought Steve Taylor in. We'd already done some art for it, so we already had some visual gags. So we went through those with Steve Taylor and told him where we needed to go with the arc, and he wrote this song, and it just hit the nail right on the head. And then once he wrote it, it then became really easy then to go in and edit the visuals into it and add a couple more visuals that sort of fit.
Yeah, a lot more.
And really, and then really lock it down and make it work.
Are those hammocks really hanging from something?
No.
They're mid-airs.
Somehow I knew you'd say that.
Yeah. This was really the last completed sequence for the film that we did from a storyboard point of view. Yeah.
Okay.
We delivered it after. And all the props in it that had to be designed.
And then Steve had a long-standing relationship with the Newsboys. So Peter Fuller from the Newsboys
sang it.
Yeah, sang it. Yep.
Furler.
I'm sorry. I knew that wasn't wrong.
He's from Australia.
Right. Yeah. So,
as are the rest of the movie.
Yeah. But originally, Steve, when he originally wrote it, he wanted Chrissy Hines to sing it. Remember from The Pretenders? Mm-hmm. It's like, hey, that sounds cool, Steve. That'd be great. She's just a real raspy voice.
I like these shots.
But then Steve did such a great job on the demo. It's like, hey, why don't you just sing it? Bring in the Newsboys with you.
Oh, fellows, let us not give
My
up
favorite
so
shot in the
easily.
movie is
The
coming right
island
up
may
here.
still lie ahead.
I'll point it out.
Okay.
Right there.
Right there.
It
Let's
reminds
talk
me
about those little birds.
Oh, the
those birds. Tim Hodge actually, we didn't in the original script, the original budget of the script, we did not have birds.
There was no bird money.
Budgeted, no bird budget. And what Tim actually got some clay and animated in his garage these clay birds with their wings flapping. So he had stop motion animation with these birds, and he shot it. I think he opened his garage door at night, and sort of lit them against the darkened sky so we could keep them in.
Yeah, that is what he did.
And we used them all over the film. So he did a couple different birds from different angles, and they
now the
just
film is
composited
crawling
them.
with birds.
It's crawling with birds.
Did he hang them on string or?
Yeah, he hung them on string.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's quite talented, that Tim Hodge.
That's crazy, man. And he's Khalil and was nominated for an Annie.
Want to talk about the Whirlpool?
The Whirlpool, yeah. This was another one of those things that we just kind of had to figure out, okay, what is this thing going to look like that needs to make sense that it disappears into the cloud?
And this is
looks like a
another reason it's cool to be the writer, because you can describe something that doesn't necessarily make any sense. And then it becomes someone else's problem.
And it was done by the special effects department and also compositing. Paul Sadolny did a lot of work on that.
Oh, yeah.
Up at Stars.
So we started off with, creating a real whirlpool, and then just kind of made it more amorphous from there and created some clouds over top, and Andrew Woodhouse did a bunch of cloud painting and integration.
Now, what inspired that spyglass?
Oh, the spyglass inspiration is from Pirates of the Caribbean. Look at the kind of the dirt on the inside of the spyglass. As we were doing the development for this, is when Pirates of the Caribbean 3 came out, and I just thought that was so cool.
Yeah, but now the film is not a parody of Pirates of the Caribbean.
No.
And actually the script predates the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie,
Yes.
which is why it was not a parody.
Yes.
So we can set that record
Exactly.
straight.
Yeah.
Because some people, say, hey, that's not a very good parody of the Pirates of the Caribbean. And we say, well, you're exactly right. It's also not a very good parody of Snow White, which it wasn't intended to be either.
Yeah, although you do mention Edward Scissorhands here.
Yes, but that's
not a parody of that
That's
either.
not paradoxical. Paradisical?
Parabicycles. Oh, these the beach. One of the huge challenges in this film was water. And there's a lot of water in this film. So we always had to look for ways of
hiding
maximizing the feel of the water and minimizing the expense of the water. And one of the
what's most expensive is when it
interacts
with land or anything.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So actually, water coming up on the beach, which we have quite a few shots of in the film. We try to limit those. As you'll see here, we're sort of the beach itself is hidden by a lip of sand. So we just
I
wanted to
didn't
make
know
sure
sand
we spent...
had lips.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, look,
and
that sand has
lips.
teeth.
And
Sand chips.
unfortunately, what the sand doesn't have is little footprints or hop prints, which would have been
Yeah,
great.
that's
but
very expensive.
It's extremely
It's, you know,
expensive,
expensive.
and we put the money
Sure,
elsewhere.
Pixar
Next
can
time,
do
Well,
we'll,
see now, look. See
next
now, you
time.
can't get away from showing
Oh.
the beach here. So this was a money shot where we had to put the waves, and they look
Now,
really nice.
Mike
So
and
that
Phil,
wasn't
these are you
cheap.
two guys in this boat, and
Yes,
they're
that's right.
just
That's us
adorable
two
characters.
guys.
Oh,
Thank
and,
you. We
and
think you're adorable too.
Thank you.
Inspiration for the look of the water. You know where that came from?
Water.
Water from water itself, but I love. Do you remember the Disney Tarzan film
Yes.
that came out a number of years ago?
Yeah, we looked at that for Jonah.
We looked at it for Jonah, but we couldn't afford it in those days. So I always loved that water because it just had a great stylized feel to it, and so that's what we use for inspiration. It's like, let's make our water look like that.
And do you know what the inspiration for the cave was?
Gilligan's Island.
An intestine.
Gilligan's Island intestines. Gilligan's skipper.
My intestines.
Well, it kind of was shaped like one.
Yeah, we actually,
Yeah.
when we did the previs model for this whole cave scene, it's very, it's very specific as to the path they take through, and Sedgwick falls down this, hole and gets chased
Yeah.
by these cheese curls and then goes out the other end. And as we created the actual 3D model for it, it looked like an intestinal tract is sort of,
Wow.
disemboweled from a
Yes.
cow.
Is that something I can buy on eBay? That's pretty cool.
But really, we took the whole Gilligan's Island cave philosophy here. There's really no motivated light source in here.
Yeah,
It's just
light just shows
Well,
up.
right
just
here
shows
it
up.
is. It's motivated by the cheese
Oh
curls.
yeah, here we have this
Who
sort
are-
of golden glow
are
of the cheese curl.
self-illuminating.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like glowworms.
Yeah.
And I think this sort of thing just came as I was writing it from the notion that it's, and this is, again, because Pirates of the Caribbean was one of the first attempts to make a pirate film supernatural, which is why a lot of people say most pirate films failed, because it just wasn't that interesting, but they added supernatural elements, which this also has, but it's not because Pirates of the Caribbean, it's actually, I was looking at things more like Voyage of the Dawn Treader in Narnia by C.S. Lewis, where you have just a great adventure that unfolds, episode by episode with different kind of supernatural and very interesting interactions with different kinds of creatures.
Sure.
And since cheese curls had been a running gag for them for quite some time, so what could be more of a bait to lure one of them away for a lifetime supply of cheese curls? But then what's the last thing you would expect to happen next is the cheese curls come to life and turn on you.
That was very cool. Although, you know what would work better with those little invisible creatures from Voyage of the Dawn Treader? A lot less expensive to animate invisible
Yeah, originally
creatures.
we could only animate like 10 of them in a shot, those
Yeah.
little cheese curls. But then
You
they
had
gave
to
us more and
talk
more.
your way into
And
more.
the character design on these was I think the only time I remember like a design artist coming back and the first design being the one that was obviously the best design.
Yeah.
Rob Corley did the design for these cheese curls, and he just showed it to us, and it's like, yep, that's the one.
And Baxter Mary, our
go no
sound
further.
effects guy, did
Oh,
the
yeah.
voice.
Yeah, Baxter Mary did all the cheese curl voices.
He named each one of the cheese curls. He had a different name for each
They were
one
like
and a
children.
different voice.
Really?
Yeah.
Although we didn't find that out until after the credits were done, that he did all of their voices. and
Because
so-
we would have given him credit had we known.
So this is our credit to Baxter. Word up, Baxter.
Boy,
Good
is
job.
he sore.
No, he's a good sport about
Send
it.
him that map. That'll make it up for him.
When you pry it out of my cold, dead fingers.
Hey, that looks expensive.
Yeah,
the water
the
went
water
in
running
the
up.
little thing there.
Yep.
Oh, and remember the help seeker when you had to write out what the help seeker did so people could follow blue or
Oh
red.
yeah, the
or-
help seeker had its own set of notes.
Apparently, the script did not make it clear enough exactly what the rules of the help seeker
Right,
were.
so
Look, it's a spyglass with magnification.
Yeah.
And the wrong pirate is on board.
Yeah. Oh, shh.
I'm sorry. I'm giving
I
away
don't
all
know-
the secrets.
I don't know what she's talking about.
Here comes the boat.
Ooh, that almost took his nose off.
This is another helpful piece of feedback we got from Universal development team, is actually have the rowboat come down. in the
Yeah,
scene.
the script did not call for the rowboat to come down.
Yeah.
But now it's down. You see? Don't you enjoy it more?
It just gives us a clear visual as to Elliot's choice Do I go in this rowboat or
Right.
George's
boat number 1 or boat number 2?
Yep. And we sort of set up the camera here as we cut around when George is pushing off the boat. We do a camera angle that we reuse later, but to kind of make you wonder, is Elliot really there or is he gone?
I was wondering.
Yeah. See, so you go here and you see Elliot there.
Yeah, I see him.
You get him. He pushes the button.
Pushes
the boat flashes.
It's
Go back to the same angle. He's gone. Oh, he must have skipped town. But he didn't skip town. He just pushed the button without being in the boat, and the boat went away. And there
Are
he
you
is.
sure?
That's what happened.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what happened.
Now the score there in that emotional part, the score on the emotional parts is kind of reminiscent of Bug's Life. Why do you think that is?
Man, we used for our rough score pieces of, I don't know, probably 30 different movies. So John Waba, who just does a great job with placing temp score, he and I went through and.
But that was the temp score, because Kurt's score is totally original.
It's totally original.
Totally original. But you have to, laying out temp score. The reason for that is just sort of to inform the emotional tone and some of the pace of the shot. So we used some Bug's Life.
It has the emotion of Bug's Life.
Yeah, the emotion of Bug's Life. Yeah.
But then we
That's right.
recorded the score in Prague with the 79-piece orchestra.
That's right.
Just
Prague, is that in Minnesota? Where is Prague?
That's in the Czech
Czech
Republic.
Oh my!
Get
Well,
out your maps.
that's quite a drive just to record a score.
It sure
And
is.
well worth it.
For the food, I hear. I didn't go because I wrote the script, and
Yeah.
Right.
Here
There
they
you
come.
go.
Here comes the cheese curls.
These
This was inspired
cheese-flavored
by The Mummy.
roaches.
Remember the little scarab beetles in The Mummy?
Yes.
That's kind of the feeling I was
And
looking for here.
also, when I wrote it, I was thinking about Lord of the Rings when the goblins start coming down the columns.
Oh, yeah,
In the
yeah.
Mines of Moria.
Oh, yes. This kind of almost looks Mines of Moria-ish.
It does.
Moria-ish.
Almost. Ish.
And so here we had to set up the lighting. It took us a long time to get through the exact look of the lighting in here,
bet.
because later we have to reveal this little piece of light coming through, and it can't look like it's just coming out of left field.
Right.
My favorite line's coming up.
No, you like Sleepy Little Panda.
No, I like this.
Like everybody else.
Good life. That one day between 2 and 2:30. I love that line.
He gets bit by the crab.
Hey.
Oh, this is another thing we added too, because remember in the script, the crab showed up with a photo of Ellen.
Yeah.
And so we set that up earlier in the restaurant where the photographer comes by and snaps their picture, so we have some reference for it.
Yeah.
So, and there's the little bit of light. So you kind of make believe that the sun maybe shifted a little bit
will
during
show
that time.
me the light.
Yep.
Here comes the cheese.
See, the screenwriter ended up with only like 27 days to write the script because he was in a big rush. And so you leave some loose ends, things not quite tied up.
Poor
But that
Phil.
can all be
Yeah.
good though, because it lets you work it out in your story and, and see what works best.
Then you come up with even better stuff.
Yep.
Like Sleepy Little Panda.
Everybody adds something else to it.
Yeah, the crab turned out really cute.
Yeah. And look at how many cheese curls we ended up with in this scene.
A lot more than 10.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I say.
Thanks to the guys at Stars.
Yeah, had to sell some of the office furniture to pay for them, but
Yeah.
got it paid for.
My soul.
I remember when the modelers first finished this scene, it wasn't steep enough.
Oh.
And so
that's a nice looking shot.
And so
Wow.
it actually, we had to go back in and steepen up the whole set.
Wow.
To get it,
My
'cause
favorite shot is coming up.
Oh, time for Paula's favorite
shot. And
there.
nope,
There
that
it
one.
is. Oh, yeah.
It's just
That's pretty.
beautiful.
That's a
yeah.
pretty shot.
Don't you wish you were on that beach?
I do.
Yeah.
What a nice beach.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
in Robert's Dungeons, this would be a good time to talk about kind of how we did a lot of our previs work in the film. What we did on this film, which we'd never done with VeggieTales before, typically what we would do is draw a map for each location and kind of show where the characters are, sort of overhead 2D map where the characters are, where we'll place the cameras.
In watercolors?
In watercolors, yeah. And then we'd hand that off to the storyboard artists, and they'd storyboard with those guidelines. But what we did with this film is we actually built every single set virtually in
Maya.
wireframe, in Maya, in wireframe models, and then actually, took in, rough characters and rough props, and actually composed most every shot in previs.
It's sort of like doing live action where you block your actors and then put your camera in.
And then put your
exactly
camera in.
that.
Yeah.
And
on
figure out the shots.
Big effects movies like Transformers, they're doing that more and more.
Right.
Yeah.
Building, kind of laying out a whole city on the computer, working out their shots, and then doing it in the real world.
Yeah.
And that way you know if your shots are really going to work or not.
But, they got the idea from us.
But it worked so well because then later in the layout processes, which is when you reconcile your 2D storyboards to your 3D geometry, because the storyboards themselves were based off of original 3D geometry, everything worked so much smoother. So that particular scene in the dungeon or in the little interrogation room here, there's a lot of dialogue and there's a lot of crossing and just reblocking of characters. So we were able to work all that out, with a real camera in a real space before we ever went into storyboarding.
And make sure it works properly without the looks being wrong.
Right. Yeah, because if you don't follow your rules of camera, you can end up confusing the audience very quickly.
Yeah, I really enjoyed doing that with you and Chuck.
Yeah,
that was really
good.
fun.
That was fun.
See how much his beard is moving as he talks?
Yep.
We could never afford to do that in the videos. That was too expensive. But in a movie,
that's right.
Your facial hair can move.
That's right.
I love show business.
This was added later on, too, to give the time element.
Yep. The ticking clock.
Tick.
I know it's kind of a cliche, but it works. Throw an hourglass in there. I know a lot of film buffs will roll their eyes, but
yeah, roll away. It's working already.
We've got a set amount of time, and we got to get it done before that.
Oh no! I didn't realize there was going to be a ticking clock.
Oh, another little ditty.
Yeah, that seemed like a good contrast for a completely goofball song. I actually thought about having him sing, these two little verses, and then Paul makes him stop, and so instead he starts singing Billy Joe McGuffrey. Goes through a couple verses of that.
That'd have been funny.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Jonah, you don't get that. But
I remember in our rough read through of the script, I sang that little song. I didn't know what you were thinking of in terms of the melody, and I got that in my head. And then when we did the final recording, you
couldn't
sort of
sing
said what the
anything
melody
else.
was. I couldn't do anything else, so my melody won.
I'm going to refuse to sing your next melody. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just not hearing that.
You just gotta,
here's what I'm hearing.
You got to be there when it's first implanted on my brain. It's like imprinted. It's like a baby duckling.
Are you the baby duckling, or is the song the baby duckling?
I don't know how that metaphor works.
Okay, it was a nice one though. Look at me, we're walking rocks.
This was another one.
This is another
ditty.
ditty.
One of the ditties. I used the one that came into my head first.
Yeah,
you tried to tell me your melody. It's like, that's not
before
the
I
melody.
could come down and sing it for him. Oh, too late. Mike gets credit for that one.
And all the royalties
And all the
associated with
royalty
it.
checks. Yeah.
I just got my ASCAP number. Can you tell? Well, here comes the clapping pass, opening up.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yep. Now the rocks in the background there, are those built or painted?
Those are built. And just the texturing on those rocks is just amazing.
Yeah.
Woojin, our
Woojin Choi,
our lead texturing guy, was just an
And your
amazing.
daughter is also the little rock girl.
He does the voice of the little rock girl, and then the rock boy.
And I love the baby because he has a diaper on.
Yeah, little rock diaper.
How absorbent is a rock diaper?
Very.
And what actually comes out of a rock baby that requires a diaper?
Pebbles.
And bandana?
Crushed gravel.
You see,
here he comes.
And
look, more birds.
Oh, and those are clay birds.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And the question
That's
is, where is the rock mama? Is she getting her hair done?
We don't know if they... Oh, I guess they have two genders in their species.
Yes, 'cause they have a girl.
There's a little boy and a little girl.
No, she's just out.
But I think it's the mothers that do the primary breadwinning in the rock species.
Yeah,
and the dads are stay-at-home dads.
Okay.
They're like emperor penguins.
Yes. They hold the eggs on their feet.
I love Sedgwick doing the breaststroke.
Oh yeah, we found that the breaststroke is the only convincing stroke for Sedgwick.
And he almost
butterfly doesn't work.
He
for
almost
him.
actually looks wet.
Yeah, there was a wet version of Sedgwick that was used.
We
both
never
there
had
and in
wet
the-
versions in Jonah, right?
Yeah, no wet versions.
We just didn't have the time for that sort of thing.
We
Don't you
tried
love the
to
little
do
pigtail
everything we
trees on
could.
the Rock Girl.
Yeah.
Those are great. And look at the shake on the.
Yeah, the water coming off them.
Yeah.
At first we didn't have water, but we added that too
Yeah, we
because
added
it
that
really
later.
looks
'Cause
much
we
better.
Get that
Spared
doggy-
no
doggy
expense.
Spared no expense. No.
This was another scene where laying all this out in 3D was just indispensable when it came to really doing it later on. But just making sure all these camera angles and moves worked, and Todd Carter, who boarded the scene also added a lot to the feel and to the emotion of the scene.
Yep.
And there's a lot of effects in the sound effects and music in this. This is a real combination of our sound department.
Yep.
I like this part.
Yeah, it's so cheap.
Kurt
And a
used the
little
pirates who
Hawaiian
don't do anything
Yep.
theme a lot through the movie to hold it together.
Are they gonna make a little rock monster play set so I can play that scene in the comfort of my own home? Oh no, we've got to get through the pass before it closes. See, that's its own little ticking clock element right there.
Yep. You notice how much like Nineveh that looks, but with water around it.
Yeah, it is Nineveh-esque.
Nineveh at sea.
But the wood is different. The wood is very Snow White in this movie.
Or Pinocchio.
Okay.
No, Jonah was Pinocchio because it had a whale.
Yeah, that's true.
This is Snow White because it has
I don't
dwarves.
think that's possible. And that's coming from a
right.
guy who just
Cheese
swam
girls
92
that are
nautical miles
dwarfish.
without arms or legs.
Well, you got a better
More of
idea?
that water lapping up on the beach.
Yeah.
It's really cool. I like the playfulness of this. This was Todd's serving suggestion here for the rock monster to sort of pinch the top of the mast with his fingers.
Can you help?
Right, and then Chuck painted in that flag.
Oh, yeah, the
because
flag was
the
missing.
flag was
Yeah.
missing, so
And
I
Chuck
made him
painted
paint
it.
the flag.
Flag is painted?
Yeah.
Oh my
Painted
god.
in that shot. Okay, here we go. This is fun. A lot of these action sequences. One of the other things that we were able to do on this film that we haven't been able to do on any other film, with Jonah or any of the other episodes, is do a lot of editing after the fact, after animation, to really tighten the action sequences and make sure they're cutting really well. It's really hard with animation in particular to pre-visualize exactly how long everything is supposed to take, and so you get as close as you can. But we had the luxury this time of going back in and trimming and editing after everything was done to really cut it more like we would cut a live action film. So really helped with the action.
Well, I like that they're rowing as they're going in the oars right here.
Right,
That was
and
Tom Ruzicka's suggestion right there, one of the producers over at Universal, to actually have the rock dad waving, so we didn't feel
we
like
know
he'd
he's
drown.
not
He
dead.
didn't jump into the sea. and
He's
sink.
okay.
And then we got rid of the oars when they went through the pass, because the oars were also a kind of a issue, trying to
Right, trying to track those
track
oars.
the oars, keep the right color oars
Well,
on
they
the
got
boat.
clipped
keep-
off by the clapping pass.
Right, but
Yeah.
before that,
Yep.
we had to have the right oars on the right boats.
Yeah,
we had to do an
big
oar pass.
tracking spreadsheet.
Yeah.
This is a really fun set in here too. Just this mist, and part of the reason for having this mist, we kind of the idea here is it's sort of this geothermic area where the sort of the earth bubbles up and opens and closes the pass, but it's all this warm water.
Right. And that maybe that activity helps fuel Robert's machinery.
Yeah, his
device.
his
Now,
machinery.
remember these bubbles, Mike? How many
Bubbles.
times did you look at these
Hey,
bubbles? They were
guys.
too big to begin with.
Yeah,
bubbles.
Yeah, a lot of bubble passes just to get the bubbles just to
Just
the
the
right
right
size. Just the right
size.
size, not too big, not too small. The other thing we wanted to do with the mist in here is kind of have the sea monster. We wanted to have him give it the feeling of being a real sea monster. And if you look close, you can actually see that it's
got
mechanical.
bolts.
They don't know it's mechanical.
But they
yet.
don't know Yeah, we want to have them feel like it's a real monster, real sea monster, real dragon. So part of having the mist had to do with kind of hiding that dragon a little bit, and then revealing that it's mechanical later. And we do a lot of quick cutting to it, so you can't examine it too much until it comes to a stop.
And I love how you directed Elliot here.
Oh yeah,
with a little
Stand
wimpy
back
song.
and wave like a girl.
Hey, I know some very competent swordsmen. You have just offended. We're going to get letters.
Oh, didn't mean to offend.
But Paul Conrad did the design on the Sea Serpent. Just a really great job on it.
And
on
I
the Sea
think
Serpent.
Baxter probably did the burp.
Yeah, burping by Baxter.
Hi, guys.
And you had to make the lever show up.
Oh yeah,
because that's kind of key.
Yeah, if you remember back to the prophecy, a lever will help save your friends.
Set you free. Set you free.
Set you free, I think.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
When all
Then the
hope is
king
gone.
says, the lever that saved your friends.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yes. Oh, we better get back to those guys. See what they're up to. Remind people that they still exist.
Yep.
Now the dungeon, I had to draw out because from the script nobody could figure out what the heck I was
Look,
talking
we're back
about.
in your
Oh,
favorite
I
set.
love
Back in
this
the
place.
scene, yep.
Oh, let's stay. Freeze it. Pause. I want to stay here. If we pause, can I keep talking? We
They
should
do look
have
kind
more
of
in
neat
there.
going up
That's
there.
that's one of your
Yeah.
favorite scenes here. That Chuck painted that doorway.
Yeah, it's
we couldn't get that
beautiful.
to look right in the model, so we just painted
and
it.
that's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
Should've
This is
spent
I
more time
love
in
this
there.
scene. I love the way the water plays in the scene and the lighting here. Really nice.
Yeah.
Turned out really great. We actually have a mossy texture painted, right on the water level and below the water level.
Wow.
Again, this is all thanks to Chuck.
That's awesome.
And Andrew and
that-
Alan
yeah.
Kennedy,
And that
who was
wheel
the head
there,
of compositing and lighting.
originally in the script was a lever, but then we realized it would confuse people whether that was the lever the prophecy was about or
Yeah.
the lever in the sea monster.
Right, so we made it a wheel.
This
Made it
little
a wheel.
area, this almost looks like it's made from a real model in here. I love the feel of this little scene.
Yeah, I always feel like it's a model.
There's the hourglass.
Oh, look, the ticking clock is still ticking.
I actually I would like one of those hourglasses. I think that would be cool. A little mine hourglass.
I'll open my computer and give you one.
So,
so this blueprint for the dungeon.
I had to. You couldn't really tell from the script how this was all supposed to work out, so I finally had to draw it out and make the blueprint and say, "Look, they're over here. The cells are over there. The guy with the keys is sleeping over here. The little car can go through here and go up the wall." But then they started building it or did a drawing of it, and the wall had a stone overhang. And the car wouldn't have been able to get through, so we had to change that. It was very complicated.
Yeah,
it took me minutes to solve.
Thinking up stuff doesn't take as long as actually making it.
No, that's why I like to think it up and then leave.
And there's the labor-saving device, which Paul Conrad also designed.
Yeah. And it was in Larry's bag.
Yeah,
The whole
sure was. In
time.
case you were
The whole
wondering,
time.
it showed up in the montage, so
It was
it's
in
been
Larry's
with them
bag.
in
It's
the
been
past.
his bag with the
the
help
help
seeker.
seeker
the whole time.
Yeah.
It's a good bag.
It's a very stretchy.
John
Yeah.
Waba, our sleepy little panda, voice of the snorer.
Yeah.
He makes a great.
Eric Murray did the animation here. A lot of just great animators on this film. Paul Kohut, who did the animation director, and everybody was just so invested in the film and really gave every shot their best. And it's just Eric Murray did the the little animation of
this
the
was a gag that came up in
labor-saving device.
storyboarding. This wasn't in the script.
Oh, yeah.
Where he
Todd-
drops the key on his head.
Yep, Todd Carter pitched this gag, and it worked
Paul
really well.
Kohut really led his troops well.
In
There were many,
animation,
many
yep.
animators, and they did a superb job. They sat in,
Hundreds.
Fantastic.
in delis
Thousands.
every day, just amazed at what they did.
Yeah. There it goes. It's gonna drop.
Oh, look, donkeys. Did you see the donkeys?
Yeah, and that's the other thing in our layout in doing our previs, our before storyboards is really laying this out and kind of foreshadowing the donkeys and letting you know that they're there before they come into play in the story. Able to
Mike's a
compose
good
those shots.
storyteller. He did all.
Time's out.
Oh, stop.
Time's up. Look, donkeys.
Donkeys. There's more donkeys.
Foreshadow number 2.
Yeah.
Got the people out? Pa's gonna be a leader? Or not?
We gotta go.
Look, donkeys.
More donkeys.
Have you got it by now?
This way now.
Oh, poor.
This
He's
is
not quite there yet.
Trying trying to figure out Grape making a crucial decision without words or eyes. Hopefully we got that across. The whole idea there is should I stay or should I go? Should I lead or should I
ready
concede?
to lead for a minute and then back down.
He hasn't quite reached that
They're
point.
heroes.
Because he hasn't seen how he'll be helped.
But he will soon.
And help will come from above.
The king's heroes? Then you can answer my question.
And of course, this is
When
the
will
crucial
the
point
king
where the
return?
villain calls the opposing heroes
Didn't come
to
out.
task.
Surely the
He
king's
calls their
heroes would
bluff,
know of his plans.
and they have to
Tell
reveal,
me when the
you know
king will
what,
return.
we're not really
Or
heroes.
say goodbye to the
This
prince.
is the saddest part
Way
of,
to go! We're not the king's
Three
heroes.
Amigos, too.
We're not heroes at
The
all.
saddest part of Galaxy
It was
Quest.
This is the climax.
All the
misunderstanding.
movies where this happens.
Yep, when they are found out.
We're no heroes. We're cabin boys. We work in a restaurant.
And then they have to
We
backpedal
clear
to try to
dishes.
save
We
their own
clean up.
skins.
We give people refills on
Which
their
makes
soft
it even
drinks.
worse.
That's right. The king's heroes. He's so lazy he can't even climb a ladder
Yeah,
without giving up.
Yeah.
Just looking at Robert's sword there and the inlay on it.
Snakes, wicker
Yeah,
furniture.
very nice.
It's
Cool design.
And I was thinking about Elliot's sword, which we had to track also.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of sword
I'm the
tracking.
queen of tracking.
yeah, because Elliot through much of the movie has a wooden sword, but he needed a metal sword actually to take on the sea monster with.
Right.
So we had to figure out, okay, when does he get it and when does it go away?
And when does he get it back
And
again?
when does he get it back again? His wooden sword. Okay, this is.
Oops! Did you see the wax?
Dropping.
Yeah, when
that
I
was painted wax right
first
there.
saw that, I was thinking there was a bird above him.
Yeah. See, so it could kind of be
that's
funny,
kinda
but then you
weird.
figure it out because you cut above to the candles.
Yeah.
And the question is, how long is he going to have that on his nose for the
Right.
rest of the movie?
But we
or
account for it because watch when he turns his head, the wax flies off. Right.
Where does the
so
wax
he's got the wax.
go?
Okay.
Does
he's
he
looking
sneeze
down.
it
That's
off?
his POV. Watch this. He turns and the wax flies off.
There
See
it goes.
It lands on the ground.
Wow.
So.
And that's what Robert was saying. Where'd the wax go?
Yeah.
Didn't you just have wax on your nose?
And look at that sword go.
Yep. Bam, smash.
Yeah, when I
And this
first
is-
read this scene, I thought there was going to be fire.
Yeah. Oh, the candles go out. I loved having Robert disembodied from his suit of armor or his mechanical suit there. Gets a little embarrassed.
Was he beheaded or was he disembodied?
No, he's just a
He was
gourd sitting on a suit.
disembodied. Oh, guard went back
I
to sleep.
love the way he runs.
Oh yeah, his run cycle is really fun.
Really great.
Yeah.
And this scene was inspired by just researching fortresses and noticing spiral stone staircases in one fortress.
Where they can go down like a roller coaster.
Yeah, and a cistern in another fortress that was really cool. A stone cistern.
Is that where you live?
I live in the cistern.
In the fortress?
No.
Chuck did probably on another commentary on here. You'll see all the research Chuck did on Caribbean pirate fortresses and castles.
Oh, and I love
A
this
lot of-
toilet shot.
Yeah, a lot of the outside of the Robert's fortress here is based on what really existed in the Caribbean.
He said, "I'm feeling flushed."
I'm feeling flushed.
Yes.
That's funny.
Here they go
that
down the
wasn't in
drain.
the script either.
I think that was Tim. That was Tim.
That was
Tim's
Tim's.
line.
Just
Yeah.
keep popping up.
Yeah.
Popping.
To the ship!
The penguins said that.
There they go. Back over the sea monster.
The sea monster wasn't originally there either, but
Nope.
Yeah.
but the storyboard artist put it in.
Yeah.
We think it's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, here he goes. He's rowing.
And the notion was that there was some sort of a steam propulsion system to
Right.
shoot the ships out.
Robert harnessed all this
Geothermal
power.
energy.
Well, so we haven't talked about them rowing without arms or legs.
No.
But it's so
But
convincing, isn't
it
it?
is
Look at
very
their bo-
convincing.
Yeah, you don't
see,
even think about it.
There you have to use the force.
Okay, one of my favorite shots of the film is coming up here. It's a shot similar to this. It's not this shot, but next time
It's
we're over
like
the shoulder
that
of
shot.
Robert.
Next
yeah.
shot you see that's like that shot is
That's
Mike's
my favorite shot. Yeah.
We all have our favorite.
But it's
shots.
not my favorite shot. It's different.
This we had to do this to give that pie helping Eloise, but we didn't want to get her wet.
Another
Yeah,
chance.
you didn't want to have her actually fall in the water
Because that would be too
that's
expensive.
more expensive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then she would have looked wet the rest of the movie.
That's right.
Yeah.
And her hair.
And some people who have watched this haven't noticed really that the heroes don't.
That's my favorite shot, right there.
Oh, there
I
it
like
is.
that shot. That's just so dynamic over
Woohoo.
Robert's shoulder there with the little characters in the background.
Yeah.
Okay, now this shot was really complicated to do. Get these, it was a big effect shot, getting these rocks to break and fall and splash and everything. And we actually built it much longer than it needed to be, and used the parts of it that we liked the best.
And the camera shake, Mike likes to shake.
Oh
the
yeah,
camera.
yeah. I used a lot of camera rumble with just to kind of help sell weight. So there was a lot of camera shaking going on.
Sometimes Mike just shakes his own head. He likes that effect. But some people haven't noticed that the heroes in this movie do not, in fact, save the day. They don't solve the problem. The problem is solved through intervention of someone from above.
That's right.
A higher power that called them into the adventure in the first place. And that's really what makes the film distinctly Christian. That's right. Because a typical American movie would say, you can do anything you set your mind to. Just follow your heart and you'll never go astray. And that's not what we're saying here at all. You can do anything that God calls you to do if you just do what you're called to do and trust that He'll be there to help. That's what the king represents. Get it?
That's right.
That's your Sunday school lesson for the day.
I love the kingship. It's based off the steadfast design, but in a much more impressive and regal. If you were to put the steadfast, which is the prince and princess's ship, next to it, it would be much smaller.
His sword sure is shiny.
Yeah, he's got a shiny sword. But this, as far as the deck of the kingship, this is the only part of the ship that was designed because this is the only part where we actually shoot. So we had a model, a wide shot model of the kingship built, and then we just built this front bow area of the ship.
I love the way they look at their little medals.
Yeah, this was kind of like the end of Star Wars. The
it's very Star Wars-ish.
In fact, in the script, it said at one point we look off to the side and R2-D2 is chirping happily.
We couldn't have R2-D2 though.
Legal issues.
Yeah, we couldn't.
If it was short, no one would have noticed.
Chuck,
I would have noticed.
Chuck, our production designer, actually collects World War I and II medals from Russia and Germany. And,
did that help?
It helped because those medals are actually designed after, I think it's World War I Russian Navy medals. So there's a Russian Navy medal that looks like that. Isn't that amazing?
That's just what we needed.
Yep.
World War I Russian Navy.
Yep.
Exactly. It makes the film. Look, his facial hair moves too.
That's
Man.
The king. Oh yeah, everybody's got moving facial hair. The king.
No expense.
The king is the same actor as Robert. Ken Clark did a great job.
What are you saying?
Because they're brothers.
Well, we're not making any point other than it was nice having one guy do both voices.
We only had to fly one in from Los Angeles.
Cheaper that way.
Yeah. One per diem, one flight, one hotel room.
2 for 1 sale.
But he did a great job on both voices.
Yeah.
And it made it convincing that they were brothers.
And originally we were going to have 2 people, but he just did such a great job.
Yeah, it's kind of like Peter Pan, where the father and Captain Hook are played by the same actor.
That's right.
Kind of like that.
Kind of like that.
But not really.
No.
You see R2-D2 there in the corner?
And see all the bald carrots? They're all bald.
Yeah, those are bald carrots.
Hair is costly.
Yep.
Happy,
touching scene.
Where's the confetti?
Isn't that pretty? Look at the light there.
Yeah,
Just wait.
What is so...
It's not the end yet.
Okay, will we see it again?
We see what?
The pretty light scene? Was that it? It was like a second.
Yeah.
I want more.
Had to move through.
I want more.
You can watch
That's
it
what
again.
pause is for.
That's a big anchor, man.
It is. It is a
Holy
big
cow.
anchor. Yeah. Here's Robert.
Wait a minute. Has he been alive all this time?
Yeah, you'll see how.
And we accounted for that too. We gave him a little breathing apparatus.
Yeah.
Nobody else needs one, but Robert does.
Right. To be underwater all that time, you need a little canister with air in it.
Yeah.
The show's on. It must be Friday.
I guess you're wondering what he spits out of his mouth coming up here. That's what it is.
It would have been funny if it was a little canister of helium. So he pulls it out and talks in a high voice.
Yeah. There he goes.
There it is, the breathing device.
The breathing device.
And all the pretty stars in the sky that Andrew added.
All the pretty stars. The pirate ship adventure here seems a little smaller now in scale to what we
There they are!
Yep, back to the real world, a little less big.
They still haven't eaten their
Here
turkey legs.
we composed the shot, the same way we first composed Robert's introductory shot when he came on board.
Yes.
We did the same thing there.
But it's true. I see it now.
Yep.
That was a great idea.
Thank you. Oh, and he thinks Sir Frederick was we felt the need to actually have George say that because I don't know how anybody could think that was George.
Same hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
he is
different
big
color.
and orange.
Well,
he's in the same costume.
Yeah, he was underwater for like 6 hours.
He's a little busy.
Yeah, and his head's all full of helium. He's practically floating. Oh,
this was fun. This was also fun to line this out in previs, this whole action sequence, and figure out what's going to happen with all of the things spinning around and flying through the air.
Right. And also remember we had a few different endings for it.
Oh yeah. The ending of the
I
movie.
think we picked the best one.
Yep. It's good to come up with a few different endings and then pick the best one.
There was the one where Larry got the girl. One where he was elected president of the United States. And there was this one. I think you chose well.
That's right.
Big finish. That would probably hurt. Was it?
Ouch.
The scream, was that the actor screaming, or was that someone else screaming?
No, that was him. He had a wide range.
I guess. I'm impressed. But what's going to happen? Yay! Where's the confetti? Come on, confetti! Gotta have
for the confetti cannons.
Gotta have confetti.
Oh, we had to deal with a little confetti continuity here.
Really?
Yeah, between those two shots. When we first started and getting the flow through of the cannons that exploded initially.
Does confetti take direction well?
Oh yeah, because then sometimes it looked like really big pieces of paper, so we had to get rid of
How
them.
close it was to the camera.
You had to re-render those shots.
That's tricky.
But I think they came up with great confetti.
I don't think we need to be in the show
That's
after
for me.
all.
But they learned a valuable lesson.
Life has plenty of adventure of its own.
They will be called into
And
adventure.
one of the alternate endings was bringing everybody up on the stage, but I think it was just nice to leave them there alone.
It's kind of looking there.
Yeah,
like
when
comes a help seeker. And originally that was going to be a different shape.
Different
help seeker.
shape. Yeah, that's what the script requested.
Yeah, it was comical. We actually made that, but that was confusing to some people.
Yeah, and well, I think if you look at the theology, of it too,
don't talk to me about
Look
theology.
at all the characters that Phil and Mike played.
Yeah,
Lots of voices.
Yeah, I only got paid once.
I like how the credits came together on this film.
Yeah.
The opening credits and these credits, they all kind of have a nice little cohesion. Tim Pool, Tim Hodge, Drake Lyle, Ali Naraki, Patrick, Sloan, Joe, John, Colleen, Robert, Brian Roberts.
Hold on. Oh, wait, we're not done?
Yes.
More water. Now.
This song rocks. Let me just say, that just re-recording the song was so much fun. And the musicians that came in here in Nashville and recorded this were just top notch.
Yeah.
Just
and the B-52s actually had to say it was okay.
Yep. They said okie dokie.
And they said it was okay to do the wigs on the girls that you'll see.
Oh, we had to get permission to copy their wigs?
Yes, absolutely. And Mike actually wrote the words to this.
Yep.
Because he does all the silly songs.
Yeah. Oh, and I edited this too. That was fun.
Yeah.
And John helped me out a little bit at the end, cleaning it up a little bit. But it was fun to edit it on iMovie, actually.
You edited this on iMovie?
Yeah, I edited it on iMovie.
That's crazy. So we gotta pay Steve Jobs a royalty to use it?
No.
Didn't edit the whole movie on iMovie, just the Rock Monster.
Oh, I love this
look,
pop.
Larry's dead.
Yeah.
Larry's back. That's good. This is funny.
Yeah. It's great crab animation. Crab Nation is what you call it.
Yeah.
That's my least favorite film shot in the whole film. Larry looks like he's having a little fit there playing the guitar.
He tossed us in the ocean.
Wow.
Yeah, and originally you planned this to do some reuse shots, which we did do. Which, when you first brought up the idea, I thought a whole other scene to animate. But then we
can't do that.
Yeah, well, we used some reuse, and I'm so glad we did it. It's a wonderful scene.
We did the stylized water here.
Yeah.
Sort of the theatrical water.
It was from Jonah, wasn't it?
Not that water, but kind of the idea of stylizing on a stage.
That crab dances so well.
Yeah.
It's amazing what they got the rock monsters to do, the splits and everything.
Yeah. They're pretty limber, those rock monsters.
Now watch, somebody's having their solo. There
There's
you
Bob.
go.
Can't say Bob wasn't in the movie.
Yeah.
There he is.
Guess that's a cameo.
And it's still not done yet.
Whoa, there's more.
This is
Who
really
animated all the cheese curls?
Paul Kohut did all the cheese curls. He just did about 10 animation cycles of the cheese curls. And then, actually, Toby Mac, who wrote the song for the credits, I did a rough version of the credits where I went and grabbed another one of Toby's songs and edited, kind of figured out where the cheese curls could go. Yeah. And then once he turned in the actual song that he wrote, especially just for the movie, then I just, threw the cheese curls in.
And if you watch the cheese curls, they move just like Paul Kohut does. We saw him
That's right.
dance once, and he dances like these cheese curls.
That's right.
You peppered the cheese curls?
Peppered the cheese curls. Peppered cheese curls. But I gotta say, this song, Toby just did such a great job incorporating the lesson of the film and just getting a really great, fun sounding credit song. I mean, you just want to walk out of the theater dancing.
The record is out on Decca Records, and it's a wonderful record.
Is it? Yep.
Yeah, the album.
Yep.
Do I get a copy?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, including a inspired by song that's not in the film, but Matthew West wrote another song and Mandisa recorded it. So it's another really, really fun song.
And look at all these people. They were all up in stars in Canada, all of these people under production, and they really all gave 1,000% of themselves.
Yep. Very, very nice job.
Yeah.
And the idea behind sort of the credits, the look of the credits, was kind of stick them in the cheese curl world. So we used the color palette of the cheese curl cave.
Oh yeah, look at
And
that.
when you look at it in really high resolution, you can actually see a parallax going on between the background and then the words scrolling. So you kind of get a nice dimension on it. And even the back part of the cheese of the blue texture moves a little slower than the side parts of the texture. So.
City of Prague.
Yep, that was a fun trip.
That was wonderful.
That was awesome.
Kurt's
that's one of the
Kurt's
most,
amazing.
Yeah,
He
the
did
orchestra was
incredible work.
amazing. Prague is one of the most beautiful cities in the whole wide world.
Where we ate our way through it.
Yeah. If you can go to Prague
And
if you have the opportunity to ever go to Prague in your life, go to Prague. It's amazing.
5 days with a full orchestra recording was.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt either.
It was
Nice.
really wonderful. All of our friends at Big Idea
All of our
who
friends
helped.
at Universal.
Yep.
Here comes a logo. I like this one where the cheese curl comes up and sniffs the camera, then eats it. It goes, yep. Well, thanks for coming, everybody.
Hope you enjoy the movie.
See you next time.
Bye-bye.